into a new season of competition. Jake Sanson in the commentary box position, overlooking the bay. It is absolutely stunning here in Turkey. The weather is slightly different compared to what it was yesterday. Rain has already hit the bay in the early part of the morning. We think it's done for now, and we're hoping that the weather pattern and the wind is going to start to push the rain clouds further away from the bay so that we can have a fairly dry day of racing. It already took its toll on the paddock a little bit last night. We had to delay the start due to trying to basically rebuild part of the paddock. Massive thank you to everybody within the MotoSurf community for pulling together and helping us to do so. But now it is time for the first heat race of the My35 Club Turkish Style Grand Prix of Turkey 2026. And here in Çeşme in Turkey, we are starting the day's race action with the Masters Women. It's the first time in the history of UAM MotoSurf that the women's categories have been separated into Elite and Masters the same way that is done with the men's categories. So it is fantastic to see all of the Premier category female riders given the exact same opportunity as the men at the top level of the sport. So we've got ourselves the 2026 competition about to start. Qualification was an interesting one in the Masters Women category yesterday. The fastest time came from the lady from Korea in fantastic fashion, Lee Eunjun, who is one of the most celebrated members of the paddock. She managed to get herself into the fastest time position yesterday with a time around the course of 49.107, the only of the Masters women to get a time in under 50 seconds. But of course, racing is very different indeed from qualification. As you can see down in the paddock, World Cup fever has taken over everybody, including the MotoSurf riders. And after a handful of games have already been played out in the United States, there's still a lot of excitement here amongst the competitors, because of course, with this being the World Championship of MotoSurf, it is a truly international event. 93 riders taking part this weekend, representing a grand total of, get this, 19 nations. It's even bigger than it was at Chengdu in the World Games in 2025 in terms of national representation. Riders competing from Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Canada, Cyprus, the Czech Republic, Germany, Hungary, Chile, Japan, Korea, Kuwait, Macau, Poland, AIN, Slovakia, Sweden, the United States of America, and of course, the home nation of Turkey. So many great riders taking part this weekend, returning faces, champions, legends, and a lot of novices making their first play out on the MotoSurf world stage. Great to see that our beach cam is getting involved in the game. It's going to be one of those days, I think, where we dodge the rain clouds and we soak up the spoils of all of the activity. If you missed time qualifying yesterday, well, it was certainly an exciting affair. In the stock category, 15-year-old Adam Kolar was able to get the top spot for the La Cucina Nera team in magnificent fashion, taking on riders at least 5 to 10 years his senior, and still coming up trumps. Excellent work from Adam Kolar, the former junior boy vice champion. In the Masters women and the Masters men, it's all been about the Korean athletes. Lee Eunjun taking the top spot in Masters women, and Kim Down, the legend of our sport, taking part and getting the job done for the fastest time in Masters men. In the junior boy category, it was Max Ruchka who came through for the fastest time. In the was Nela Poznikova just managing to pit last year's champion Ellen Bardova to the top spot. But in the elite men, boy did we have a thrilling encounter yesterday in a straight fight between the fantastic Lukasz Jaworski, the reigning gold medalist at the World Games, and of course the reigning champion in the competition last year, Matthias Novotny. Well, they had a very tough battle for the top spot. Matthias Novotny coming up with a 43.213, but that first time, if you were with us yesterday, that we didn't quite get the read of, it was updated. Lukasz Jaworski not only managed to beat Matthias Novotny, but did so to a 42.991, the fastest time ever recorded at Bilik Bay. That is an absolutely astonishing result. And so Lukasz Jaworski, the multiple world champion and reigning gold medalist at the World Games, nobody can take that away from him until Germany 2029. Well, it's him that's going to be starting at the front in the elite category. But we will start the day as we mean to go on with the Masters women. Lee Eunjun will start from the front of the grid. Jennifer Beckman is going to be going off second position, the German rider. Then we'll have Ekaterina Vengorova alongside Tutsi Lematoglu of the My Racing team. And Bihan Goyan Pinar will fill out the grid in the Masters women category. But Lee Eunjin will be starting from pole position, regular top 10 competitor in the elite women last year. This is the first time that the women have been separated into elite and masters. You're still allowed to go into the elite category, and I did speak to Lee Eunjin. She said, well, I could have gone into the elites as normal and been racing for around 7th or 8th position, but after all the hard work I put in, I want to go for a victory. I want to win a championship. It's been a long time coming, and in the masters category, not only does she have a great chance, but she is the fastest competitor in the field at the moment. Jennifer Beckman, 1 year her junior, still building up the stamina and the speed, racing for MotoSurf Racing Team Germany. Represented her nation in the World Games last year alongside Sebastian Lux, as of course did Lee Eunjin alongside Kim Down. So we're going to see some great action from the Masters women. For Ekaterina Vengerova, her first time to go racing at this level. And of course the ladies from Turkey, TÜRKİYE Leventoglu and Bihan Koyunpinar, who did a good job and solid effort yesterday. They were looking strong in their qualification runs, but a fall from both women on both laps. And they did say going into the day yesterday that this course is so tight, so twisty and so challenging. It's not going to be a case of who goes into the water, it's going to be a case of how many go into the water. It is the toughest course that the UAE MotoSurf World Championship has ever faced as far as some of the riders are concerned. Others are relishing the challenge. Some love the fact that it's so difficult. Others are finding it a real test of agility. And certainly in yesterday's qualification, the toughest rider to go through that in the rankings was the Belgian star Jano Vankersbilk, who really struggled in yesterday's run, actually had a really bad fall during his qualification run and hurt his knee. I'm hoping he has had some treatment overnight to get himself ready to go racing again today, but there is a chance that we may go through the races, certainly this morning, without Jano Vankersbilk. We'll keep an eye on that and hopefully be able to give you up-to-date bulletins as to how that will go through. But the aerodynamic rider, Eunjin Lee, getting herself ready at the front of the Masters women category. The first time we've ever had a competition at this level. Switching from the Apex pilots to aerodynamic for 2026. And of course for MotoSurf Racing Team Germany, we have Jennifer Beckman. For my racing team, we have TÜRKİYE Leventoglu, and then the independents, Ekaterina Vengerova and Bihan Koyunpinar. Looking forward to an exciting race bout. So the riders line up, they run in formation with Lee Eunjin to the inside line, alongside Jennifer Beckman, Ekaterina Vengerova, TÜRKİYE Leventoglu and Bihan Koyunpinar. That's how they will run together in formation. And then they are released by the jet ski, they drop the flag, and then the riders go to battle. They start on the back straight where the long lap is, and then they will continue making progress through. It's very exciting type of racing this. They obviously go buoy to buoy, and they will run in very close proximity. 7 laps plus 3 long laps, which are mandatory. They have to take 3 long laps during the 7 laps. They can choose when to do so. It's entirely optional when they can do so. They can take them all in one go, or they can leave them to the last minute. It's entirely up to the riders. And oh, Jennifer Beckman has actually fallen in the formation process. Very easily done. And so the riders have now got to wait until Jennifer Beckman is back on the board. But the waves are definitely looking choppier than they were yesterday, so we can't really blame her for that. It's certainly looking a little bit windier out there, and we had a lot of problems with the course. The paddock was actually in disarray this morning. Amazing work from all of the team and all of the logistics squad to make sure that the paddock was raceable again today. All the riders are back up on their feet. Lee Eunjin with the #1 shorts. Then Jennifer Beckman, #2, Ekaterina Vengerova, #3, TÜRKİYE Leventoglu, #4, and Bihan Koyunpinar, #5. That's how you can denote the riders. So it's going to be a fascinating challenge for all of the competition. And the riders are now prepared and excited for the challenge that awaits them. It's going to be a really exciting battle ahead. So with all of the riders in position, we now get ourselves into formation. Lee Eunjin, the Korean rider, ahead of Jennifer Beckman, Ekaterina Vengerova, TÜRKİYE Leventoglu and Bihan Koyunpinar. All 5 riders together. You can tell Ekaterina Vengerova from a mile away with that brilliant purple Mohican of hers on the helmet. And then we have the Turkish riders in tow behind. So they run in the formation, just waiting for Ekaterina Vengerova to take her place back again, and the riders go to race conditions. We get a practice start first of all, and then they will form up again. All of the riders get a chance to practice their start before the actual racing goes up to starters' orders for the first heat only. So this gives you an idea of what the racing is going to be like. Lee Eun-jin really charging her way through the slalom to get an understanding of what the course is going to be like today. They have to do one lap of practice before we go to full racing. Her hand goes in the air, Lee Eun-jin, as we prepare for the actual start of racing. So once they get their practice start out of the way, we can now form up. There we go. Lee Eun-jin's hand is in the air, and so that means that we are now back to neutral conditions, so we can run to racing trim once again. So all of the contenders excited for the racing that's going to come. We're going to have plenty of great action today. The running order, for those who are obviously going to be staying with us through the course of today, going to be really exciting to see how it goes as racing challenges kick off under starters' orders. So we're going to see some great battles through the course of the day. We're starting with the Masters women, then we go to the Elite women, Group A and Group B, in the two concurrent races. Then we have the juniors. Girls and boys race together until the finals, then they get separated into their own races. The Masters, the men category, Group A and Group B, and then the Elite men will come before the stock category, Group A and Group B. Only the top 24 riders in Masters men and stock will go through to the heats. So there's a rather unfortunate case of affairs for a few of the riders who have not managed to qualify. We'll talk about that a little bit later on, but a very dramatic start to the weekend for a few riders. Certainly though, in the Masters women, all 5 have been able to qualify for the heats, and so they will get themselves into position. So the riders form up in position. Lee Eun-jin for Aerodynamic, the number 75 rider from Korea, wearing the number 1 shorts, so you can tell who is who. Number 2 is Jennifer Beckman of Germany. Number 3, Ekaterina Vengerova. Number 4 is the Turkish rider TÜRKİYE Leventoglu for my racing team. And then in 5th is Bihan Koyun Pinar, as the riders get themselves formed up and ready for the off. A little bit eager there from Bihan Koyun Pinar. She's out of position, so we're going to have to go round again. And the riders ready for an exciting challenge in front of them. Lee Eun-jin, top 10 rider in the Elite women many times last year, and podium finisher in overall competition. Jennifer Beckman represented Germany in the World Games last year, did a fantastic job alongside Sebastian Lux. Ekaterina Vengerova making her debut in the competition, as too are the Turkish riders TÜRKİYE Leventoglu for the My Racing team, and Bihan Koyun Pinar, who is a chemical engineer and designer when she's not racing MotoSurf. She's also the founder of East West BYB Jewelry, so very much an entrepreneur who loves adrenaline and is going to find herself right up at the peak of the action here on Bilek Bay in Çeşme in Turkey. First round of the championship. So are the riders all into position, and we'll see the great battles as we dip down, and now we're going to go racing for the first time in 2026. Lee Eun-jin charges away across the long lap. She'll work her way round the penultimate buoy before the slalom, and now we'll get ourselves into the slalom for the first time. 7 laps of racing, of course, in the Masters women. 3 of those have got to be long laps, and Lee Eun-jin making a perfect start in front of Jennifer Beckman and Ekaterina Vengerova. Everybody staying upright. We said in the build-up yesterday, it's not going to be who falls down, it's going to be how many fall down, but certainly Lee Eun-jin is charging away at the front. Would you believe the Korean from Seoul out in the lead? She has a phobia of water. It doesn't sound rational, does it, for her to be doing this sport, but this is what she likes to do. She likes to push herself. And then Vengerova's in the water. So Ekaterina Vengerova is the first one to fall as we get a huge charging gust of wind on the beachfront here. So it's definitely going to be tricky for the riders now as the wind picks up. So everyone's going to find it pretty challenging out there. It wouldn't shock me at all to see the leaders really struggling. Lee Eun-jin currently out in front. Jennifer Beckman in second position as it stands at the moment. But But we are really struggling under the elements here as the wind really starts to pick up in Bilek Bay. You may even hear it on my headset as the wind has suddenly taken a bit of a turn. So everybody in position as they work their way around the course for the first time. Not the easiest situation for our riders in Heat 1 to find themselves in. That is the number 3, Ekaterina Vengerova, chasing down the 5 of Biancoyan Pinar. But Lee Jin having a good run as she runs in the lead here in Bilek Bay in Çeşme. Looking very smooth at the moment as she works her way around the course at the end of the first long lap she's taken. And Vengerova has dropped and has decided to go again, or she recovered a little bit too quickly there. She was trying to get back on the board too quickly. Oh, and someone else has gone right alongside Lee Jin. Now I think that is Biancoyan Pinar. So Biancoyan Pinar, I think, has gone down as well. Lee Jin with her hand in the air to recognise. No, it is actually TÜRKİYE Toglu on the 4 that has gone. So TÜRKİYE Toglu recovering. The wind really is picking up here in very intense on the beach. And I can't imagine that it's going to be any easier out there on the ocean itself. But Lee Jin, for aerodynamic, is having a great run. Almost drops it there at turn 4. Manages to pick it back up again. And so Lee Jin just keeping it nice and tidy for the moment. There's Jennifer Beckman running still in P2, I do believe. Just staying upright is a challenge, never mind racing for the top positions. And so all of the Masters women finding out the hard way how treacherous this course is going to be. It was already the tightest and trickiest of all the courses that the UAE MotoSurf World Championship have raced on, in the opinion of many of the riders. But here today, with the weather much more difficult than it was yesterday, this is going to be a real challenge for all of the contenders. Here comes Lee Jin. Wonderful riding stance from her as she continues on, flying the flag for South Korea here in Turkey. A great start thus far, and certainly keeping things nice and tidy from her perspective. She's on to the long lap. Lee Jin leading the way. Jennifer Beckman in second, from Biancoyan Pinar now in third. And then Ekaterina Vengerova and TÜRKİYE Toglu. The latter two have yet to take any of their long laps. Lee Jin, I believe, has just gone on to her third and final long lap. Jennifer Beckman, rather smart actually, has taken all 3 of her long laps in close proximity. She's done them all in a row, so that she can just focus on the rest of the course now. Bit of an issue behind her. I think that's Ekaterina Vengerova going into the water again and recovering. But Jennifer Beckman about to complete her 4th lap. All 3 of the long laps have already been taken, and I'm fairly sure that Lee Jin has decided to do the same thing within the first 5 laps too. So Biancoyan Pinar running in 3rd position. Then it is Ekaterina Vengerova, and then TÜRKİYE Toglu. So Lee Jin just taking it nice and easy as the rain has started to come down as well now. It is not only intense winds, but it's now also raining. Lee Jin puts her hand in the air to go on to the long lap. But the rain is now falling. It's going to be really tricky for the Masters women just to complete this race distance. They've only got 2 laps to go. Lee Jin takes her 3rd and final long lap now. But this is still going to be really treacherous for the riders, with the rain starting to come down here in Çeşme. And there goes Jennifer Beckman. So easy to lose the board in the slalom. You can see how much bigger the waves are compared to yesterday. And the Masters women really are finding this out hard way. We're going to see another look at how Jennifer Beckman lost it. Through the right, no worries there, into the left. She actually clips the buoy as she comes through, but that wave really catches the board. It starts to bury the board, and then it kicks her off as she takes the right-hander. The white flag is in the air. So Lee Jin, who goes slowly through the slalom to avoid the flotsam and jetsam around her, now she takes the white flag, which is the final lap. Look at how treacherous the waves are getting. It is pretty choppy on what is already the trickiest course. There she takes the checkered flag. So Lee Jin, I think they've decided to flag the race a lap early. So Lee Jin has completed the 6th lap, but in the conditions, I think they've decided, look, we're just going to shorten the race distance because it is very windy, and now the rain has come as well. So Lee Jin crosses the line. The Korean has taken the victory, and all 3 long laps are completed. Jennifer Beckman will come through for 2nd place. Good run from the German rider. And she is going to come through and complete the race distance in P2. Third position will be the Turkish rider Biancuin Pinar, starting last and working her way to third place. She'll be very happy indeed with her performance there. But Jennifer Beckman will now come through to finish up in second position for Team Germany. Biancuin Pinar is going to be a lap down, but she will come through for third position regardless. You can see for yourself just how tougher the waves are yesterday. They were almost non-existent yesterday, tucked here into the bay. But today, the waves are very choppy as the wind has picked up, the rain has started to come down, and Beckman crosses the line as well, a minute behind Lianjin. But you can see for yourself the weather is absolutely atrocious. In the background, you should be able to see mountains, but you can't see them today because of how difficult the weather is. Across the line now comes Tuğçe Toglu to finish off her race, down in fifth position behind Ekaterina Vengerova and Biancuin Pinar, who is now 2 laps adrift, but she comes through to cross the line now. In fact, Vengerova has managed to get in front of Biancuin Pinar and finish the job in third place in the end, as Biancuin Pinar will finish off in fourth. Well, things have got very tricky out here in Turkey. We already had big problems overnight with the weather, and now it looks as though the weather pattern is exactly the same here in Çeşme. We will stay on the air as long as the racing is still going on. But the checkered flag comes down as Lianjin. The checkered flag's been in the air for quite some time, but I think Lianjin was still counting laps. I don't think she registered that the race was already over. But Jennifer Beckman comes through in second position, 10 seconds back because Lianjin was cruising. And Jennifer Beckman was pushing a little bit harder. Biancuin Pinar comes through for third. Ekaterina Vengerova fourth, and Tuğçe Toglu in fifth place. And I think all of the Masters women are fairly relieved now that the race is over on this occasion. So all of the riders make their way back, and we are in for a very exciting race day if the weather is going to be like this. Hopefully it's going to improve as the day continues, but it's kind of weather conditions that we cannot predict and we certainly cannot prepare for. So we will do our best to cope with the situation as it progresses, but we are certainly in for a fascinating time out here in Çeşme in Turkey, with the weather doing its business. Lianjin, though, taking the first win of the day in front of Jennifer Beckman. Third position for Biancuin Pinar, and then we have Ekaterina Vengerova in fourth place in front of Tuğçe Toglu, who comes through for fifth position. A very treacherous weather conditions, though, that hit the Bilek Bay here in Çeşme in Turkey. Winds have elevated, the rain has started to come down, and it's definitely looking like it's going to be a tricky day at the races for all of the riders across all of the categories. Next up, we've got the elite women, and they are certainly going to find it difficult out there to give us a tough day of race action, because with the weather starting to transform in the fashion that it has done so, I tell you, it's going to be very difficult against the elements. So while we're waiting for a decision on whether the race is going to start immediately in the elite women or not, we can certainly give you a little bit of an indication as to what to expect when the racing does get underway. The elite women, there are many of them, and they are being separated into 2 groups for these 2 heats. The first heat will see the reigning world champion Eliška Mataskova starting from the front of the grid alongside her vice champion from last year, Aneta Štukulova. Then Emma Sturčilova along with Adela Ostruchlova, Rosalia Janora, the Polish rider, along with Sara Volfova, and then Victoria Kagatai flying the flag for Turkey here in Çeşme. The weather conditions really have taken a turn for the worse. You can see for yourself Lianjin getting out of the water and already having a chat with Eliška Mataskova and Aneta Štukulova, telling them what to expect from the course. So the lady on your right, Lianjin of Korea, she's just come through the first race of the day in the Masters Women and can tell them all what to expect in these conditions. But of course the delays that we had this morning due to the weather and the physical exertion that the riders are facing over the course of the weekend, it was a fascinating scene just before we went live. We had the elite women up here at the clubhouse from My Racing in the outdoor gym, all basically getting a few extra minutes of training time in. And it was wonderful to see them all. You know, they're going to go racing against each other in a few minutes' time, but they were out in the gym, sparring with each other, spotting each other for weights and giving each other fitness tips. it is a great community as much as it is a great sport. And even though they're going to be racing against each other, out on the water there are battles and duels, but out here on the course itself, on the paddock, there is nothing but friendship and amiability across the community. It's very much all for one and one for all in the paddock here. The racing battles only take place in the water. They certainly don't take place on the beach. But the weather conditions really are going to be very tricky indeed for the riders to cope with the wind intensifying to its current level and with the rain coming down as well. It's definitely going to be a tough one for all concerned. But certainly for our pole sitter, Eliska Maruskova, 18 years of age, the reigning world champion and the reigning gold medalist at the World Games 2025 in Chengdu. And that's a title that she'll hold until Germany 2029 at the earliest. So an amazing accolade for her, but she comes into the season knowing that in 2026 it's going to be a really tough battle for her to retain her title. We're certainly going to be in for a very tricky season, a lot of big talent coming in the elite women's category to take on her crown. And certainly in yesterday's battle we had so many battles. So we can now talk a little bit about the yesterday's elite women qualifying session. It was certainly very, very tight at the top end of the field. Sara Zuborova giving the toughest challenge to Eliska Maruskova in qualifying. Aneta Shtukalova third in front of Barbara Kodorova, and then we had Emma Struchalova in front of Lora Markova. Adela Ostrachalova in seventh in front of Linda Lukscheider for the Twin C team. Then Rosalia Janora and Natalie Kashnikova rounding out the top 10 for Rocket Racing. Then Sara Volfova, Anna Burke, the American, and Victoria Kagatai in 13th position. There is Emma Struchalova for Jetsturf Slovakia. She's going to be running in close proximity at the sharp end of the field, starting from third place in this particular battle. She was fifth in overall qualifying, and so that means she's obviously going to have a very tricky battle at the sharp end of the field in Heat 1A. And so Heat 1B will come after this. That will see Sara Zuborova, Barbara Kodorova and Lora Markova at the front end of the field. But we are very much in for a tricky race day here at Cheshme. The wind has picked up and elevated. It's currently at about 14 to 15 kilometers an hour at the shoreline itself. Up at the top of the beach, it's getting very strong indeed. As you can probably hear on my commentary headset, it's really a top end wind up here. So we're now just waiting to hear what the order of proceeding is going to be out on the water. We obviously have to consider the safety of our riders above all else. And so it's going to be a very tricky day at the office for all of the contenders. So we're in for a very tricky race battle here in Cheshme in Turkey. Just waiting for the command to go racing. Once we have that command, we'll be able to get the riders into the water. But of course, it was always going to be a very tricky day with the wind doing what it's doing. And now the rain coming back to join it, it certainly doesn't make things any easier for the contenders out there on the water. But certainly, Eliska Maruskova coming into the season for Rocket Racing MP Sports as the reigning world champion. Her time yesterday in the qualification was a 45.360, very fast indeed compared to the riders around her. Half a second up on the Slovakian rider Sara Zuborova for MotoSurf Zabor. Aneta Shtukalova, vice world champion last year for Jodak Racing, the new team. Aneta Shtukalova lining up second on the grid in the Heat 1A, but third overall in qualifying yesterday. It's amazing how these two are such implacable rivals out on the water, Eliska Maruskova and Aneta Shtukalova, but they are the best of mates when they are out of the water. They are so supportive of each other. They coach each other, they push each other forward. You can see how tricky the weather is even for me here in position as I'm helping to be part of the structural integrity of the broadcast tent here at the present moment. That's how difficult things are. Hope you're getting this on the cameras, guys, because it's pretty tricky being a commentator in Turkey this weekend. Certainly on a Saturday morning. I'm hoping tomorrow it's going to be a little bit easier. But don't worry, we are still live and we are still in tough conditions to broadcast, but we are still here for you for the UIM MotoSurf World Championship battle. So out onto the water go the elite women in Heat 1A. And that's going to see Eliska Maruskova, Aneta Shtukalova, Emma Struchalova of Slovakia, ahead of Adela Ostrachalova. And then we have Rosalia Janora, the pole. in front of 11th position in time qualifying Sara Volfova, the Czech, in front of Victoria Kagatai for the My Team squad. Certainly going to be a very difficult day of racing in front of us here with the weather conditions doing what they're doing. Hopefully things are going to improve as the morning progresses, but you have to appreciate that we are on the shoreline here at Bilek Bay, just off to the beginning of the ocean here. The Heat B riders getting themselves ready. Everyone getting themselves ready for what's going to be a very tricky day out on the water here. So everyone expecting a very difficult race day. They talked about it yesterday. It's not going to be who falls in the water, it's how many fall in the water. That's how difficult today is likely to get. But certainly the race battles are going to be intense right from the outset. Tough challenges await us, and we're certainly going to be in for a very difficult challenge, as all of the riders know exactly what is going to face them. They can see for themselves how tricky it is. Linda Lukscheider watching along there, along with Laura Markova and Natalie Kashlikova. All of the riders are well aware of how difficult things are going to get today, and it's certainly not going to be an easy challenge to figure out who's going to have the best of things in these conditions. So all of the competitors are working very hard indeed to build themselves up into a good position. So everyone looking forward to the challenges that Turkey faced. I don't think they were expecting these challenges that Turkey has faced, but it's certainly going to make things entertaining for all of us, as the battles are ready to rage once again for the elite women's category. They certainly know exactly how difficult things are going to get for us, and certainly know how things are going to get for each other as they get their practice start underway. Every single heat in Heat 1 is going to feature a practice start, so that just gives the riders a chance to understand the course, understand the conditions, and then they can prepare for race action. But the first heat is always a practice start, and you can see how tricky it's going to get. Riders already going into the water. Was that Eliska Matuskova herself, in fact, going down into the water on the practice start? Thank goodness this is only the practice start, but it shows you how tricky it's going to be. Even the world champion Eliska Matuskova has found it tricky off the start. This is only the practice start, don't forget, so we're going to slow everything down again. There is Aneta Stukalova slowing down the pace once again, but that tells you how tricky the conditions are. The waves being as choppy as they are, the wind as strong as it is. This is going to be a real message to the rest of the riders. There is Eliska Matuskova, she's got up again, but that tells you how tough it's going to get. It's going to be very tricky indeed for everyone. And still, the riders are working hard to ensure that they are in a safe position. But this is not going to be easy at all. These conditions, very tricky to start the season with. And so we're in for a very tough mission. Nadine Schmidt watching along from Berlin. Stuart Reed watching all the way from Australia. Good to see you all on the stream as we get ourselves into race trim action now. The race having got started, Eliska Matuskova will have learnt from the first start, and now chasing after the reigning world champion. Across the line then, into proper race trim we are, and Eliska Matuskova leading the way from Aneta Stukalova and Emma Strichelova. No change in the first part of order. But certainly Eliska Matuskova, the reigning world champion, now knows how tricky things are going to be and what she's going to face over the course of the next few laps. Nobody deciding to take the long lap at the front. My apologies, I correct myself instantly, because Aneta Stukalova has now gone on to the long lap for the first time. It will be a very tricky one, as all of the riders have to take 3 long laps in the early part of proceedings. But Eliska Matuskova certainly leading the way with strength and depth in the slalom section. Just trying to keep things all together at the moment. Important that she keeps her cool. She had a fall on the practice start, so she didn't get much practice in the warm-up, but she's been able to learn from the issue. 7 laps plus 2 long laps for the competitors in Elite Women. So through they come again. And now we've got Emma Strichelova in second in front of Adela Strichelova. Aneta Stukalova has filtered back in 4th position, but she's taken the first of her long laps. Eliska Matuskova keeping it together on the main course. Not going for her first long lap, but Struchalova and Ostrolova have both managed to take their first long laps. And then you can see that is the number 4, Adela Struchalova, on the long lap herself. Eliska Matuskova is so nearly in the water through the slalom. It is so difficult for even the world champion to cope with at the moment. These are treacherous conditions, and they are really fighting on the ragged edge here. Out of the first buoy and back onto the main course again to work their way through. And again, Eliska Matuskova not taking the long lap yet. Deciding to stay up on it as Adela Struchalova, has managed to get herself back into second position, having taken her first long lap. Sadavalfova, by the way, has taken both of her long laps. Now Adela Struchalova is going, Aneta Struchalova, has gone onto the long lap for the second time. Apologies for the mistakes. It's rather difficult to commentate when you're looking at a screen and trying to hold the tent together at the same time. That's the difficulty we have in UAM MotoSurf today. Doesn't happen every week, I promise. But Eliska Matuskova working her way across the line. Now, surely she's going to be taking the long lap very soon indeed. Indeed, she does. Her hand goes in the air. She's going to be leaving the course and going onto the long lap. There is the black buoy that denotes the long lap. So she goes around that part of the buoy, goes around that length of the course. It just takes a little bit longer to navigate. So where is she going to emerge by comparison to Aneta Struchalova? That's going to be the key factor here. Has Aneta Struchalova gained some time by going early on the long lap? Well, she's taken both her long laps, it turns out. As Adela Ostrolova is going to take her second long lap now, so there we go. But Eliska Matuskova is going to rejoin after her first long lap, but she's got a second long lap to go. How much ground will Aneta Struchalova have made up? Here comes Matuskova, working her way through. Now it looks like Aneta Struchalova, as it turns out, she's made 3 long laps. So I'm not sure if that was actually what we're supposed to be taking or whether it's meant to be 2. According to my schedule, it should be 2 long laps for the elite women. Oh, and that is into the water for Victoria Chagatai. So Victoria Chagatai sadly has gone into the water. So she manages to get upright again as Eliska Matuskova is now on the second long lap. But where will she emerge by comparison to Aneta Struchalova? I wonder if Aneta Struchalova thought that there were 3 long laps here rather than 2. She comes across the line and pushes for the next big charge. But it's 7 laps in total, 2 of which need to be long laps, not 3. So maybe Aneta Struchalova has lost count. But it's very easy to do. You can't just say, oh, well, how hard is it to count to 2? You try doing it when you're at 70 kilometers an hour top speed on these things, when the waves are billowing at you, when the wind is trying to throw you off the board, when the rain is coming down. You've got so many things to think about, and you've got a split second in which to do it. So Emma Struchalova works her way round the buoy onto the long lap. Going well for Jet Surf Slovakia. Into the air goes the hand of Eliska Matuskova. On the last lap, she decides to take her long lap. It looks as though they've all taken 3 long laps. So in fact, what it says on the schedule is 2. It looks like they're taking 3. So that must have been a last-minute change then to the schedule. But Eliska Matuskova rejoins from the long lap. Is she going to be in front of Aneta Struchalova? That's going to be the key factor here, because all the leaders have taken 3 long laps, and now it's going to be where she filters out in relation to Aneta Struchalova. She is still in front. So that is the key for Eliska Matuskova. She hasn't lost the time that she was hoping to keep in top of things. There is Aneta Struchalova in the background. So she has managed to emerge 6.7 seconds clear. The reigning world champion, despite falling on the practice heat, has managed to get herself into position and maintains the advantage of Aneta Struchalova. As into the water goes Adela Struchalova, I think. But Eliska Matuskova will come through and she'll get the job done for the first heat of the day. Eliska Matuskova only finishing about 5 seconds, well, 4 seconds in front of Aneta Struchalova. Struchalova was on a real push at the end there, as into the first part of race day action has gone Eliska Matuskova, and she has taken victory in fantastic fashion in front of Aneta Struchalova. Adela Ostrolova coming through in 3rd place. 4th position for Emma Struchalova, 5th for Rosalia Janora, 6th place is Sara Valfova, and in 7th place it is Victoria Chagatai. What a tough race battle that was, but with one more lap, I think Aneta Shtukalova might have been able to catch Eliska Matuskova and make the move. Very tricky race day battles in these conditions. And certainly all of the riders are now fully aware of how difficult things are going to get today. But hopefully the weather is going to improve over the day, not deteriorate. But what a tough battle it has been thus far in both the Masters Women and the Elite Women categories, as Eliska Matuskova takes the win in Heat 1A in fantastic fashion. Really tricky to keep things all together. And so the battles are well and truly joined. But a fantastic start. Just 3.7 seconds in the end was the winning advantage for the 18-year-old Eliska Matuskova in front of Aneta Shtukalova. Adela Ostrolova coming through in third place in front of Emma Struchalova. Then Rosalia Janora, Sara Volfova and Victoria Kagatai coming through to finish in full distance. The top 6 riders all managing to get all 3 of their long laps in. Victoria Kagatai not managing it on this occasion. Now for Sara Zuborova to go into pole position for the Elite Women in Heat 1. It's going to be fascinating to see what Sara Zuborova can do from the top end of the field. She was such an impressive rider last season, coming in, having been junior girl rider before that. And now she's going to be a real thorn in the side of the established riders in Elite. So we'll keep an eye on Sara Zuborova. Had a good chance to have a chat with her earlier on in the day. Still only 16 years of age, the Slovakian rider from Kostoviarska. And for the MotoSurf Zubor team, she's got a big opportunity in 2026, and she knows it. Lining up on the front of the grid with Barbara Korodova, another rider we definitely need to keep an eye on in 2026. She's got big strength and depth, the 15-year-old from La Cucina Nera's team, based out of Brno. And Barbara Korodova doesn't turn 16 until the end of the year, but she's certainly proving herself to be a very strong fighting force. Laura Markova lining up in third position on the start of this one, and Linda Lukscheider in fourth, as there is Adela Ostrolova getting her helmet off and finishing her first race of the day. The rain is picking up again. It's getting very intense here at Cheshme, as the riders are obviously facing some very difficult conditions out there on the water. Not the easiest of situations for anybody to cope with under the circumstances. We're rather hoping that the wind is going to dissipate and eventually things will improve and get better. But it's certainly challenging out there for everybody. So onto the water, we now have the Group B riders. That is Sara Zuborova, Barbara Korodova, Laura Markova, Linda Lukscheider, Natalie Kashnikova, and the American rider Anna Burke for the LKN Bananas. Good to see her in full-time tilt. That's what it's like out there on the water. The riders, Victoria Kagatai, telling everybody exactly what it's like out there on the waves. I don't think that needs any translation. Not the easiest position for anybody to be in, but certainly a very tricky race battle in prospect. And I'm delighted to have a little bit of assistance from Papa Michailidis, who's come over and doused the commentary booth position in the colours of Mike Michailidis' racing jersey. Thank you so much. That certainly makes my life a little bit easier. Thank you, buddy. That's racing. That's what we do. We go through the elements and we work our way to a bit of a crescendo. We face the weather and we get on with it. What is that English expression? We keep calm and carry on. That's what we do. So into race action we continue for the Elite Women in their second group. Certainly going to be another busy day at the office here for the riders. Look how tricky it is now for the cameras to cope as the mist really starts to build up on the lens of our cameras out on the water. It's getting properly treacherous out there. The riders going through their practice start at the moment, and then they will form up and charge for the first buoy. Even for the pole sitter Sara Zuborova, very difficult to cope in the conditions. It's very hard indeed for the leading rider because they're the first one to face the conditions. The other riders have got a split second to react to whatever the riders in front see, as Anna Burke takes her position at the tail of the field. She had a disastrous qualifying session as far as she was concerned yesterday, and she was rather hoping for more, but today, in these conditions, well, anything is possible. You've just got to keep your cool and stay upright. But as you can already see, that's going to be pretty tricky for everybody. So Zuborova, Kolarova, Markova, Luke Scheider, Kashlikova and Anna Burke taking their places on the formation. Hand in the air for the pole sitter, Sada Zuborova, that is to guide the other riders. She holds the inside line, and the Slovakian 16-year-old holds the position from the inside. She is going to be a real threat to Eliska Matuskova's title aspirations for this 2026 world title. But let's see what she can do as she runs alongside Barbara Kolarova, the 15-year-old for La Cucinera. And now the riders are ready. The signal is about to be given, and they will dip down and charge forward. Off we go on a starter's orders for the second of the heats. A big charge forward from Zuborova in front of Kolarova, Markova, Luke Scheider trying to find the inside line to move up into third position as they come for the first buoy. But it's a great run from Zuborova. She holds her nerve, and as they go up to the slalom for the first time, the top three riders have all taken the right side. So it's looking pretty strong and pretty focused at the moment for Sada Zuborova up front. The 16-year-old, number 13 from Slovakia, holding her lead for the time being, but she's got big pressure already from Barbara Kolarova. The top four have all remained upright and keep their original positions. So Markova is third, Luke Scheider still fourth. And then it is no worries at all for Natalie Kashlikova in front of Anna Burke. So the runners, as they started, couple of riders already starting to think about the long laps, but it is looking so physical out there. The riders are really stretching themselves to the limit. A big bounce over the wave there from Kolarova, almost going into the water herself. But now they work their way through the slalom. This is treacherous racing now, as the riders are very much struggling to cope under the onslaught of the waves. The elevation is kicked up, and it's really starting to take the turn for the worse for the riders, but Zuborova still keeping her nerve at the moment. Tricky to balance the weight distribution on the board as they go through at the end of the second lap. Nobody taking the long lap until Barbara Kolarova's hand goes up. She decides now is the time to break, and she goes for the first long lap. So far so good then, as Kolarova is the first of the big names in the B group to go for it. Zuborova remains out in front, keeping it nice and tidy for the moment. So Sada Zuborova just maintains her balance up at the sharp end through the slalom in the right-hand side of the slalom for the third time. Nearly into the water. Goodness me, she's really having to work on her upper body strength. That's why we have the outdoor gym here at the My Racing Clubhouse, because the drivers really want to work on their core and their upper body strength. You've really got to work hard for that transference of weight when the waves start to kick out from underneath you. Kolarova now in second in front of Luke Scheider. So Luke Scheider, despite taking the long lap, appears to have jumped ahead of Laura Markova. So I wonder if the 17-year-old for Rocket Racing's had an issue. Here's Barbara Kolarova making some big gains in her second season as a competitor in the senior category. She made the switch over last year. Here's Sada Zuborova though. She is going to be the next big superstar in the elite women's category, that is for sure. Here's Kolarova, still pushing hard. 15 years of age from Brno in the Czech Republic. That is motor racing country as much as it is MotoSurf country. But into the slalom again goes Kolarova. Right side again for her, trying to chase down this lady, Sada Zuborova. She's now got traffic in front of her, so she's got to slow the pace down a little bit. It's Anna Burke who's in the way. Sadly, the 18-year-old from Mooresville in North Carolina not quite finding the pace yet and finding it very physical here. She enjoyed her trip to Turkey last year. I'm thinking this year is just a little bit more strenuous. And even Zuborova finding it difficult to keep the balance. She's taken to the long lap for the second time, but she got a face full of buoy as she went through that time. And again, you've really got to balance the transfer of weight. Now, how much time has Barbara Kolarova gained? As Zuborova goes on to the long lap for the second time. Oh, just cutting across Kolarova. That was very tight indeed between Zuborova and Kolarova, as she just managed to emerge in front of the 15-year-old, having taken both of her long laps so far. So Zuborova very much the favorite to win this, having taken both of her long laps and still emerging in front of Kolarova, who's only taken one long lap so far. So all Zuborova's got to do now is just stay upright. But that is easier said than done in these conditions. Mind you, there seems to be a lot more riders staying upright today than there was even in qualifying yesterday, when there was so much pressure. It was so intense in terms of heat. Got it over onto the long lap for the second time, so that gives Sara Zuborova a little bit of respite. Looks like Laura Markova's had a fall, so that's all gone badly for her. Third long lap for Natalie Kashnikova, moving her way up into the top three. So Sara Zuborova now needs to be very careful here, because she's got traffic in front of her. That is Natalie Kashnikova. So Natalie Kashnikova, the rider currently in front of Sara Zuborova on the whitewater. So she's got to pace herself here. Kashnikova coming through to complete her lap. So Kashnikova comes through. Sara Zuborova goes on to the last lap. There is the white flag. And Zuborova, it looks like she's going to take her final long lap. Barbara Kolarova does likewise. So there is Zuborova taking the third and final long lap. Kolarova will do the same. There's 13 seconds between them. So it's all about Zuborova just staying on the course here and staying upright, and she will get the job done. There is the number 3. That is Laura Markova, trying to make up the ground lost earlier on. Trying to chase down Linda Lukscheider. Kashnikova's also made the third and final long lap. So will she filter out in front of Lukscheider or behind her? But for the moment, it's all about the Slovakian up front. 16 years of age, from MotoSurf Sobor, based in Kostoviaska. Sara Zuborova is going to get the job done here in fantastic fashion, out through the final S's, and she will take the checkered flag after a stunning early ride. Sara Zuborova opens her account from the front with a victory. A fabulous performance. Behind in third position, crossing the line, is Natalie Kashnikova. What a ride from Kashnikova to come through for third position. A lap down, but still third in front of Markova and Lukscheider, who have both really struggled in these conditions. Second place for Barbara Kolarova. Fourth place for Laura Markova. Here comes the two of Kolarova, 25 seconds back from Zuborova, but still second place, and the only other rider other than Zuborova to complete the full 7 laps distance. Lukscheider and Berg have both done their 3 long laps, but it's going to be Lukscheider ahead of Anna Berg. What a tough race battle. There is Lukscheider crossing the line. So a tough race battle, as we always knew it was going to be. But the 19-year-old for the Twin C team from Rozdrojovic has come through to finish off. Zuborova crossed the line again. I think she lost count of how many laps there were. I don't blame her at all, as Anna Berg comes through in P6. Tough start to the weekend for the Mooresville youngster. But there's still plenty more racing to come over the course of the day. 2 more heats, and hopefully in those conditions it will be better. Well, as soon as we finish off the day's action for the moment in the elite women's, we get ourselves ready for the juniors. There is Sara Zuborova on the top spot, 25 seconds clear in the end of Barbara Kolarova. Then it is Natalie Kashnikova in third from Laura Markova, Linda Lukscheider, and the American Anna Berg coming through in P6. A very tough race mission, it has to be said, and certainly so many great battles that we have already encountered. 'Twas ever thus that we were going to have some tricky races out there. And certainly everybody knows just how tricky things are going to get. We've got some big battles in front of us, and the riders know now just how difficult things are going to get. So to the water for the first time then go the juniors. 2 classes in one here, of course, junior boy and junior girl, as Linda Lukscheider and Laura Markova return to the waves, return to the shoreline, I should say, as we are waiting for the command for the juniors to get under starters orders again. But it's certainly going to be a very, very tricky day of action in front of us. In juniors yesterday, Nela Poznikova was the fastest racer, 46.93, only 4 seconds shy of Lukasz Jaworski's time, which is very impressive indeed. It shows you how fast the juniors are getting these days. Ellen Berdova, the reigning junior girls champion, is running in second place in the times from Bibia Bubnikova. Those 3 are going to be very tightly competitive this year. You can see for yourself the rain is starting to come down here in Turkey. Max Sorushka was 4th in the juniors, fastest of the junior boys, ahead of Stanislav Kohut and Leo Lisher-Kratishvili. Then Adela Pokorova from Lucas Violet, Natalie Ularova, Sani Erus, Arta Gezer and Uzay Altug. So we're going to see some great challenges between the junior girls and the junior boys, but it's the junior girls that are emerging faster at the moment than the junior boys. So we'll enjoy that moment while we can, because there's not too many sports these days where the girls are faster than the boys. Here it certainly is. So the competition still rising to top elevation now, but the weather conditions are very tricky. And certainly today it's tougher than it's ever been. Yesterday was just hot. I think we want that back again now, to be honest. Everybody really struggling in the elements that we're facing here. There is Ellen Bardova, the reigning junior girl champion, looking to take a second title, still too young to step up to elite women. But now Bibiana Bubnikova is going to give her a real challenge. So it is going to be a very difficult day at the races for sure. There is Max Rushka, the leading rider in junior boy. Stanislav Kohut for the Jet Surf HK squad. Looking forward to another big challenge. He was the vice champion in junior boy last year. And here is Leo Lischel-Kratishvili, the Austrian, P5 in the last 2 years in junior boy. One of the most celebrated young competitors in the field. Looking forward to another tough day of race action. And the riders get themselves to the water as the rain starts to pelt down. This is as tough as it gets for the junior riders. Between the ages of 11 and 14, this is so difficult. 7 junior boys, 5 junior girls, and they are all going to the water together. They will separate for their own junior finals tomorrow afternoon. But to get to that point, they've got to battle through the elements. And it certainly turns out that Heat 1 looks like it's going to be the toughest of them all. This is not pleasant for anybody. So now the riders make their way back to the ocean again. And we're in for a very tricky race battle, that is for sure. Nela Pozhnikova for Jet Surf Pardubice, running out to the front end of the field. Excellent performance from her yesterday. She really put on a great show. And Nela Pozhnikova, the 13-year-old from Pardubice, will lead the field around, both in junior girl and in the juniors overall. The junior girls competitors quicker than the junior boys for the time being. But all bets are off now as we get ourselves into the mix again here. Keeping an eye on the weather pattern, it is going to improve a little bit, but we're still going to have these 13-mile-an-hour winds at the start of things. The maximum gust from the north-northeast is set to be about 25 miles an hour from what we're told. But there is going to be increased winds later in the day, so we need to be prepared for that in the lunch break, I guess, and batten down the hatches, because it's going to get very physical indeed out here. But everybody prepared for what promises to be a very exciting challenge in the juniors. Nela Pozhnikova, Ellen Bardova and Bibiana Bubnikova leading the battle with the junior boys, Max Rushka, Stanislav Kohut and Leo Lischel-Kratishvili in the top 6. Adela Pokorova from Lucas Violet, Natalie Olorova, Sani Erus, Arto Gezer and Uzay Altug. Juniors going into their practice start now. Stanislav Kohut certainly leading them out in the initial start. He said that he really wants these twisty conditions because they really do well for him. You can see everybody really struggling to stay upright in the first practice lap. That's Sani Erus, who's had a moment. So the Turkish rider, the 11-year-old, the youngest man in the entire competition here this weekend, Sani Erus, really struggling to put himself back into the mix again. So hopefully things are going to improve over the course of the day, but they couldn't be tougher at the moment. So now the riders getting themselves geared up and ready for another exciting bout and another tricky show. But now the racing will be very difficult indeed as we get ourselves to starters' orders. We run in close proximity. Oh, and there goes the 3. That is Bibiana Bubnikova. So Bubnikova goes down as we prepare for the start. There was always going to be moments like that through the course of the day. But we need to keep an eye on Bibiana Bubnikova for the FG Forest Racing team. She's only been racing since last May, and she's already right up at the sharp end of junior girl. When you consider that some of these competitors have been riding since they were 8 or 9 years old, that is amazing progress from Bibiana Bubnikova. And she's definitely going to be a factor in 2026. Could be the dark horse of the championship as everybody is getting ready to gear up. It looks like Nela Pozhnikova is going to be leading them round again now. And that gives Bibiana Bubnikova the chance to get back into her original position. This is going to be tough. The wind is only expected to accelerate over the course of the day. The rain is going to cease, but the wind is still going to be strong, and that's going to be the biggest factor we'll have to deal with over the course of Saturday's racing. Tomorrow is expected to be absolutely glorious, by the way, so we're rather looking forward to that. So we've just got to work our way through the difficulties of today, and then hopefully tomorrow things will be a lot better. So, Pozhnikova, Berdova and Bubnikova in front of Rushka, Kohut and Lishel Kratishvili. Pokorova, Violet, Udorova, Erus, Gezer, Altug. All 12 riders ready to get under starters' orders, and they're going to go round again. The flag waves. We know that the race is going to start when the flag drops. So that is obviously going to be a little bit of a headache for the riders. They've got to prepare again. They'll go back round in the rotation. The pole sitter, Nela Pozhnikova, with her hand in the air. That's to guide the rest of the riders into their formation again. For a handful of the riders, this is their first time of doing this at World Championship level. Lucas Violet in particular, last competed at Croatia 2024, so this is a big return for him, having based his entire 2025 season back home in the United States. So now it's time for the riders to get back up to formation. Pozhnikova, Berdova and Bubnikova, the three junior girls leading the way from Rushka, Kohut and Lishel Kratishvili. It's going to be very tricky. Flag is in the air. It drops. We're under starters' orders in juniors, and a big launch forward from, that is the 5th place man, I believe. No, that's Lishel Kratishvili. Lishel Kratishvili launches forward from P6 and absolutely cannons to the front end of the pack. An amazing start from the Austrian and straight through into the slalom with absolute confidence. Lishel Kratishvili charging forward through the slalom. That's one of the best starts I have ever seen in UAM MotoSurf. But is it going to be a legal start? I'm just keeping an eye on the marshals to see if we're restarting. And I think we may be. Lishel Kratishvili licking his way through. Everybody looking behind them. Yes, it was a false start. Oh, it was a great launch from the UAM MotoSurf rider from Austria. But sadly, they've got to go round again. So I think they had already had a run through for their first practice. That might have been a second practice. I'm not sure, because I thought we'd already had one practice. But Lishel Kratishvili pointing out how quick he's going to be right out of the gate. So fantastic stuff as the riders will launch forward and get themselves into formation again. So Lishel Kratishvili taking his place again once more, and the rain comes down again. So for Nela Pozhnikova, leading Berdova, Bubnikova, Rushka, Kohut, Lishel Kratishvili, then Pokorova, Violet, Udorova, Eros, Gezer and Altug. All 12 of the junior riders in formation, ready for the start. As soon as that flag drops, we are under racing condition for permanent this time. And so we wait for the marshal to drop the flag. It's a wave of the flag this time, so it's not a start. Well, this is very tricky indeed for the juniors. Eventually, they're just going to have to stop the race and run it again later. So hopefully we can get this race under starters' orders very soon indeed. But a very tricky start to proceedings, that's for sure. So the riders navigate their way back to the formation line. And for Nela Pozhnikova, in front of Ellen Berdova, Bibiana Bubnikova, Max Horushka, Stanislav Kohut, Lishel Kratishvili, Adela Pokorova, Lucas Violet, Natalie Udorova, Sani Erus, Arto Gezer and Uze Altug. It is time for the riders to form up once again in position. So this is going to be a very tough mission. Can the 13-year-old Nela Poznikova hold her nerve on this restart? We wait for the flag to drop from the jet ski on the far side. It's a wave again. Another false start. There is the rest of the paddock getting themselves ready. The elite riders preparing for action. You can see Mike Michailidis there along with Matis Novotny, the reigning world champion. And this is the worst kind of weather conditions you could ever wish to go racing in UAE MotoSurf in. Not only is it raining, that's not really the worst part of it. The rain is annoying, but it's not the worst part. It's the wind that makes it particularly challenging. Because of course, where there is wind, the waves are going to get choppier. So that's the real pressure cooker for the junior riders at the moment. And it looks like the conditions are going to variate between individual heats here. 3 heats run so far, and on each occasion, the pole sitter, Lee Eunjun, Eliska Maruskova, and Sara Zuborova have all been able to take their victories. But can Nela Poznikova do the same thing in junior girl? Now we go racing! And another big launch forward from Leo Lishat-Klatishvili, full of confidence as he charges forward to the front of the junior boys and into second overall. Make that third if he keeps it round the outside. But there's going to be big pressure as they run through to the slalom. Out in front for Nela Poznikova. No worries at all to control things into the slalom. A couple of riders going down already. I think that is the Lishat-Klatishvili going into the water. It was always going to be a very tricky start, especially in these conditions. Anyone who stays upright is a genius in these treacherous, difficult conditions that we've got. You can see how tough it is. Poznikova leading the way. Second now is Bibiana Budnikova, and 2 go down at the final turn. 2 go down to the final corner. That is Lishat-Klatishvili and Max Hrushka, I believe. So Hrushka has got up again. No, sorry. It wasn't Hrushka. It was Lucas Viollet who went down into the water. And I think we've had another go down as well. Oh, no, it is Leo Lishat-Klatishvili who went along with Lucas Viollet. Both of them going into the water at the end there. So Nela Poznikova, still your leader. Look at the mist that is building on that camera lens. Goodness me, very tricky in these conditions. That must be where the brunt of the weather is coming in. So Poznikova leads Bibiana Budnikova. Great start for the new girl, 13 years of age for the FG Forest Racing team. She's only been on a board for the first time last May, and here she is battling away. She's going to be a real superstar in the making. As up into third place now has come Stanislav Kohut, the leader in junior boy. Not much to choose between them all at the moment. Ellen Bardova, 4th position. That's the reigning junior girl champion. And she is finding things very difficult at the moment for the Apex pilots. She is in 4th place. Not easy for the reigning world champion. So Ellen Bardova, world champion in junior girl last year at the age of 13. Now really finding it difficult up against the might of Nela Poznikova and Bibiana Budnikova. So Bardova's gone into the lead now. That's because Poznikova and Bibiana Budnikova have both taken their long laps for, I think, the first time. It might even be the second time though by now. So Bardova's gone into the lead in front of Poznikova. There is Poznikova behind her. So Bardova seems to have the balancing act at the moment. So at the end of their first long laps, Bardova has been able to jump back in front of Poznikova. That's what clear water has done for her form. She continues now, so she's made the jump in the long lap. She was down in 4th position, now she's back into the lead, so Poznikova responds and goes into the long lap. She's decided, right, Ellen Bardova's jumped me in clear air, so I'm going to do the same thing back again. Oh, and Bardova nearly stuffs it into the waves on the way through to the slalom. Goodness me, that was a big recovery job needed. And now she has to go and take a wide trajectory around someone else that's gone down into the water. All sorts of chaos in the junior race at the moment as we find ourselves in big jeopardy. 5 laps, 2 of them need to be long laps, so it's a much quicker race. And there into the water goes Bardova. Nobody is safe. Absolutely nobody is safe. And there's going to be Nela Poznikova going through. So Poznikova takes back the lead from the reigning junior girl world champion. Nobody is safe here at Cheshme. It is going to be so difficult to stay up as Nela Poznikova takes back the lead. Well, this is not going to be easy at all to manage. And so Poznikova leads. The last lap flag is in the air. Only 5 laps, 2 of them need to be long laps in the juniors, but Poznikova taking back the lead dramatically in very tough circumstances. Stan Kohut has got the lead in the junior boy. Then it is Bibiana Bubnikova in front of Ellen Berdova, who has recovered. Here is Nela Poznikova. She's already taken both long laps, so now all she needs to do is navigate her way through the slalom for the last time. But look at how uneven the water is at this edge of the bay in the slalom. Yesterday it was so smooth. Today it is like a scene out of Jaws. Big mission here for Poznikova, nearly face first into the ocean waves there, but she manages to catch it. And as they come out of the slalom into the final 2 buoys, she's got to make an avoiding move in the final turn, and Poznikova is going to clinch it only just. Fantastic run from Stanislav Kohut as he comes through to take the win in junior boy. What a crazy race that was. Very tricky stuff here as across the line comes the Turkish rider, Alto Gezer. He was the one to fall in the closing stages. Bibiana Bubnikova comes through for 3rd place in front of Max Rushka, Ellen Berdova, Sani Erus. What a ride from him in 6th place in front of Leolisha Kratishvili, Adela Pokorova. Lucas Violet is going to be 9th in front of Alto Gezer, Natalie Ulova, and then it will be Uzay Altug at the back. Here's Ellen Berdova's big fall while leading. Oh, just got a little bit too airborne. That's what happened. The board just got over the top of the wave and it chucked her in, and that unfortunately denies her the victory. Ellen Berdova recovers to P6, and that is disastrous for the reigning junior girl world champion. Not the way she wanted to start her title defense. So for Nela Poznikova, it is a fantastic race battle, but for the junior girl world champion, Ellen Berdova, it was always going to be treacherous out there, but she falls on the first heat. She can certainly recover that over the course of the weekend, but it's a very tough championship battle already in 2026, and she's learnt the hard way that just because she was the junior girl champion last year does not mean she's going to have an easy task of it in 2026. She communicates a little bit there with Adela Pokorova as they finish off the heat. But my goodness me, 2026 is going to be tough in junior girl, that is for sure. Now, Nela Poznikova and Bibiana Bubnikova are going to be serious opposition for Ellen Berdova in 2026 in junior girl. In junior boy, well, goodness knows how this season is going to play out. So many stars coming a cropper in the first junior boy heat. But it is Stanislav Kohut that comes through in front of Max Sorushka. And then Sani Erus, the Turkish rider, coming through for 3rd in junior boy. Excellent result for the 11-year-old. Ellen Berdova, P6, in front of Adela Pokorova. Leolisha Kratishvili is 4th in junior boy, in front of Lucas Violet, Arto Gezer. And then it is Natalie Ularova, who comes through in 11th place, in front of Uzay Altug. Very tough stuff. Right, into the starting grid we will go then for the Masters men. And in pole position, it is going to be Kim Down in front of Mark Andrews, Peter and David Poznik from Yuri Rena, and the Chilean Jaime Hincache. So now the Masters men, who have seen so many tough races in so many tough conditions, these are going to be the guys, I suppose, best prepared for the challenges that we are facing here in Çeşme. Thank goodness that the weather conditions have actually improved a little. I say a little because it is still very breezy. I'm feeling like it's a scene out of Winnie the Pooh at the moment. It is a proper blustery day here in Çeşme. So for the Rocket Racing team, the reigning Masters World Champion, Kim Down, pole position again for the Korean. A very talented man. You wouldn't think he was 42 years age. He looks about 22. And certainly has the physique of a man who is definitely not slowing down anytime soon. And he will be starting right up at the sharp end of the field in this first heat. There he is, the Korean, Kim Down, preparing for action and ready for another tough round of the UIM MotoSurf World Championship. Alongside him, the man from Toronto in Canada, Mark Andrews, ready for an exciting charge to the water. This is going to be tough for him and, of course, for everybody else. Petr Poznik for Jet Surf Pardubice from the Czech Republic. 3rd position on the grid for this one. Alongside David Poznik, the teammates and brothers definitely going to be in for a very exciting mission out there on the water. Yuri Rena, very fast indeed in yesterday's qualifying run for Jet Surf Base. He will be there for P5 on the starting launch. And then for Chile, Jaime Hincache, for the Jet Surf Orlando team. Let's see what Hinkache can do off this first race. A very tough battle it'll be. P7, Michel Hulard. Good to see him for the S4F Racing team. He'll be pushing his way further forward from 7th on the grid. There's going to be a lot of pressure from the riders behind as well. We're going to see some big talent out on the waves here. 24 of the riders making it through in the Masters category, of course. Not everybody who competed in yesterday's qualification was sadly able to qualify for the opportunity that we've got in front of us here, because only the top 24 riders can make it through to the starting line. So there are a handful that were not able to qualify, sadly. Fujiteru Hito, Vladimir Mashlenikov, Georgi Mudretsov, Andrei Atanasov and Stanislav Genichkin, all failing sadly to make it through to the heats. When you've got only 24 spaces in races and you've got an entry list of 29, that means that 5 riders are sadly not going to make it through. So it's currently going to be a very competitive field of riders up at the sharp end. Behind Yeri Blaha on the starting grid we have Radek Luchka. And then we will have F.A. Garsoy for the My Racing team ahead of Abraham Tibor. And then it will be Alan Ung, the Macanese rider, who will take up the position at the tail end of the field. So 24 riders getting to this point, and now we get ourselves ready for the start in the Masters category. This is where it gets properly difficult and properly physical. So as the riders get themselves ready for another exciting bout on the water for the first qualifying heat in Masters 1A, expect the unexpected. This is going to be so tricky. It'll be really, really difficult for everybody. But the Masters category is certainly going to be where we get the tough and ruthless rather than the rough and toothless out there on the course. I suppose it depends on how many people go into the drink. But we are certainly in for an exciting bout again, as Kim Down, the man who is the Masters World Champion from 2025, represented South Korea in the World Games at Chengdu last year, as of course did the man starting alongside him, Mark Andrews, who represented Canada in the World Games last year. Let's see what he's capable of. Hello to Rihanna, watching back home in Toronto. Hope you're well. A shame you couldn't be with us for this one. We hope you get the chance to return as a competitor later on in the season. That shows you how difficult the conditions are. The mist working our way through. Yesterday it was absolutely perfect conditions. Today it couldn't be more different. So everyone's certainly finding it a little bit treacherous out there on the shoreline in Bilak Bay, in Çeşme, in Turkey. About an hour or so flight away from the capital city of Istanbul. But this is proper Turkey. This isn't tourist Turkey. This is the real country. I got the real chance to have a look around in the area yesterday, and it is the perfect blend of unending culture, an amazing tradition. It's a beautiful country. I have to say, I have put my hand on my heart and confess I didn't really know much about the country of Turkey until I came here, and it is quickly becoming a fabulous addition to my catalogue of nations to visit. It is a wonderful, wonderful place, and certainly in this part of the world, it's amazing. Mark Andrews pumped up and full of adrenaline. There's no shortage of testosterone in Team Canada, is there? As Mark Andrews takes to the waves for his first big challenge of 2026, and he knows how difficult this is going to be. So for Team Canada, Mark Andrews is ready to face all of the difficulties, and there's definitely going to be a few of those. So with all of the contenders getting themselves ready for a tough mission ahead, we're going to have a fabulous battle in front of us. The riders take to the water. They will have a practice start. We only get a practice start in Heat 1, and then they will go to proper battle after that. But the 12 riders make their way out onto the ocean blue ready for the start of racing in the Masters men category. Kim Down, Mark Andrews, Petr Poznik, David Poznik, Jiri Renner, Jaime Hincache, Michel Ular, Jiri Blaha, Radek Lučka, Efe Garsoy, Abraham Tibor, and Alan Ung. So to the waves goes the Canadian Mark Andrews. I wonder what kind of race he's going to have today. He said this is going to be very difficult indeed. And he certainly knows how tricky things are going to be. So with everybody geared up and ready for a tough mission in front of them, a tough battle awaits. So the riders warm themselves up and get themselves ready for the charge ahead. It's going to be very tricky in the water today. Do keep your messages and your comments coming if you're watching along on the live stream. Jake Sanson here in the commentary booth position, overlooking the water. Des Renee has been watching out in the United States. Definitely more turbulent than yesterday. It certainly is. Jano Vankersbilk wishing good luck to all the Masters. I hope that doesn't mean he's sitting out this particular race day. He's currently ranked as 10th position, but there was some concerns about his kneecaps yesterday. If there are concerns about your kneecaps, Jano, if you can hobble over to the commentary booth, we'd love to have a word with you. That's exactly the same for any rider if they want to come up to the vantage point here. I can't guarantee it's going to be dry. I can guarantee it's going to be windy, but you'll get a chance to have a decent chat. Nadine Schmidt says, get well to Jano Vankersbilk. I wonder if he's had to pull out, unfortunately. There were some concerns for him yesterday evening. We'll try and update you with that in due course, but that would be very sad indeed if the Electric Challenge champion from last year has had to pull out of the competition at the last moment. Certainly no up-to-date posts on Instagram, but then the Masters don't usually have quite the up-tempo on social media that some of these young whippersnappers in the paddock do. I actually felt very cool and trendy earlier as Eliska Maruskova got me involved in one of the dance trends earlier on when we were waiting for the live feed to start. I am not a good dancer at all, but at least I'm down with the kids now. So the riders getting themselves into position. They obviously wait for the signal. We get the practice start, and then we go into race trim. So Kim Down putting us all back into position. The riders run in close proximity. We wait for the signal. The flag drops and we go racing. Kim Down charging forward. I'm not entirely sure if they've had the practice start yet or not, but we're going to find out very soon indeed as the riders work their way through to the slalom. And it's going to be very choppy indeed between the two riders. Kim Down and Mark Andrews go opposing sides of the slalom as they work their way through. And now we're slowing down the pace, so that was indeed the practice start. So that gives us a little indication as to what we can expect from race trim itself. And Mark Andrews is no longer in the top 5, so clearly he must have fallen in the slalom on that practice start. Not easy to navigate your way through. Alan Ung has worked his way up the order quite dramatically as well. You can tell it's Alan Ung by the C on the shorts. That's how we denote which rider is which. We look at the number on the shorts of each rider. And of course, each number denotes which rider is which. Kim Down is number 1, Mark Andrews is number 2, Petr Poznik is number 3, David Poznik is number 4, Jiri Renner is 5, Jaime Hincache is 6, Michel Ular is 7, Jiri Blaha is 8, then Radek Lučka is 9, Efe Garsoy is A, because you try denoting a 10 from a 1 at this distance. That's why we go ABC rather than 10, 11, 12. Efe Garsoy is A, Abraham Tibor is B, and Alan Ung is C. And so, Kim Down, ready to charge his way forward through the waves again here in Cheshme. And I'm delighted to say that that is sunlight starting to push through the clouds. Come on, bring it on. We want yesterday's weather back. So, Kim Down preparing for the start. We wait for the jet ski marshal to drop the flag. Once the flag is dropped, we can go to race trim. So the flag will raise. They're going round again. It's because the last couple of riders at the back of the field were not quite in position, so they wave the flag. When the flag is waved, it means that we're going round again. When the flag drops, we can go racing. So as the riders form up again, it is the Korean from the Canadian, and then the hard-charging brothers, Petr and David Poznik. Riders over the age of 40 in the Masters category. So anybody thinking, oh, I'm too old to race. No, you're not. Get yourselves into the Masters category. There are some amazing athletes at this level. And so the competitors are ready for action. Kim Down leading them round. The 42-year-old from Korea, the only man in the entire field who races two classes, because he races in the stock category as well. That's our Formula 2, if you like. But this is the Legends class, as you will. And we are rotating, we're going round again. So another false start in the Masters class. For those who are watching UAM MotoSurf World Championship for the first time, the main three categories that we have in the men's category are the Elites, the Stocks, and the Masters. Masters are for over the age of 40. Elites are the Formula 1 of our sport, where you can actually tune the board. And stock is as it sounds. You buy the board and you race it as stock. You do not do any changes to it whatsoever. So it's a bit like Formula 2 if you're a car racing enthusiast. Everyone gearing up and getting ready then for the start of Heat 1A in the Masters category here at Čežmé. Kim Down, Mark Andrews, Petr Poznik, David Poznik, Jiri Renner, Jaime Hincache, and then Ula, Blaha, Lučka, Gerfoy, and then Tibor and Alanung of Macau at the tail of the field. We wait for the command. Riders ready to drop down in position. Once the flag drops, we are in race trim. The flag drops and we're under starters orders. Good start from Mark Andrews, but a very good one indeed from Kim Down as the riders work their way over the waves. It's going to get pretty choppy as they head to the slalom for the first time. Andrews is wayward. Can he catch it and keep it back? Yes, Andrews recovers from that little wobble, and now they go into the slalom for the first time. Kim Down goes right, Mark Andrews goes left. So as the riders work their way through on the first lap, out of the slalom, and Andrews has actually gained a little bit of ground on Kim Down through the slalom. So the Korean is under pressure nice and early from the Canadian. Petr Poznik riding well in third. Up to fourth place has come Jiri Renner. So a bad start then for the four, David Poznik. He has dropped back into sixth position behind Jaime Hincache. So Lučka running in P7 now. Looks like there's problems already for a couple of the riders in the field. I think Blaha and Gersoy have already hit trouble. It's showing that they didn't start the race in the end, so problems for Blaha and Gersoy as everybody else is still up to positive speed. That is the four. That is David Poznik on the long lap, so he's decided to get his first long lap out of the way early. 7 laps and 3 long laps. That's what they've got to take on this race. So it is the Korean star, Kim Down, who leads the way, reigning Masters World Champion. So let's see if Kim Down can hold his nerve. The 42-year-old from Seoul, an amazing member of our paddock for the Rocket Racing team, keeping it nice and fluid all the way throughout, racing in both the Masters and the stock category. And there is the 5. That's Jiri Renner trying to push his way forward. Kim Down on his first long lap, I believe. No, he's actually decided to keep it going in fluidity. So Andrews and Petr Poznik have both taken their first long lap. Kim Down wants to build an early advantage and keep himself out in front. This is an amazing ride from Kim Down so far, but the slalom is definitely going to catch riders out. It's just got to keep that momentum and balance. This is where you need strong leg muscles and very strong upper core. Balancing the act at the moment, Jiri Renner, and into the water. Who's that that's got? That's Kim Down! Kim Down has gone into the water. So the race leader, the reigning champion, has made the mistake. And if the other riders are able to stay upright, then they are going to benefit. It's in the penultimate turn. He just gets a little bit too crossed up. This is what we were talking about. It's not about who goes in the water. It's how many will go in. And so Kim Down now under some serious pressure as Jiri Renner has caught him up. Kim Down chooses the moment then to go on the long lap. If Mark Andrews has kept it clean, he could take the lead here. Jiri Renner stays on the course. He's decided not to go for the long lap just yet. So the Czech rider Jiří Denner has taken over the lead. And Andrews is in front of Kim Down, so is Petr Poznik. So the Canadian now takes the net lead. Here is Mark Andrews from Toronto in Ontario. Looking very strong indeed. But Jiří Denner leads the race. He hasn't done a single one of his 3 long laps yet, sorry. And in the 7-lap race, you've got to do it. So Jiří Denner has completed 4 laps. So now every single one of his last laps has got to be a long lap. Mark Andrews of Canada leads the way. 2 more long laps for him to go. So Mark Andrews, he keeps himself nice and tidy. He's still on the main lap. So I think he's going to leave his last 2 long laps until the last 2. But again, you've also got to make sure that you stay focused about your long laps. You know you've got to take 3, but you've got to focus on staying upright. You've got to keep so much of your concentration focused on the balance. It is so easy to miscount how many long laps you've taken. So Jiří Denner, 2nd place now behind Mark Andrews, because Jiří Denner has taken his first long lap. And there is Kim Down in the background. He really is pushing the Canadian to try and get himself back up the order. He's taken his 2nd long lap to try and get them out of the way now. So Andrews leads, but how much pace is Kim Down going to maintain? Up goes the hand for Mark Andrews. He goes on to the long lap. And he's actually following in the pursuit of the 7. So that is a real headache. He's following Michel Ullard onto the long lap. He's got to find a way past him. But this is going to benefit Kim Down. Also onto the long lap goes Jiří Denner. If I'm Kim Down, I'm leaving the last long lap until the last lap, because now you've got a chance to overtake Andrews, being stuck behind Michel Ullard. The race changes hands so many times when you're in the hot water. And so Mark Andrews, he is behind Kim Down. Kim Down's overtaken him. That's how much time Mark Andrews has lost. Stuck behind Michel Ullard. Now he can go left side of the slalom, but he can't get too aggressive alongside. Kim Down has gained the time he lost. So this is a brilliant ride from the Korean. Kim Down for Rocket Racing, despite falling in, has managed to recover, and he's gained the time lost to Mark Andrews. Now they've got 1 last long lap to go, and they've got to take it on this last lap. Kim Down does so. A fabulous start to the campaign, even with the mistake from the reigning Masters World Champion. Kim Down has been able to keep his composure and get himself back into the hunt. There's Mark Andrews taking his last long lap. Petr and David Poznik have both taken all 3 of their long laps already. Can they make a ground on Jiří Denner and Mark Andrews before the finish? But out in front, this man, Kim Down, has just been extraordinary. Even with the fall down into the exit of the slalom, he has been able to gain the time back, and Kim Down is able to run to the line. He's actually going a little bit slowly here because he's got some traffic in front of him. So Mark Andrews can take advantage. Kim Down just taking it nice and steady in the slalom. If Mark Andrews has gone to the right side, he could overtake the Korean by the time they come out. There's Kim Down. He looks on the exit of the slalom. Where is Mark Andrews? He's nowhere to be seen. So Kim Down, oh, he's right behind him. So Kim Down is just going to get in front of Mark Andrews. A slow final lap then for Kim Down. Mark Andrews very nearly got him. 1 more lap and Andrews would have taken the win. Did you get 2nd? No, I got the win. You were 2nd. Really? I thought I was only 3rd, says Mark Andrews. So he celebrates. Fabulous race battle between Kim Down and Mark Andrews. And there was only a second between them at the flag. Andrews so nearly stole the win from Kim Down at the end there. Jiří Denner, good ride to 3rd place in front of David and Petr Poznik. Fabulous race. That's how exciting it can get in the Masters category. Mistakes from everybody. Tough race battles all the way. Kim Down falling mid-race, but still able to recover and put on an excellent show. As Mark Andrews took the lead, then got held up by Michel Ullard in the long lap. And that was all the impetus Kim Down needed to get back into fast pace. And so the Korean, Kim Down, able to come through and get the victory by just 1 second from Mark Andrews. That is the kind of race battle we're going to get in 2026 on a regular occasion. Jiří Denner is 3rd. David Poznik is 4th from Jaime Hincache, the Chilean. Then Petr Poznik from Radek Lučka and Michel Ullard. And then it is going to be Abraham Tibor in front of Alan Ung. Mark Andrews is in party mode. He's just celebrating. P2 will do for me. I never thought I'd get that. Excellent situation for the first race of the Masters. And I can tell you that the weather is getting much better and improving because the drone is up in the air. We certainly can't do that when it's raining and when the wind is too strong. So now we've got the drone camera back. And that is going to make things even better for you guys because you're going to get to see all of the racing up close. Absolutely love this sport. It's become one of my favourite new forms of racing to commentate on. Kim Down taking the win in front of Mark Andrews by a whisker over a second in the end. Jiri Renner and David Poznik within 10 of the race leader. Such a close race this time. Jaime Hincache, Petr Poznik and Radek Lučka not far away. Michel Lula in 8th in front of Abraham Tibor and Alanung. Non-starts rather sadly for Yedi Blahar and Efe Gursoy of Turkey. So now we get ourselves ready for the second group for Masters men, and it's going to be Jiri Stovacek in front of Arkadiusz Janora, and then Petr Faltusek and Ted Berg from Jano Vankersbilk, providing he's going to take the start, hopefully. Ivan Matuszek and Roman Kratishvili from the German Sebastian Lux. So as the competitors in Masters Men 1A come out of the water, Masters Men 1B get ready. So as the riders vacate the water in 1B, the riders in 1A take to the water. This is going to be a very interesting race battle, and certainly for Jiri Stovacek, a perfect start to his season. Almost eclipsing Kim Down in qualifying yesterday. He was in first position in Masters Men for so long in the qualifying session yesterday. The 52-year-old for Jetsurf Pardubice looking like a real contender for the crown already in 2026. Certainly the kind of rider who's going to give us plenty of excitement over the course of the season. Expect the unexpected. That's very much the form in Masters. And so the riders get themselves ready for more excitement. As we now get ourselves ready for another exciting battle out on the course. Everyone geared up for an exciting challenge forward. And we will push for an exciting competition again in the Masters Men. 1B, and that's going to put Jiri Stovacek in front of the Polish rider Arkadiusz Janora, the vice world champion last year. Petr Faltusek and Ted Berg. Now, is Jano Vankersbilk in the field? I'm not entirely sure. I'm keeping an eye out for the number 5. If not, then this man, Ivan Matuszek, is effectively going to move up a place. Number 7 is Roman Kratishvili, the Austrian, father of Leo. And then Sebastian Lux, the German talent, in front of Murat Jorgenschila. The A shorts are to be worn by the talented man from Turkey, Osman Sedat Arus. And then we're going to have Joe Chung. He's next up, 11th on the grid. And then 12th place for Nikita Antonov, the 41-year-old from Rehavam Zavi in Israel. So there is Arkadiusz Janora. Isn't it wonderful to have our drone back in action? Wonderful when the sun comes out, because when it does, we get to see the whole course. I don't think people really truly appreciate just how intense this sport really is. And that drone gives you such a vast picture of how intense the racing really is. You go to the right side of the red buoy to go left. You go to the left side of the yellow buoy to go right. You take the long laps 3 times over the course of this heat, but 7 laps in total. So it's all about tactics. Gestures there from Petr Faltusek, gesturing to the officials. Clearly he wanted to make a note about something. So all of the riders now getting themselves lined up and in position. And so we're in for a very intense race battle, as we always knew we were going to have, from the Y35 Club Turkish Style Grand Prix of Turkey. MotoSurf Club Germany just clarifying for us that sadly Jano Vankersbilk is not participating in today's race battle. He had a very nasty fall in the qualifying session yesterday that really put too much pressure on his left kneecap, and so he is recovering. The Racing Penguins team are obviously right behind him and wishing him a good recovery. Sebastian Lux will continue the charge for the team for today, the German talent, in the hope that he can at least keep the squad fighting fit for the top spots. So now we've got 24 riders pitching for just 12 spots. Practice race gets underway. Well, actually, it looks like the start was aborted even for the practice start. So we're going to have 11 riders in Group B, rather sadly, rather than 12. But we do wish Jano van Gersbulk the very best of recovery. I'm assuming that he has either been taken to a local medical facility or he's just chilling out in the hotel, watching the race that he would have been taking part in. So not the best of starts in 2026 for the talented superstar from Huis, the Electric Challenge champion for 2025, raced under the Belgian colours in the World Games last year, of course, alongside Laurent Tellin, who was his stablemate in the World Games. But we're hoping that it's going to be a little bit more from Jano van Gersbulk. Hopefully next month in Prague for the second round of the championship in the Czech Republic, we will be back to full strength and Jano van Gersbulk will return. Well, the rain has stopped and the clouds are clearing, but the wind is still fairly strong here, despite how glorious the Bilik Bay skyline is now starting to look. But the wind is still very strong, and that's going to be a real test of the riders' strength and physical stamina going into these races, because obviously with the strong upper core required. Now, why is that? Why is there one rider out of line with everybody else? I think there was just an adjustment there to the foot straps for one of the riders. I think that might have been Osman Arus, I'm not entirely sure, but certainly one rider out of position there. So that means we've got to go around again for another restart. MotoSurf Club Germany, just clarifying again, Jano went to hospital last night. Well taken care of by both Murat and Jogan. So great to see that the locals were able to help out. That's one of the beautiful things about MotoSurf World Championship racing. These riders are not just opponents and rivals of each other, they are great friends. And even though there's competition on the water, there is nothing but family values out on the beach. Jiří Stavacek starting from the front end of the grid for Jetstar Pardubice. Alongside him, Arkadiusz Janora, the reigning Vice World Champion. Then we're going to see the pressure from the riders behind. Petr Faltasek, Ted Berg, Ivan Matusek, Roman Lešo-Kratishvili, and we go to racing. Now I think this is going to be the practice start rather than the full start. So we'll just keep an eye on it. When they start to slow up in the slalom, we will know that they are no longer under racing conditions. But they go through the slalom, side to side there for Jiří Stavacek and Arkadiusz Janora. So it tells us a lot about the stance of it, and yeah, you can see Janora has already backed off, so too has Jiří Stavacek. So that was the practice start. We only get practice starts in Heat 1, by the way, folks. Once we get to Heat 2, the start is the actual start, so we don't have any worries about that. Great to see so many of you still watching along, and all the way from down under, Stuart Reed says it's good to see the weather improving. It certainly is, and it's nice to see that the rain is now a thing of the past. There is only a 20% chance it will return round about 1 p.m. So let's hope that that's only a percentage rather than a fact of the matter. But the wind is still very strong here. We've had to seriously batten down the hatches here. My commentary box position has never looked so tenuous, but it's nice that we were able to have the first part of racing not too badly affected by the elements. So far, so good then, and all of the riders are looking forward to seeing what happens next. Stavacek, Janora, Faltasek, Berg, Marusek, Lešo-Kratishvili, Lux, Jogan, Erus, and then it is Joe Chung and Nikita Antonov to round out the field. We wait for the flag to drop. When it does, we are racing. Oh, it's waving. We're going round again. So when the flag oscillates, the flag is not in race trim conditions. Somebody's fallen into the water there and is looking to recover. Now, who is that? It's the 3, I think, so that is going to be Petr Faltasek. Oh, no, sorry, it's the 4. It's Ted Burke. So Ted Burke, the American, has gone in, unfortunately. So hopefully they'll be able to recover back into their positions relatively quickly. So everyone is now ready for a restart. And certainly some tricky times for everybody, as all of the battles are going to be pretty intense. You can see that the waves are still very big compared to yesterday, because the wind is still pretty fast at the moment. We are predicted a height of 25-mile-an-hour crosswinds tops. So that is not easy for anybody to cope with. So back into position we go. Stovacek, Janora, Faltasek, Burke, Marušek, Lisha Kratishvili, Lukes, Jorgen Schiele, Erus, Chung, Antonov, and we go round again. It's very difficult to form up the start in these conditions. It's not the rain that's a problem anymore, it's the wind. The wind hasn't left us. And so that is making the waves very choppy indeed. I'm also trying to remember the last time that Jiří Stovacek led the field from the front, and that was quite a while ago. There is Arkadiusz Janora, the 42-year-old from Koźle in Poland. Raced alongside his daughter, Rosalia Janora, at the World Games last year in the Polish colours for the homegrown Tenzi MotoSurf racing team, one of the friendliest teams in the paddock. And Arkadiusz Janora ready to battle through the ocean here at Bilecik Bay in Çeşme in Turkey. We wait for the flag to drop. I've got my eyes firmly trained on the jet ski marshal. When the flag drops, we are racing. Cracking start from Ted Burke. He really has anticipated that nicely and gets a level alongside Petr Faltasek. But can he come right round the outside to move up into 3rd position? Looks like he's done so. He does. And so a cracking start from Burke up towards the slalom. It's opposite ends for Stovacek and Janora. Stovacek goes right. Janora goes left. Buries the board in the water but manages to stay upright. But he's lost a bit of momentum. Can he now carry that through to the exit? He doesn't. Stovacek leads. Janora 2nd and up to 3rd position now. I think that's a rejuvenation from the earlier part of the field. Who is that in 3rd? No way! In 3rd position? I'm not joking. That is Erus Sedat. No, sorry, that is Joe Chung. Joe Chung has come through to 3rd. Absolutely incredible start from the Macanese. Starting all the way back in 11th position. He is now in 3rd. What a start for Joe Chung. So Stovacek leads Janora, then it is Chung, Ted Burke, Jorgen Schiele's made a great launch as well, so too is Nikita Antonov, and then Lisha Kratishvili, Lukes. Problems for Marušek, big issue for Petr Faltasek. He fell in the early slalom, I believe, and then it is Sedat Erus who is at the tail of the field. Jano Vankersburg, of course, not starting. So the first one to take the long lap is Joe Chung. The Macanese rider has got a real shot here in the top 3. Excellent start. So as the riders work their way through, Arkadiusz Janora following in the white water of Jiří Stovacek. Looking so smooth at the moment, Stovacek. But Janora going with his every move. Looks like Joe Chung wants to get all of his long laps out of the way nice and early, and into the water's gone Jiří Stovacek. That's the leader. Jiří Stovacek has made the mistake in front of Arkadiusz Janora. So Janora has taken over the lead for the time being then, as Jiří Stovacek has made the mistake on only lap 3. Big issue then for the Czech as Arkadiusz Janora goes from P2 to the lead. And that is a big headache for Jiří Stovacek, who made such an impact in yesterday's qualification. But Arkadiusz Janora now leads the way for Poland. We're going to see a replay. Here's how he did it. Just a little bit too much lean angle for the first part, and then it all goes wrong as Jiří Stovacek just overcorrects, unfortunately, into the left-hander, and it throws the whole transference of weight, and he goes pretty much kneecaps first into the ocean as Arkadiusz Janora now takes the long lap. Ted Burke has stayed out on the course longer than most, and he's got himself up into 2nd position now. Stovacek in third, then it is Sebastian Lukes. There is Ted Burke, making good progress in the early position, and that is Joe Chung, recovering after a fall. So Joe Chung is now the latest man to fall in. What did we say at the start of the bill? It's not who goes in, it's how many go in. Ted Burke trying to keep it nice and smooth as he returns to the course. Arkadiusz Janota leading the way from the American. Both of them have taken the long lap one time only. Janota keeps it nice and balanced, just keep it upright. So many riders are making mistakes here. All you've got to do, Arkadiusz, is just stay upright. Don't push yourself too hard. And across the line, he completes another lap. Arkadiusz Janota leading the way. Second place is the American Ted Burke. There he is, racing well, the man from Mooresville in North Carolina. His daughter Anna is competing in the elite women, of course. And for Ted Burke, the 48-year-old, pushing strong here to keep himself firmly in the mix. There is the American Ted Burke. Nice and smooth through the long lap again for the second time of asking. There is Arkadiusz Janota, just in front. So there's not much to choose between the two, only about 10 seconds total. Jiří Stovacek still running in third place. Oh, really pushing the limits there, Ted Burke, almost going in. Full chat. Peter Faltasek has made the recovery. He's now up into fourth place. He's got ahead of Lux and ahead of Murat Jorgenschila. So now we're going to get to see if Arkadiusz Janota has got the patience as well as the pace to keep himself in position here. Out through the buoys of the slalom and then into the final two turns. Very tight final turn. He manages to keep it nice and poised at the moment. Good balancing act for Arkadiusz Janota. He's got one more long lap to go and two more laps to take full. So here is Ted Burke, still riding a great race in second position. That's keeping everybody back home in Mooresville, North Carolina, very content for now. He goes on to his last long lap though. He raises his hand. Ted Burke going off the course and onto the long lap for the third and final time. Looks like Arkadiusz Janota is going to wait until the last lap. So this is Ted Burke's chance to try and make a kick forward. He seems to have made up and lap on Joe Chung as Arkadiusz Janota, so he's not got too much of an issue to deal with here in terms of the balance. Is that Ted Burke? It is! Ted Burke's gone in. So now Ted Burke has made the mistake, and there goes Sebastian Lukes past him. Faltasek had already got ahead. Now Lukes gets ahead as well. So sadly, Ted Burke has made the mistake. He's trying to get back up to pace again. But Ted Burke has gone in. So easy to do. As Arkadiusz Janota now goes into the final long lap on his final lap. Surely the Polish rider has got this one in the bag. He's just got to keep it together. There is the checkered flag post that they've got to go in between the two of them to finish off the race strong. And so for Arkadiusz Janota, it is a great end to a fantastic battle out on the course. Here comes the pole. Back out onto the main course. He will get the U-turn to enter into the slalom. Here is Janota. Sweeps through the UE. And now in through the slalom. He takes it to the right side. That's clearly his preferred route. They are as long as each other, but if you prefer turning right, then you obviously want to take the right-hand slalom first. It's just for comfort more than anything else. But he has taken the left side slalom a couple of times in this race. So out of the slalom comes Arkadiusz Janota, the only man really to keep it together without issue. And he takes the checkered flag. Arkadiusz Janota opens his account here in Turkey with a win in Heat 1B. Second place, great recovery ride for Peter Faltasek. He comes through in second in fantastic fashion, just in front of the lapped Ivan Matuszek. And Ted Burke is going to come through for third position. The American made the mistake in the closing stages, but he has still come through with pace enough to finish off strong in third place. Here comes the man in third, and it's going to be Jiří Stovacek. He's actually beaten Ted Burke, but Stovacek has only taken 2 long laps. He didn't take his third long lap, so he's going to get penalised for that. We're going to see a replay. Is this a second fall for Ted Burke? I'm afraid it might be. Here he comes to that far out pirouette. Turns his way through. Oh, and unfortunately the board has already gone far enough into the water that there's nothing Ted Burke can do to save that. So Berg has now come through in 4th position in front of Romalisha Kratishvili, but Jiří Stovacek is only registering 2 long laps, as is Sebastian Lux. So it looks like both of them are going to pick up penalties now, as you have to take the mandatory 3 long laps. If you don't, then you're going to get penalised. So Stovacek and Sebastian Lux look like they're going to come a cropper of the officials there, because they've only taken 2 of the 3 mandatory long laps. So Marušek, Erus and Chung have finished off, but a real shame for Joe Chung, because he came through on the first lap in 3rd place, and unfortunately the Macanese rider had all sorts of problems after that. So Arkadiusz Janora takes the win from Petr Faltasek. Stovacek 3rd, but he only took 2 of the 3 long laps. Ted Berg and Romalisha Kratishvili. Lux also only took 2. Jürgen Schiele, Antonov, Ivan Marušek, and then it is Sedat Erus in front of Joe Chung. Sadly, no Jano van Gisbelk until the Czech Republic. So that's it for the Masters for the time being. For those who have been waiting, the wait is over. It's time for the elite men, the Formula One of our sport. Łukasz Jachorski, multiple world champion and reigning gold medalist of the World Games 2025, alongside the reigning world champion Mateusz Nowotny, with Alex Lukscheider and Adam Ficek charging after them from Anthony Squire, Michael Michailidis, and then Miroslav Koop and Jiří Wolf. The fastest 8 riders in the world, because the elite category really is an astonishing competition, and the elite riders so competitive up at the sharp end of the field. Really exciting to see just how hard these guys are willing to work and willing to push. Łukasz Jachorski, gold medalist in Chengdu 2025, alongside the reigning world champion Mateusz Nowotny, the Rocket Racing teammates, the Sorcerer and his apprentice. Then Alex Lukscheider for Team Husky, new team for 2026, definitely a contender. He won in the UAE last year. Adam Ficek, another new team, FG Forest Racing, within a few tenths of the leading competitors. Anthony Squire, the Dirty Banana for Squire Racing, getting himself ready in magnificent challenge. The American stepping up to elite for the first time in 2026. The 18-year-old from Limassol in Cyprus, Mike Michailidis, stock world champion last year. Great to see him now in the elite category. And it's 6-7 for number 7, Miroslav Koop for the Jet Surf HK squad. Great to see Miroslav still up at elite pace and still full of competition and verve. And there is Jiří Wolf for Autocentrum Vyškov, the Czech rider, ready to prove that he is still as elite as ever. So there is your 8-man lineup in the elite men's category. Such an incredible sport this. It really is. Formula One on the ocean waves. Such a physical sport. Incredible challenge ahead of the riders, and they are going to be pushing right to the limit. This battle is just going to get fever pitch between these 4 men at the sharp end. Łukasz Jachorski, Mateusz Nowotny, Alex Lukscheider and Adam Ficek. Easily and arguably the 4 fastest men in MotoSurf in the world right now, with Anthony Squire and Mike Michailidis added to the lineup in elite this year to take them on and continue their charge forward. The flag flying for the Czech Republic in the top 4. What can the American and the Cypriot do to crush the Czech quartet up at the sharp end of the elites? So many battles await us, and this is what we've been building up to since the start of the season. It is going to be a mega contest, and as we know, this twisty and very treacherous course can catch out anybody, whether they are world champions, gold medalists, or superstars in the making. Every single rider is under massive scrutiny in these high winds on a very tight and twisty course. At least the rain has stopped and the sun has come out once again here at Bilek Bay in Čežme. But now it is time to put on the show that we've all been waiting for. The elites are getting ready for the competition once again in the UAM MotoSurf World Championship kickoff here in Čežme, Turkey 2026. Let's see what the elite men make of this very tricky and dicey course. To the water the competitors go. All 8 of them you're going to see as close to perfection in MotoSurf as is possible for Heat 1. Just like in all the other classes, they will get a practice start. And of course, that first start will not count. It'll just give the riders a chance to prepare. So it is the last practice start that the riders will get today, because of course after that, everybody's already had a practice start. After the elites, we will have the stocks. 2 classes for them. Really is going to be exciting to see what the stocks can come up with, but the elite men will give us plenty of action as well. 8 laps and 3 long laps amongst those 8. It's going to be very exciting indeed to see what happens from here. So as we prepare for more great action and drama, we're going to see some big battles out on the waves. Jaworski, Novotny, Luke Scheider, Ficek, Squire, Michailidis, Kups and Wolf. The best riders in the world keep themselves firmly poised in the elite category. The only difference between stock and elite is that with these boards, you can tweak them, you can adjust them, you can try and maximize the power that you can get out of them. It doesn't sound like a lot when you're carrying anywhere between 25 and 30 brake horsepower, but I promise you, when you've only got 20 kilograms of board underneath you and you're riding over the tops of the waves at 70 kilometers an hour, this is brutal. It is incredibly intense sport, and it requires peak physical condition in the elite category. There is Anthony Squire, 30 years of age, from Charlotte, North Carolina. Born in South Africa, very much an American patriot on the waves. This man has got great opportunity. He was the vice world champion in stock last year, and he's really enjoying the challenge of elite. Number 7 in the mix, that's Miroslav Kup. Getting himself ready for another exciting season of racing in the elite category. Time to bring this right up to the top end. And we're going to get to see what will happen. Miroslav Kup darting himself in, number 47 for the JetSurf HK squad. And there, into the water, briefly, goes Luka Jaworski. What did I tell you? Nobody's safe. Okay, it's not the race itself. He's just getting himself dialed in. And these riders are not used to running at slow pace. They're used to running flat out. That's when they're at their best. The mistakes tend to come when they're cruising. But there is the reigning world champion. Number 2 on the shorts. He's hoping that's the last time there'll be a number 2 on his uniform over the course of this season. But the reigning world champion, Matthias Novotny, very much the apprentice to Lukasz Jaworski, the sorcerer. This 17-year-old from Nekanice in the Czech Republic. Everybody very much aware that Czech Republic is the headquarters of this sport, and we're going there for the second round of the championship in the latter part of July. So it'll be interesting to watch the racing from home in the UAM MotoSurf World Championship. But now it's time to get this battle underway. The first heat of the season in the elite category. Boy, are you in for a spectacle. These guys really are at the ragged edge, and they will push ridiculously quickly from the outset. Expect the unexpected as they get their practice start warmed up. Not going to be easy to see these guys at top level. But so much of a challenge is coming the way of our riders now. And we're going to see so much banter and badinage. Everyone excited about what will occur on the water. It's going to be a very tough mission for everybody. Some big battles await us. The winners so far then, in the Masters women, Lee Eun-jin. In elite women, heat wins for Eliska Mariškova and Sara Zoborova. Along with the junior girl win for Nela Poznikova, the junior boy win for Stanislav Kohut. And we've just come away from the Masters with victories for Kim Down and Arkadiusz Janora. What are we going to see now from the incredible battles in the elite category? Practice start first of all. Riders line up for the practice start. The flag drops. We get them under practice starters orders, and we'll get a taste of what we can expect. Novotny getting a quicker start out of the blocks from Lukasz Jaworski round the outside. And look at the Team Husky rider, Alex Lukescheider, trying to fight his way forward. So that's a taster of what we can expect to see in the practice launch. Well, this is going to be fantastic when we go racing, isn't it? That gives us a little bit of a taster as to what we can expect. So the riders will now get themselves back into position. They'll bail out. They do indeed. So they bail out of the run. That's the only practice start the elite men are going to get in today's battle. From Heat 2 onwards, it'll be straight into race trim. So now the riders get themselves back to formation positions again, but you can tell already that there's a really electric anticipation for this battle between Zahorski, Novotny, Luke Scheider and Ficek. Squire and Michailidis are going to have a tough season. They know that going in, but it's about improving, it's about developing, it's about keeping pace, it's about elevating the status, trying to read the pace and trying to get yourself further up the rankings. It's never going to be easy, but it can get easier. So, our leader, Lukas Zahorski, leading the field around as we get ourselves back into starters' orders. And this time round, the race will be under starters' orders properly. Big challenge coming. Goodness knows who's going to take it. Stuart Reed asks, is Squire on a borrowed board? He is indeed. He's even actually written in chalk, Dirty Banana on the side, just to remind everybody that he's got to give the board back again at the end of the event. So well spotted there from Stuart Reed. He is indeed on a borrowed board. Off we go then for the first heat of the season in the elite category. Matis Novotny with a terrific start round the outside of Lukas Zahorski. He's going to carry the momentum, and Novotny hits the front. Brilliant start from the world champion. He gets in front of Lukas Zahorski as we go to the slalom for the first time. The rockets go left and Alex Lukescheider goes right. Can the Team Husky rider venture out in front of Matis Novotny? He is going to come through in third. I thought he was just going to get in front of Lukas Zahorski, but he hasn't quite got the momentum. So it is Novotny who leads. Zahorski second and Lukescheider in third as we head on to the first full lap. So Matis Novotny leads the way, the world champion, in front of his mentor, Lukas Zahorski. Luke Scheider in third. Up into fourth place has come Anthony Squire in front of Michailidis and Miroslav Kerp. It looks like Adam Ficek's had a drop in the water on the first lap. Big wobble from Lukas Zahorski as he works his way onto the far side of the course. Even the multiple world champion is going to struggle on a course as tight and treacherous as this one. All of the riders go left side on this occasion. Through the slalom, clearly it's a better run up to the final section, and we've already completed 2 laps. That's how fast it is in the elite category. But Zahorski is only 2.84 back. Arm in the air for Zahorski. He takes the long lap. This is how he's going to try and eclipse Matis Novotny. So Zahorski takes the first long lap. They've got to take 3 long laps in 8 laps. Michailidis, Kerp, Ficek, and Yuri Wolf have all taken their first long lap. Zahorski is the first of the big players to do so. Novotny trying to build an advantage here. But on this very short, tight and twisty course, traffic is going to be easy to kick up and pick up. Novotny already tight in behind Yuri Wolf. He sweeps in beside him, so that's beautifully handled by Matis Novotny. 3 laps completed, none of the long laps taken. Now he's taken his first. So Matis Novotny goes on to the long lap for the first time. Here comes Lukas Zahorski. Will that little bit of a hold up behind Yuri Wolf give the lead back to Matis Novotny? Looks like someone else has gone into the drink there. But now we're going to see if Matis Novotny is going to be able to hold his lead over Lukas Zahorski, or will that hold up really impede him? Novotny comes through. There's a rider in front of him. Is it Zahorski? It's Luke Scheider. Luke Scheider's got in front of both men because he's decided to take his long lap after everybody else. So Novotny is in front of Zahorski. So Alex Luke Scheider for Team Husky now leads the race, but he has yet to go onto a long lap. He's clearly deciding to go further into the race in the hope that he can build a little bit of momentum over Matis Novotny. So Luke Scheider leads. Novotny second. Zahorski is third. Matis Novotny holding station. Right, Luke Scheider's on the long lap, so that's Novotny back into the lead. Can he pick up second on Zahorski as he exits the long lap? Where is Zahorski? There is Matis Novotny leading, and there is Zahorski coming through. So Luke Scheider looks to find out where he's going to rejoin. Is he in front of Zahorski? I think he has managed to leapfrog past Lukas Zahorski. So now Alex Luke Scheider in a second place. And that's because Zahorski's taken his second long lap. So that tells us a little bit about the strategy and the tactics of Lukas Zahorski. Zahorski pushing here to try and close back up on Luke Scheider. Alex Luke Scheider, the 19-year-old from Brno Zabrowski, leading the race at the moment. Fascinating dynamic between the big 3. Luke Scheider takes another long lap. Novotny and Zahorski have both taken 2. And so now it's the battle to see if Zahorski can get back on terms with Matěj Novotný. There's not a lot in it between the two of them. You can see for yourself that Zahorski's only got to make a little bit of ground on Matěj Novotný, but riding through the white water is going to be very tough. There is Novotný, there is Zahorski. Nothing in it. Into the slalom. They both go right side, they both go left side on this occasion, but there really is nothing in it. Novotný over the line, Zahorski right behind him. You can't afford to make a single mistake if you're Matěj Novotný, but then he is the world champion. So let's see what Matěj Novotný can do. Zahorski right in behind Matěj Novotný as they go onto the far side of the course again. There's nothing in it. Zahorski just trying to cut some of the advantage away from the Rocket Racing superstar in front. The Sorcerer versus the Apprentice. Matěj Novotný versus Lukas Zahorski. Luke Scheider taking his third and final long lap as well. So everybody's done the long laps. It's now down to the pace they can find on the water itself. Out of the slalom hairpin. Who's going to go one way and the other? There we go. So Novotný goes left. Zahorski goes right. So is there going to be a faster pace from Zahorski? Can he pick this up on Matěj Novotný? Not yet, but maybe on the next lap he can do something. Novotný leads as he comes over the line. 1 lap to go. Novotný in front of Luke Scheider. And Zahorski. Zahorski in a second. Luke Scheider back down to third once again. Anthony Squires doing a fair job in 4th position. There is Luke Scheider. 3rd position. It looks like he'll have to settle for that on this occasion. But it's now between Matěj Novotný and Lukas Zahorski for the win. There is Novotný, number 2. Behind him, there is Zahorski. There really is no chance of any mistakes at all for Matěj Novotný. He goes left on the slalom. Will Zahorski try and undercut him? I don't think Novotny's in a weak position here. He's come out of the slalom in the lead. 2 more corners to go, and the world champion, despite the pressure, has held on to the lead. Matěj Novotný takes the victory in fantastic style from Lukas Zahorski in 2nd, and it'll be Alex Luke Scheider that comes through in 3rd. Fantastic battle between the Sorcerer and the Apprentice. Novotný hangs on, and he and Alex Zahorski, he and Lukas Zahorski, I should say, clean up as Alex Luke Scheider comes through for 3rd position. It's going to be Mike Michailidis, I think, who comes through for 4th position in front of Anthony Squire. It looks as though Squire has had a slow final lap, and so Michailidis will pick up 4th place. The stock world champion does come through behind Anthony Squire in the end then. So Squire comes through for 4th. Michailidis is 5 seconds back in P5 in front of Adam Ficek and Jiri Wolf. Wolf and Kops do not look like they have finished the race distance, sadly. But for Matěj Novotný in front of Lukas Zahorski, it is very much the Apprentice ahead of the Sorcerer. Alex Luke Scheider 3rd, Anthony Squire P4 in front of Mike Michailidis P5. Great start to the season in the elites, and there is so much more still to come from the Premier category. So Matěj Novotný draws first blood in 2026 from Lukas Zahorski and Alex Luke Scheider. Anthony Squire P4 from Mike Michailidis and Adam Ficek. Then Jiri Wolf and Miroslav Kope. Neither were able to finish the race distance. So the elite men certainly give us plenty to get excited about. Just one more class to come for their first heats of the season, and that is going to be the stock category with every rider on the same board. And so it's all going to come down to stamina. In the first heat, it's going to be the 15-year-old for La Cucina Nera, Adam Kolar, alongside Kim Down, one of the youngest men in the field, up against one of the oldest. Incredible. Travnicek, Boabas, Pecora and Lana giving chase from Saplatilek, Jurgen Milovcik, Altuk, Nagis, and the Swede Ringo Rimer. So with all the riders preparing for another exciting battle, this one is going to have lots of excitement and flavour. The 15-year-old Adam Kolar from Brno in the Czech Republic, riding on La Cucina Nera colours, gets all the pressure dialed in. It wasn't that long ago that Adam Kolar was fighting for the junior boy crown. Well, now he's at the front of the stock category. What a star in the making. Kim Down, Masters World Champion, and the 42-year-old right over the sharp end, up against a man, get this, 27 years his junior. That is astonishing. 3rd position on the grid for Jan Travnicek. Really strong in qualifying yesterday. Good pace from the Jet Surf HK rider. Let's see what he's able to make of this first heat of the season. Alongside Jan Travnicek is going to be Hassan Boabas of Kuwait for the Kuwait Sea Sport Club. And he's the only one who's actually going to be taking part in this competition for Q8, sadly. As far as Ramadan, rather dramatically, not able to qualify. Joseph Pecora in Rexy mode. Check out the shirt. Awesome from the Workout Land rider. As Joseph Pecora getting himself ready for a big battle in challenge for position. For the Sweden national team, Alexander Lanner getting himself ready in Team Husky colours. Let's see what he can do from P6 of the grid. So the rest of the riders making their way out onto the water. Certainly going to be an interesting one as all of the riders give themselves plenty to get excited about. And we are actually joined in the booth by Stan Kohut, who was here a little earlier on in the junior boy race, managed to fight his way through into position. I want to see if we can have a quick word with Stan, actually. Stan, good to see you. Good run so far. It was a pretty tricky race out there for you. We're certainly having to start from back in P5. What was it like in the early stages when the wind and the rain were out there?
It was really hard because of the waves in the split. It was really tight. It was hard to get into the split.
So considering how physical it is out there, what is the battle in this particular race like? It's really tight, it's really twisty out there. So what can you tell us about how physical each of the turns are in treacherous conditions? So in terms of the concentration factor that you're having to make, I mean, how much time do you actually have to make those adaptations and make those changes over the course of the lap? Are you finding it easy to cope with, or is it actually quite difficult to keep the focus?
Yeah, it's quite difficult to keep the focus because you're really making split-second decisions when the waves comes. So it's hard to predict the waves.
Now, you were there in the qualifying session yesterday in very sunny and very dry conditions when the weather was so much more calm. How big a difference does it actually make? I mean, is it like two different race circuits when you've got those two different weather conditions?
It is.
I can understand that. So we've got two more challenges in front. Now that you've gone through the worst of the conditions, how confident are you for the next two heats later on today?
Yeah, I'm quite confident. I think it's going to be good.
Awesome. Well, we're looking forward to seeing what you can do out there later on. Thanks for a quick catch-up, Stan. We'll let you crack on and continue on with the rest of the prep. Good job.
Okay, see you. Bye.
Excellent work from Stan Kohut, who took the victory in junior boy a little earlier on. One of the youngest competitors in the program. And now we get ourselves ready for the action again in the stock category. And for the man on pole position, Adam Kolar, this is big pressure. The 15-year-old from the team of La Cucina Nera has got the man 27 years his senior alongside him on the charge to the front. Kim Down, the man from Seoul in Korea, he's got a big pressure. And so about this man, Hassan Bouabbas. He didn't quite get the qualifying he wanted, but the superstar 29-year-old from Kuwait, expect big things from him today. He really wants to bounce back in style, and I can expect that we're going to see a real challenge from Hassan Bouabbas today. He really wants to come back and challenge into a much stronger position. It's going to be very tricky to see how the contenders work out in strong favour. I find myself part of a selfie here. I've got Stan Kohut and Max Hanushka next to me as well. Zanieros, Sani, you had an absolutely amazing run, actually, to be fair. I mean, considering that you are only 11 years of age and you are right up at the sharp end, racing here on home soil, how difficult was it this morning? You had so many challenges to face.
It's like a incredibly feeling. It's difficult. I know the water, I know the waves. That has a little issue for the racetrack, and for the beginner riders a little advantage. Yeah.
But it was so difficult this morning. It must have been really tricky just to even see where you were going. How much of the race was muscle memory for you?
I should keep my power. I should keep my strategies. But it's all good.
And to come through for a top 3 finish in the first race of the day, that must give you so much confidence now heading into the later races, especially if the weather's going to be better for you.
Yeah.
Cool. I mean, it is very, very difficult here, and I've never been to Turkey before this weekend, but to see just how much passion and enthusiasm, how much excitement there is for the local riders, it must be really nice to be part of all that.
Yes, it's very nice. It's very. You should taste that feeling. I can't say with the words.
Well, look, great stuff. The riders in the stock are doing their practice start, Sunny. So good job, and we are looking forward to seeing what you do in Heat 2 and 3. Good job.
Yeah.
Excellent stuff. So the practice start, they're getting under starters' orders. They will back down off the pace again to show us a little bit of a taster of what we can expect in the race itself later. Once the pace starts to dissipate again, cool, it's going to be interesting off the start. The pace comes down, and already we can see a little bit of excitement and enthusiasm at the sharp end of the field as Kim Down manages to get the jump on young Adam Kolar off the warm-up start. It's not the full start, of course, so let's not get too excited just yet. But it does show you the statement of intent from the Rocket Racing rider Kim Down. He really wants to put on a good show from the outset. He doesn't just want to go for the Masters crown this year. He wants the Stock World Championship crown as well. So as the riders prepare for another exciting bout on the course here in Turkey, this one's going to have plenty of excitement and energy. Adam Kolar, Kim Down, Jan Travnicek, Hasan Bouabas, Josef Pokora, Alexander Lanner, David Zaplatilek, Ender Jorgen Schiele, Adam Milovcik, Kuzey Alturk, Ali Nagis, and Ringo Rimer of Sweden. This is not going to be an easy race to predict at all. So many top riders up at the sharp end of the field, and we'll see a lot of great excitement and enthusiasm from them. So they will form up on the far side again, and they will start again. This time, though, it'll be the real McCoy. They will be pushing to go for a real race start and expect so much excitement and badinage. Looks like they're going to go round again, though. So the 15-year-old from Brno in the Czech Republic, Adam Kolar, will gather the field up again and lead them back into formation as we get ready to charge for the first buoy. The first buoy on the normal start is the U-turn before the slalom. So they ride along the back side of the course on the first run, and then the end of the lap is completed as normal, and then they go into the first full lap. That is so that we can get a formation start. So for Adam Kolar, the pressure really is mounting for the 15-year-old in the stock category. This is big, big momentum to carry into this race. What can he do? We're about to find out. Kolar, Kim, Travnicek, Bouabas, Pokora and Lanner at the sharp end of the field. Are we going round again? We are. So not a good start formed up, unfortunately, in the stock category. So yet another rotation around the far side buoys, and they will get back onto the back straight. And then we will get ourselves into a starting formation once again. Adam Kolar, the young pretender to the crown in Stock World Championship battling. Kim Down, reigning Masters World Champion, and absolutely resolute that this is going to be his year in 2026, especially after the big charge from last year with Mike Michailidis and Anthony Squire stepping up from stock to the elite category. This is Kim Down's chance to take another world title, but the man alongside him, Adam Kolar, wants this to be his year. And don't forget Adam Janusek as the pole sitter in the second group. So now it's time to find out if we are going to go racing. The flag is in the air. Is it going to drop this time? No, it's going to rotate again. Still no clean start in stock. Goodness me, these guys are finding it difficult to form up. The thing is, it's as dry and as sunny as it was yesterday now, but the wind is so much faster than it was. We're looking at 16 to 17 mile an hour crosswinds now. It is such a different race circuit compared to what it was yesterday. And for the 15-year-old Adam Kolar, this is big pressure to warm up the start. Now at least we can see the mountains in the distance. What a backdrop. Tell me anywhere in the world of motor or aquatic sport where you get a backdrop like that. Thank you, Turkey. That is a glorious view. So the riders prepare for the charge to the first buoy. Adam Kolar controlling the pace Are we going to get under starters orders this time? The marshal has the flag in the air. When it drops, we're going to go racing for the first time in 2026. Off we go to starters orders in the stock category. Kolar getting a good launch, an even better one from Jan Travnicek. He's going to draw level with Kim Down as they run through to the first buoy, but round they go, and Travnicek can't quite draw level to Kim Down. Now he's going to get ahead of him in the entry to the slalom. Beautiful launch from Travnicek. He manages to get around the outside on the first buoy, and now he's leapfrogged past the Korean. So out in front, Adam Kolar has got a little bit of respite. He's going to get out of the slalom first, and into second comes Jan Travnicek. What a start from Jan Travnicek. Awesome launch. So Kim Down is now battling away with Hassan Bouabas. P5 for Alexander Lana. Great start for the Team Husky rider, and then up into, well, all the way up into a fantastic sixth position. That's Adam Milovcik. So Milovcik's got a good start in front of Ender Jorgen Schiele, and then it is Ringo Rimer, the young Swede, in front of Kezer Artug. Fantastic launch forward then. So Adam Kolar has got 3 seconds advantage on Jan Travnicek as Kim Down has decided to go for the long lap first. This is where he gains all of his momentum. He gets out of the whitewash, goes for the long lap first. Lana and Milovcik have gone with him. So expect this man now, Jan Travnicek, to really start hustling up into second position. Fantastic start for Travnicek. He really did make good use of that launch and attacked Kim Down around the outside in sensational fashion. And there's a slow rider in front of Adam Kolar. That's really caused a bit of a headache there. I think that was Josef Pokora, who's had a nightmare start here. So Josef Pokora is trying to get himself back up to relative pace, but he's down to the back of the field. Next up, it's going to be the hard charger from Turkey that he will try to take on, Ali Nagis, who is going to be the next one to try and get past. But Adam Kolar is just enjoying life as we've got a faller on the exit of the slalom. There is Hassan Bouabas. He's trying to battle away with Kim Down. In front of him is the B, that is Alice Nagis. So Ali Nagis going well here to try and work his way further forward, but the 15-year-old Adam Kolar really in charge of things at the moment in the stock category. His arm goes in the air, so he takes to the long lap for the first time. They've got to take 3 long laps in 7 laps here to be legal. So Adam Kolar for La Cucina Nera, leading in the early stages. There is Kim Down trying to make the comeback charge. Currently in third place, looking to overhaul Jan Travnicek. He's already taken 2 long laps though. So Kim Down is taking 2 steps back to go 3 steps forward. He's taking all of his long laps in one go by the look of it. So now Kim Down could just run on his own. Adam Kolar leads Jan Travnicek. Kim Down, Hassan Bouabas has also taken 2 long laps, as have Alex Lana and Ender Jorgen Schiele. So a good run thus far. But Adam Kolar controls his own pace. No need to get too stressed about things, just keep it nice and tidy. Adam Kolar definitely with a big future. He'll be fighting for the Elite Championship before you know it. But certainly the 15-year-old elevating himself well into stock in 2026 and looking very feisty. There is Kim Down trying to chase after Jan Travnicek. He's only 5 seconds back from him, having taken 2 of the long laps. Now it is Adam Kolar who takes a second long lap. So Adam Kolar taking his time over things. Kim Down, Hassan Bouabas and Alex Lana have all done the same thing. Davidson Platilek has moved up into P6, but he's only got 1 of his long laps out of the way. Ender Jorgen Schiele decides to take all of the long laps. Somebody down in the water there at the buoy behind, sorry, the buoy before the slalom, I should say. So a bit of an issue there for somebody. Difficult to tell who it is at this phase of the race, especially when we're trying to keep a focus on the leaders. Oh, Adam Kolar having to take avoiding action for another faller in the slalom. So it looks as though there's been big issues for Ali Nagis and for Josef Pokora. I think both men are effectively out of the race. But Jan Travnicek pushing hard, goes on to the long lap again. That's his second long lap taken. So where is Travnicek going to get back out onto the course in relation to Kim Down? That's going to be the real test. I think he's going to remain in front of Hassan Bouabas because Bouabas has taken his 3rd long lap. So Kolar, where is Kim Down? Is he in front or behind Travnicek? Need to see where they've all filtered out. Because Adam Kolar running well. Kim Down's in front of Travnicek, so he has picked up some time. So Kim Down now in front of Travnicek. He's worked his way into 2nd place. So Adam Kolar still leads the way by only 5 seconds, but Kim Down is charging, and he's really going to make mincemeat of him if he gets half a chance. That's into the water. That's Alexander Lana. Alexander Lana's gone in. So Alexander Lana in trouble. He was in P6. Either that's Lana or his teammate Ringo Reimer. Hard to tell which of the two of them it is at this long distance, but certainly it's one of the Team Husky boards, so it's either going to be Alexander Lana or Ringo Reimer. It looks very good for Adam Kolar. Both he and Kim Down have taken their long laps, and Kim has got the gap down to just 4 seconds. So it really is going to be tricky now for Adam Kolar, who's going to try and force his way up the inside of his opponents. He's got Ender Jorgen Schiele in front of him. Jorgen Schiele puts his hand in the air. He goes right as Adam Kolar goes left. The gap is down to 3.7, and it's going to be close, but it looks to me as though it should just be enough for Adam Kolar to hold on to. It's going to be tight to the line, but Adam Kolar will take the victory in front of Kim Down. The gap between them was only just over 3 seconds in the end there, 3.7. But Adam Kolar has held on in front of Kim Down. No lean achievement at all. Hassan Bawabas comes through for third in the end, ahead of Jan Travnicek. It all went wrong for Travnicek in the long laps. And through now is going to come Alexander Lana to come through into 5th position. It was Ringo Reimer that went down earlier on then, and Adam Milovcik having problems as well to drop back into 9th position. Ringo Reimer finishes the race 2 laps adrift of the rest of the field. Very unfortunate for him as Alexander Lana comes through now for P5. He will finish in front of David Zaplatilek, and then it's going to be Ender Jorgen Schiele from Kuzey Altug, and then it will be Adam Milovcik in front of Ringo Reimer, Ali Nagis, and then Josef Pokora not able to finish the race distance. A fabulous opening ride then for Adam Kolar, and proof that the 15-year-old is ready to take on anybody in the world and showcase his strength. An excellent start to the season for Adam Kolar. So even the 42-year-old Kim Down, the master of the masters, is not able to mix it with Adam Kolar on this occasion. He only finishes 3.7 back, and the gap between Kim Down and Hassan Bawabas was only 7.7. Between Bawabas and Travnicek, only 4.7, so it's going to be ridiculously close in the stock category in 2026. Even Alexander Lana and David Zaplatilek were able to finish on the lead lap as well. So the stock race championship is definitely going to be tight in 2026. Adam Kolar then, just 3.7 clear of Kim Down from Hassan Bawabas, Jan Travnicek, Alex Lana and David Zaplatilek. Then it is Ender Jorgen Schiele in front of Adam Milovcik. Then it is Kuzey Altug, Ringo Reimer, and then the 2 retirements, Ali Nagis and Josef Pokora. David Zaplatilek managing to complete 7 laps, but only 2 of them were long laps, so he's going to get a penalty for that. That is likely to drop him out of the top 6. Ender Jorgen Schiele should move up into P6 in the final reckoning. We'll wait for the official confirmation of the results later. Next up, though, is going to come the last of the first heats. It's going to be the stock men's category in Heat 1B, and it's going to be that man, Adam Janosek, who goes from pole position ahead of Dominik Kadlec, and then Matthias Bardvik, the reigning junior boy champion, 3rd on the grid ahead of Jan Matoshka, and the Japanese rider Suguru Ikeda in front of 3rd in last year's junior boy Oliver Wolf, Stepan Šimek, Maxim Gavranov, Ismail Kaptanoglu, Vladimir Andel in front of Ferhat Tuncay, and in 12th and last position going into this one is going to be Alp Ahat. Adam Janosek goes to the water, so too does Jan Matoshka. There is Suguru Ikeda, the Japanese rider. He's eager for the push to move forward. The only one of the 2 Japanese riders to qualify. Sadly, his countryman Fujitera Hito was not able to qualify in the Masters category. But along with Selim Isik and Aras Chigdem, big drama before we even got into racing today was the failure to qualify for Faraz Ramadan of Kuwait. That is a big shock in the first round of the stock category. The 18-year-old from Al Zraa in Kuwait, such an incredible competitor, Faraz Ramadan, but sadly failing to qualify for the heats here. That shows you how popular the stock category has become in 2026. There are now so many riders that not everybody is going to make it through, and after failing to get a lap time on the board yesterday, not able to go through. Check that out. Wonderful messages to come through. Born to ride, forced to stay on land. That is treble 2 and treble 7. Good to see the messages come through. Oh, it looks like there's more messages to give through, but unfortunately at that moment, it's all the support for Ferhat Tuncay. Treble 2, the chance to move forward. So the Ferhat Tuncay Supporters Club very much in big push. It's wonderful to see just how much passion and joy and enthusiasm and charisma there is from the home fans here in Turkey. It's so much support of their local riders to take on the might of the World Championship contenders. You always get the riders that race here week in, week out, every time. And then you get the home riders, the ringers, as it were, to put them into the big charge forward. Sadly, in the stock category, two of the Turkish riders unable to make it through. Selim Isik and Aras Çikdem sadly not able to go through. But certainly for a few of the Turkish riders, they did manage to qualify. Ender Yorgunçila, Ismail Kaptanoglu, Kuzey Altürk, Ali Nagis and Ferhat Tuncay, all able to qualify for the qualifying heats. And of course, don't forget that there's only 12 spaces available in the final tomorrow afternoon. So it really is make or break, as the riders are pushing very hard indeed to get themselves up to the sharp end. So it comes down to the apex pilot, Adam Janusek, with a chance to lead the field around, the 22-year-old from Brno-Jundrov. And Adam Janusek really wanting to start his season in victorious fashion, but he's got Damian Kadlic right beside him, the 21-year-old from Tanvald, eager to put on a show in the first race of the season. And don't forget the man that they all want to keep an eye on, the 14-year-old for FG Forest Racing from Svrteca, Matthias Barvik, the reigning junior boy world champion, stepping up to the stock category this year and immediately in the top 3 in his first event. That shows you just how serious the battle is going to be in stock in 2026. They're going for their first practice start. It's the only time today that this group will have a practice start, because they only do so for the first race. Little need for a bit more quicker reactions from Damian Kadlic on the main start, but of course in the practice start you don't need to be too aggressive. But it showcases how things are going to be when we do go racing for real. And certainly for Adam Janusek, he's in a good position. Hand in the air, someone's got into the water from the sharp end of the field. That might have been Damian Kadlic to have gone down. Oh no, Kadlic is still upright, so that could well have been Matthias Barvik going in. Was that the first big mistake of the season for the junior boy world champion? It was indeed Matthias Barvik. Thank goodness it's only the practice start, because the race start itself, well, that's going to be an interesting one. So if that's the only big mistake that we get from Matthias Barvik today, expect big things from the 14-year-old. The teenager from Svrteca will get himself back into the lineup once again. And we'll get ourselves ready for the charge forward as ever. Janusek, Kadlic, Barvik, Matoska, Ikeda, Wolf, Šimek, Gavranov, Kaptanoglu, Andel, Tuncay and Alhat. The 12 riders that will take on Heat B of Heat number 1. Riders lining up into position. Looks like our pole sitter just out of line for a moment there. Everybody else just lining up and getting into the position. They will turn to their left, and then they will form up behind the man with his hand in the air. That is Adam Janusek. And so the stock category will charge for the first turn. This time it is the permanent start, the proper start. The marshal will put the flag in the air, and when the flag drops, we go to racing. If he waves the flag, then we've got to form up again. The flag is in the air. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we are! Great start from Adam Janusek. Perfect launch. Kadlic is going to go in behind him. It's already very tight indeed between Matoska, Ikeda and Wolf as they try and go for the first buoy without incident. Big launch forward from Oliver Wolf by the look of it. And as they head to the slalom for the first time, it's going to be tight between Wolf and Barvik. Their rivalry from junior boy reignites in stock, and out in front, Janusek has the advantage over the second place man, Damian Kadlic. Out through the slalom for the first time and over the line, and it is going to be Janusek who leads the way from Kadlic. Third position, very tight indeed there from Matthias Barvik, and it is going to be the fourth place man, Jan Matoska, who has been able to fight his way back into contention in fourth place for FG Forest. Ikeda and Wolf have maintained their positions on the first lap. The man in trouble was Stepan Šimek. He's fallen back behind Gavranov and Kaptanoglu. So as they run through on the far side, it's all looking okay at the moment from Adam Janusek, but Damian Kadlic trying to work his way further forward. Janusek, I think, has taken the first long lap, or did he fall? I think he may have fallen, actually, Adam Janusek. Either that or there's an issue with the transponder. But we're going to see Janusek come across the line, and he is indeed leading the way. So yes, Adam Janusek, there was an issue with his transponder, not with him falling. So Janusek leads the way. Kadlec in second place. Bardovic doing a grand job in third place to keep it together for the time being. Matoska, Wolf and Gavranov up into sixth position. Good start from him thus far. Nearly into the water for Janusek. Really having to control himself there in the first couple of laps. Kadlec has decided, right, the best way to get him now is to take the long lap early. He and Jan Matoska decide to take the first of their 3 long laps early on in the heat. So Matthias Bardovic, oh, and who's that went into the water sideways alongside Adam Janusek? Someone has gone very badly into the water there. And it was the 3 of Matthias Bardovic that's had to avoid him. I wonder if that's Alpahat that has gone into the water there, the Turkish rider. So Bardovic working his way forward. Bardovic now into second place, courtesy of Kadlec going on to the long lap early. Janusek stays on the course. So it looks as though all 3 of Janusek's long laps are going to come on lap 5, 6 and 7. Wind picking up again. Here is Matthias Bardovic, the man who's got himself back into second position, courtesy of Kadlec taking 2 of his long laps. Bardovic has only taken 1. Wolf has only taken 1, as have Gavranov and Matoska. Janusek has yet to make a single long lap yet. So he remains out in front. He's just trying to build his advantage. He completes the 4th lap. So Janusek comes through and goes into lap number 5. He's completed all 4 of his laps now. But now every single one of his laps has got to be a long lap. So he takes the first one. No worries at all so far for Adam Janusek. There is Matthias Bardovic now showing up as second. Oliver Wolf is now into third. So that is an excellent run for Oliver Wolf, the 14-year-old from Brno. Matthias Bardovic through to second place as a result of his calm work through the slalom. Janusek will go on to another lap, and he will go into another long lap. It looks like Bardovic and Wolf are going to leave their last 2 long laps until the end as well. That's a Turkish rider just in the way of the leader. You go that way, I'll go this way. He gestures to Ferhat Tungçay. So he gestures to Ferhat Tungçay. You go right, I'll go left, and then we won't impede each other. So Janusek still the leader. Bardovic in second place. And Damian Kadlec trying to work his way further forward as well. So Janusek leads the way. Bardovic, and it is Damian Kadlec back into third place. He's got back ahead of Oliver Wolf. So Oliver Wolf, there is the young 14-year-old from Brno. Currently riding in 4th place. Working his way through the slalom again. It's a very shallow circuit here as well, so you've got to be careful you don't fall in too hard, because you've only got about 1.5 to 2 foot until you hit the bed of the ocean. So you've got to be very careful in this part of the bay. Bardovic into second place again. Chasing down Janusek, who's now completed 2 of his long laps. Damian Kadlec has done all 3 of them. So as long as you've completed all 3 of your long laps by the time the race is come to a conclusion, you won't get a penalty. So Janusek still in front of Matthias Bardovic. Here he comes out of the end of the lap. And Adam Janusek, it says second position, but I can guarantee you he's actually in the lead at the moment. So Janusek crosses the line. There is the confirmation. He leads the way. He's got to go onto the long lap for his last lap. He can't go full chat. There he goes. So he's going to be legal at the end of the race then. He will have completed all 3 of his long laps. Wolf, Kadlec, Matuszek and Kaptanoglu have already done all of that. Sorry, Jan Matoska, I should say. There is Matthias Bardovic. Now on his 3rd and final long lap. Trying to make his way to finish things off then, and that should make him perfectly legal as well. So Matthias Bardovic coming through. Mind you, it says that Matthias Bardovic has actually only done 2 of them. Has Bardovic taken the lead by accidentally missing one of his long laps? He's got 2 long laps, and Janusek has got 3. So I think Adam Janusek is going to take the win here by virtue of the fact that he's done all 3 long laps. Bardovic is showing up of only doing 2. So has Matthias Bardovic is going to cross the line first, as he made the error. So it looks as though Adam Janusek is going to take the victory. Bardovic will come in behind him then. Bardovic crosses the line. to take the victory, but he has only completed 2 of the long laps. Janusek is second on the water, but he's done all 3 long laps, so I think Bardovic is going to have the win taken off him. Kadlic will be behind Janusek, and then it's going to be Oliver Wolf next up in front of Jan Matoska and Ismail Kaptanoglu. So if that stat is accurate, then Mateusz Bardovic has only done 2 long laps, and everyone else around him has done 3. So that means that unfortunately Mateusz Bardovic, if that is actually the case, and if that is a legit statistic, then Mateusz Bardovic has not done all 3 long laps. And so it will be Janusek that gets the job done. There's a little bit of worry on the shoreline there, as the FG Forest Racing team are not entirely sure whether or not Mateusz Bardovic has done 3 long laps or 2. They fist bump each other. But if the case is clear, then I'm afraid Mateusz Bardovic has not done all 3 of his long laps, and that's going to be a victory then for Adam Janusek. So the riders go back to the shoreline. There you go, you can see where the bottom of the ocean is. It's quite a long way in this part of the bay. But I'm afraid on this occasion, if that is an accurate graphic, then Mateusz Bardovic, who crosses the line first, but if he's only taken 2 of his long laps, then surely he's going to get a penalty. Adam Janusek will inherit the win. Kadlic behind him, then Oliver Wolf, Jan Matoska, Ismail Kaptanoglu. Then it is Maxim Gavranov, who actually took 4 for good measure. Stepan Šimek, Verher Tunkay, Vladimir Andel, Suguru Ikeda struggling, and also Albalhat struggling too. And so that is the end of the first rotation of the heats. Just before we get our technical break, we're going to get the next of our elite women's heats, and that's going to be Heat 2A. And that will put Eliska Maruskova alongside Barbara Kononova from Strichalova, Luke Scheider, Rosalia Janora, Anna Burke, and Victoria Kagatai. So we're in for a very exciting race battle between the elite women for their second of the 3 heats. So there is the world champion. Rather cold now down on the shoreline. Eliska Matuskova, 18 years of age, gold medalist in Chengdu and world champion last year in the elite women's category. Let's see what she can do in the second heat. Her first was victorious. She can get it done again in this one. At least the conditions are better than they were this morning. There is Barbara Kononova, the 15-year-old for La Cucina Nera. Big future ahead for her. She's literally just getting started with the women's category, really. She'll turn 16 later this year. There is the Slovakian rider, Emma Strichalova. Should be a very strong weekend for her. The 17-year-old from Lucinec, certainly going well so far. Linda Lukscheider, the 19-year-old for Twin Sea team. She is the ultimate dancer within her elite women's category rider. Any chance to dance, she'll take it. Rosalia Janora for MotoSurf, the Polish rider, 16 years of age from Kozi. Looking forward to another strong ride out on the course. Anna Burke for LKN Bananas, the 18-year-old from Mooresville, North Carolina, ready for a big show once again out on the course. And she will be joined by Victoria Kagatai for my team. Looking forward to seeing what Victoria Kagatai can continue to do, the 23-year-old from here in Turkey, joining the elite women's rankings and certainly showcasing great skill and immense speed every time she gets her chance. So the elite women make their way to the water for the second time, ready for heat number 2 for Group A. Then we'll take a technical break, and then we'll come back for the elite women heat 2, Group B. So once again, the female riders make their way to the starting lineup. Great to see everybody charging forward to the water and looking forward to another exciting race out on the Bilek Bay course here in Çeşme in Turkey for the My35 Club Turkish Style Grand Prix. So the 7 riders venture out onto the ocean blue once again then as the conditions improve again. Sunshine on Bilek Bay here in Çeşme, and the riders are ready for more exciting racecraft. They're certainly going to need it here out on the water. Big support from Rasheen Salvaraju, Go Eliska, Aneta and Linda. Big support from back home. Do keep your messages and your comments coming in. It's great to have your support here on the live stream, and the riders are going to need your comfort and your support all day long. Busy day at the races here in Çeşme in Turkey. Good to see everybody gearing themselves up for another exciting bout on the course. There is Eliska Marušková, 18 years of age, from Jihlava in the Czech Republic. Gold medalist and world champion last year. The only rider to get both accolades in the whole of IM MotoSurf. And certainly, definitely the rider that everybody wants to beat in the elite women's category. But this year, she's definitely going to have a tough mission to do that. 2026 has already become a very competitive season for the elite women. After yesterday, we've already had some big pressure on Eliska Maruškova's shoulders from Sara Zuborova, from Aneta Štukalova, and from Barbara Kolarova up at the sharp end. We're going to see some big battles. So now we'll see more great challenges as Eliska Marušková starts off from Barbara Kolarova and Emma Stručilova, then Linda Lukscheider and Rosalia Janora from Anna Burke and Victoria Kagatai. And the racing's definitely going to be very close at the sharp end of the elite women's category. They certainly know how to put on an excellent and robust display. It is wonderful to see that even though the wind is still strong, at least the sunshine is out again here in Çeşme. So it's definitely tougher conditions than yesterday, but it's certainly brighter conditions than this morning. So the elite women are going to have a much easier race of it than earlier on. Even though the waves are going to be choppy, at least this time they're going to have some control. The flag is in the air. When it drops, we'll go racing. Off we go for the second heat. No practice starts this time, and we're straight into the action as Stručilova tries to cut across the path of the fast-starting Barbara Kolarova and then try and catch the inside Buoy. But it's a perfect start for Eliska Marušková as she works her way through to the S's, in through the slalom, and she takes it nicely through to the right side. On the inside line is going to be the hard-charging Linda Lukscheider. She tries to gain some momentum in the left side slalom. Can she make up some time? Out back onto the course, and Linda Lukscheider is going to come through in second. What a start from Linda Lukscheider. Excellent launch forward from the 19-year-old, and Lukscheider moves into second on the first slalom. Excellent work. So Marušková launches forward in front of Linda Lukscheider. Perfect race start. So Linda Lukscheider into a great position as she continues to make her way further forward. Excellent start to proceedings then, and still having an excellent race of it. So Linda Lukscheider very much in possession of a strong charge forward now. Excellent opportunity for her in second place, but Eliska Marušková is still the rider to beat. We all know that. Barbara Kolarova taking advantage of a difficult start by going onto the long lap early. Rosalia Janora, Anna Burke and Victoria Kagatai choosing the same tactic. But out in front, Marušková still leads the way. 7 laps, 3 of which have got to be long laps. There's Stručilova, running a decent race now. Stručilova into second position, I think. So I don't know if something's happened to Linda Lukscheider or whether she took her long lap. Well, it looks like Lukscheider has taken her first long lap. Stručilova has too. So Barbara Kolarova has gone for the second long lap as well, just to give herself a little bit more pace. But I wonder if Lukscheider had an off on the last lap, because she worked her way all the way to second place. And then Stručilova, who'd already taken the long lap, found her way forward. Well, Marušková has got to get herself out of harm's way in the slalom. I think somebody fell in front of her. That might have been Victoria Kagatai. There is Barbara Kolarova trying to fight her way back. 2 long laps taken of the 3 already for Barbara Kolarova. Clearly deciding to be tactical. Eliska Marušková again does not go on to the long lap, so she's decided, look, I've got the lead, I can pull clear, I'm going to take my long laps at the end. Here's Stručilova, the 17-year-old for Jet Surf Slovakia. So just 17 years of age from Lucinec. Emma Stručilova going well here. Excellent performance thus far. Keeps it nice and poised. Good run from Stručilova through that far side of the circuit. Now in through the slalom comes Eliska Marušková. Just got to keep it balanced. Nice and easy on the pace. Out of the slalom again. And then through those final two buoys, Eliska Maruskova controlling the pace. 4 laps completed, so all 3 of the last laps for Eliska Maruskova have got to be long laps. Clearly, that's the strategy that's working for her. She takes her first long lap on lap 5. Strichalova, Kolarova and Luke Scheider have all taken 2 long laps already. Yonora and Anna Burke likewise. Victoria Kagatai just trying to keep pushing and stay upright. Going to be an interesting one to see how they continue to move their way further forward. So still, they will make good push forward. Maruskova, Strichalova and Kolarova. That is the order at the moment. Luke Scheider still going well in P4. Rosalia Janora and Anna Burke. And then Victoria Kagatai in P7 for the moment. But Maruskova has just got to keep it nice and tidy as Eliska Maruskova works her way through. Comes out of the buoys and into the final couple of turns of the lap. That's 5 laps completed now, one of them the long lap. So again, these final 2 laps, she's got to take a long lap. Arm in the air again for Eliska Maruskova. Clearly deciding, I may as well just get 4 racing laps on the course out of the way when I've got the lead. And then I'll take my long laps at the end. So there is the hard-charging Barbara Kolarova, trying to get back on terms with Strichalova. Having lost ground to her initially. Not sure what happened to Linda Luke Scheider, but she's back down into 4th position again after a spectacular start. And sadly, now the pace has dropped back again. So here's Eliska Maruskova, who just has incredible poise at the limit. Strichalova taking her 3rd and final long lap. With Eliska Maruskova, if you look at her upper body, it almost looks as if she's loose and she may fall any second, but she knows exactly how to get the most out of her upper core. And she is so poised. She rarely makes a mistake, even though it looks as though she's on the ragged edge of about to. Barbara Kolarova back into 2nd place then, so she's jumped ahead of Strichalova, who has taken her 3rd long lap, but both Maruskova and Kolarova need to take their 3rd long lap on this last lap. Maruskova's done so. So no worries for Eliska Maruskova. She knows that her last lap has got to be a long lap. She does that. It's the way she holds her left arm in, and she almost uses that as a form of balance as she works her way through. Fascinating to see the way that she uses her energy around the course here to get the most out of herself. And there is Strichalova on the final lap. Maruskova works her way out of the course, and Strichalova is going to gain that 2nd place out of all of this from Kolarova. So Strichalova back into 2nd place. It was actually a lot closer than Maruskova thought it was going to be. So Strichalova is just 1 mistake behind Eliska Maruskova, but the mistake does not look like it's going to come for the reigning world champion out of the final buoys. And Eliska Maruskova has done it again. 2 out of 2 for the reigning world champion. Eliska Maruskova, dominant so far. Strichalova 2nd, Kolarova will be 3rd. Here comes Kolarova, following in the wake of Anna Burke, who comes through 2 laps adrift. Linda Luke Scheider, 4th position. And then it will be Rosalia Janora in P5 for the pole. What a tough battle it's going to be this season in the elite women's category. So tricky all the way through the course of the battle thus far. We always knew it was going to be tricky out there, but certainly we've had the proof of it now. And 2 wins out of 2 for the reigning world champion in elite women, Eliska Maruskova. Dominant so far here in Turkey. So we're going to have a little bit of a pause. To the right of your screen, that is Bibiana Bubnikova, the new star in FG Forest Racing. Keep an eye on her in Junior Girl, because she is going to be a real contender for the crown in 2026. And certainly it's not going to be too long before the rider who's only been riding for 13 months is going to be continuing to put pressure on the high end of the field. Fabulous start to proceedings here in Turkey. So it's definitely been an exciting battle so far. That takes us to our lunch break. We're going to be taking ourselves a little bit of a breather now for the next hour. Eliska Maruskova making it 2 wins in the elite women's out of 2. Strichalova in 2nd from Kolarova and Luke Scheider, then Rosalia Janora, Anna Burke and Victoria Kagatai. It's mission accomplished thus far this morning for the reigning world champion Eliska Maruskova. 2 wins out of 2 here in the My 35 Club Turkish style Grand Prix of Turkey here on Bilek Bay in Çeşme. Perfect start to the UAM MotoSurf World Championship. Retaliation for Eliška Mariskova, going for world title number 3. And certainly a great start to proceedings. That takes us into our lunch break. We'll take a pause. And when we come back, we'll be in for more great race action from the elite women, the juniors, the masters, men and women, the elite men and the stock category. It's been a fantastic start to the day, but there's plenty more where that came from.
This is the Turkish style. Turkish style.
Time to get back into the action for the 2026 season opener of the UIM MotoSurf World Championship from the glorious Bilek Bay in Çeşme in Turkey for the opening round of the competition, the My35 Racing Club Turkish Style Grand Prix of Turkey. I'm Jake Sanson in the commentary box with you all through the course of the weekend. I'm actually joined by the 2025 stock champion, Mike Michaelides has wandered into the booth. How you doing, Mike?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
Really, really excited to see what's going to happen for the rest of the day. We've got the elite women's competition coming up. You've stepped up to the elite men's this year.
That's right.
A lot of power in this competition, and obviously this is where the premier category for the women are racing. But you've been out on the course a couple of times already for qualifying yesterday in the first race. It's a really tricky course here in Turkey. What can you tell us about how difficult it is compared to some of the other places we race in?
Well, I can say that this course, specifically here in Turkey, it is more tight, but it's much more technical, and it's very nice to see all the riders to push their limits and see what they can perform outside in the water.
So when you talk about the course being tight, is that in terms of how difficult the corners themselves are to actually navigate and negotiate? Is there a real fluctuation in how you move through the water in those changing conditions?
Well, you need to take the right lines in the track so you can know what's going to be like your next move while on the next turn.
So when you've got so many differences in how the wind changes the wave patterns, in how the rain comes in when it gets hotter, how do you adapt to those conditions? Do you have to think about how you're going to navigate the course in a different way?
Yeah, of course. In all kind of categories, I can say, including elite men.
So we're just going through the starting lineup for the next of our races in the elite women's category. It's going to be a fantastic opportunity for Sara Zuborova and Aneta Stukalova from the front end of the field. And then we have a big challenge for Lara Markova and Adela Ostrolova. And then behind them, it'll be Natalie Kaslikova and Sara Valfova that will take on the tail end of the field. A truly international competition. It's going to be another exciting bout for the ladies' race. And obviously, as it continues to grow, this championship, it just gets bigger and bigger. When you came into this championship a few years ago as a starting point, it was quite small. It's just getting bigger and bigger all the time now.
Every year it's getting bigger and bigger, and the sport gets much more famous and famous every year.
And this weekend for the first round of the championship, Mike, 93 competitors across 19 nations.
This is absolutely crazy.
It must be cool to be part of something like that when you get to represent your country on the world stage and you're up against some incredible athletes. You're really having to raise your game.
Yep. I mean, I can say before I started, I was being taught by Alex Lukscheider back then. But he was teaching me how to about the track and everything. And now that's just incredible that I'm just racing with him this season, like between me and him.
What's the banter been like between the two of you now that you're actually racing against each other?
Well, I can say it's interesting.
Very cool. So we've got interesting battles across all of the categories. If you're only just joining us, you missed the morning session and Heat 1 in pretty much every category. We've had some excitement from the junior boy and junior girl classes. We've had the elite women's for the first heats across both groups. We've also had the second heat for Group A, and now we're going to have the second heat for Group B. It's going to be an interesting challenge as everyone faces the elements again. The Masters have obviously been out on the course, and so too have the stock men's and the elite men's categories. Now you can tell us a bit about how the step up from stock to elites has been, because you've just done it. You won the stock title last year, Mike. Stepping up into elites, how big is the jump?
The jump is absolutely very big, because the power of the board is much more different than the stock board. And of course you can do some upgrades on the board, you can modify it, and it's not only about the power, it's about the riders. If you have a specific technique to go faster, it's absolutely going to be good.
So with these boards, for people who are watching the sport for the very first time, the UAM MotoSurf boards stock, when you get them out of the box, what is the power, what is the weight, what are these boards like to race with?
Well, the speed, it can reach around to 55 kilometers, the stock, to 55 to 57 kilometers. But I think the RS board that we use in the elite class, it can go to 58 to 60 approximately.
It's still pretty fast when you're hopping and skipping over the waves. And these boards are about sort of 20 kilograms or so in weight?
That's right.
So the power to weight ratio, you're talking almost MotoGP level.
Yep, it is.
That's absolutely insane when you think about it in those terms, isn't it? The riders now getting themselves ready for the second half of the day. It was really choppy and really difficult this morning. The rain isn't actually that big a deal to you when you're out there. It's the wind that really causes the issue, isn't it?
It is the wind. Because sometimes when you ride, while you're jumping from the waves, it can like drag you a little bit on the side. But that really depends on the wind conditions. If it's too much, like it can drag you. If it's not too much, it cannot like really drag you. If you just push the board at the surface of the water, you can just keep going.
Well, that's the only form of wheeled vehicle that's allowed down on the beach, with our beach cam. It's great to see that this is not just an international world championship sport. It's a real family affair. Everyone's part of the community and everybody helps each other out in some way.
Yeah, that's true.
So good to see everybody in good position, ready for the start of the afternoon session. We're going to get a lovely, interesting battle as Aneta Stukalova is practicing her darts by the look of it. Is she any good at that? I don't know.
I have no idea.
I've never seen her ever play darts before. Maybe she's good at that as well. There's quite a few sports that the riders get involved with. I know everybody's got World Cup fever here this weekend.
Well, I know that some riders are doing alpine skiing, and they're pretty good in alpine skiing. And this is one of the best sports to do while you're doing MotoSurf, because it's kind of a similar sport with the poles while you're going slalom.
Nice to see a little bit of a tribute to Valentino Rossi there as well. We've all
Yep.
got a bit of admiration for Valle, and nice to see that there's still a lot of partisan passion in the paddock. The wind has picked up again. I'm told by the Met Office that it is set to get to a height of 18 miles an hour over the course of the day. Now that is not great news when you're going out into the ocean in the world of MotoSurf, especially when you can get north to northeasterly gusts of hitting anywhere between 20 and 25 miles an hour. That's never fun.
No, that's never fun.
So I'm guessing then that a lot of the fitness training and the strength training you're doing is not just about standing on the board and taking and navigating
No,
the turns,
it's
but it's
the
also
stamina
about it's
also.
also about dealing with the stamina. Absolutely.
Yeah. It's the stamina and the flexibility as well.
So what sort of weight training are you actually having to do by comparison to, say, a racing driver? Because you've done some karting in the past before. So what is the difference in the fitness training when you go into the world of MotoSurf? What sort of things do you have to work on your body?
Well, you need to work your flexibility, your stamina, and your explosive fitness. For example, you need to do a lot of running, which is considered as a lot of stamina. And I can say as well, like, explosive exercises like jumping down, doing push-ups, and then immediately like doing running or even pushing weights.
Like star jumps and things
Yeah,
as
yeah,
well,
yeah,
I
yeah.
guess. So you've got a lot of physicality to work on, and obviously it's going to put a lot of pressure on certain muscles and certain areas
right.
of the body. So where are the real pressure points? What is it that causes the most issue as a MotoSurf rider?
Well, it depends on the person, really. It really depends on the person.
So you're dealing with a lot of issues with the upper core, with the muscle fatigue as well. Probably, I'm guessing, in the upper and lower extremities of the legs, the arms.
Yeah,
everything becomes a real issue. But you do actually need, this sounds unusual considering that you're obviously standing on the board, so your legs need to be tough, but your arms do need to be quite strong as well.
Yeah, they need to be strong, because you definitely need to balance yourself while you're going frontside to touch the water.
So there's an awful lot that goes into it, more than I think people ultimately realize. The riders getting themselves ready then for the second group of heats. This is Group B for the second time of asking in the Elite Women's. Eliska Maruskova has already taken both victories across her races. So now it's time to see if we're going to get a different result for Sara Zoborova. She goes from the front of the grid again, and she goes head-to-head with Aneta Stukalova, one of the top riders in the women's category. Aneta Stukalova, 21 years of age, under the Jordak Racing banner, and it'll be interesting to see what they can do to continue making big strides forward. There is Natalie Kashnikova for Rocket Racing. She's making quite an impact in 2026 already. Didn't have a full-time tilt last year, but she's making steady progress. And along with her is going to be Sara Volfova, one of the newer contenders in the field. Sara Volfova from Brno-Ligen in the Czech Republic. This is a heavily Czech and Slovak sport, but
Yep.
for nations like yourself to come in and make a big impact, it shows that there is a true hunger and a thirst to make this more global.
Well, with many countries joining the sport, it's much more interesting, and I can say that also it proves that it's not only the Slovakia and Czech Republic
So
that
we're
are
in
strong.
It is indeed. We're into race battling again, and straight away, Sada Zuborova under intense pressure from Aneta Stukalova. They come through the first U and then into the slalom for the first time. Stukalova actually trying to be conservative this time and go the same direction as Sada Zuborova. There's going to be big onslaught, though, from Lora Markova and Adela Ostrolova. They want to make a big impact on this first lap. So far, so good, as Stukalova decides to hunt down the number one, Sada Zuborova, rather than get parallel to her. She decides to follow in her wake. Then we've got Markova, Ostrolova, Kasnikova and Wolfova as they run in hot pursuit. No major changes other than the number 4. So Adela Ostrolova not getting the best of starts then, having an issue in the first slalom and then recovering down to the back. Now, a couple of riders immediately choosing their first long lap. Stukalova, second place, and Kasnikova immediately going for the first long lap. What is the difference in terms of the strategy there? Is there an obvious mark to go out into the lead and try and pull away and dominate? And when you're chasing, does it actually make more sense to go for the long lap, or can you hunt the other rider and try and make a bit of an onslaught?
It really depends. I mean, if you're very back, I would suggest to go first for the long lap so you can make them to finish, but it really depends on your position. If you want to keep your position like first, second or third or even fourth, you should take later.
So Aneta Stukalova deciding to go early for the long lap just to give herself a little bit more breathing space. She gets out into second position. Sada Zuborova now goes for her long lap. So that's the reactionary decision from her. She decides, well, Aneta's gone, so I need to move in relation to what she's doing. I need to counter-attack and make sure that she doesn't gain too much time.
Also, if you're very behind and you have a slower person in front of you, you can take the long lap actually, so you can get away and get a clear water later.
Well, Lora Markova has managed to make up some of the time lost earlier on as well, so good work from her. Adela Ostrolova has managed to get back in front of Kasnikova and Wolfova as well, so good recovery then from Adela Ostrolova. Work their way through the S's. This is going to be the end of the lap for Sada Zuborova, still having a very solid run out in the lead, not losing too much time in the long laps thus far. Hand in the air, that lets everybody know that she's going on to the long lap once again. And this time, so again, reaction there from Stukalova. She decides, well, Zuborova's going on the long lap, so I can take the lead for the moment, and now I can start to pull out a bit of a gap. So interesting tactics from the two ladies up front.
Yep. They will meet later, maybe.
So you can see just how much more intense the waves are compared to yesterday. It was so calm and so smooth in the heat yesterday, but Aneta Stukalova getting back into the lead. But it's so much more physical yesterday than today. It must be like taking a series of punches in the waist as you go through each of these slalom runs.
She almost had it full, I think.
Yeah, she really was leaning on the ragged edge, wasn't she? You've got to put so much of your energy into those turns, Mike, to get the most benefit out of each of those corners. It must be so difficult to run the ragged edge.
It needs so much control in these waves, honestly, especially with this power. You think that for the ladies here, the power is little, but I can say it's a lot for them.
And it's interesting, when you're a junior girl compared to a junior boy, you actually carry a lot less weight as a junior girl. So you can actually run faster, as we've seen many times. The junior girls are actually faster in the water than the junior boys are. So at this level, the girls are still building up their core stamina.
Yep. I can say that the juniors can also be very fast, and but the only issue is that when there is so many waves, they can struggle a lot.
Yeah, it's confidence at this level of your career, isn't it? Where you're just trying to build faith in yourself as much as you are faith in the board. So Zuborova back in front, having worked her way through. And at the end of the second rotation, she manages to get ahead of Natalie Kasnikova and now goes straight onto the long lap. So Kasnikova decides to follow in pursuit. Now, when you're following in the white water, Mike, how much slower is the water when you're following in the wake of another rider?
Well, if you get into the foam, you can get a delay, like 2-3 seconds. I mean, if you take a different line, if you go like next to the white foam, you wouldn't lose seconds.
So if you're parallel to it, you can keep up with the pace.
Yeah, you can keep up. But if you're like fully behind, you can lose seconds, and you can even fall a lot.
We certainly saw a little bit of that nearly from Sada Zuborova, who is actually now just in behind Stukalova. So Zuborova taking her third long lap and now catching up to Aneta Stukalova. That takes the pressure off Zuborova in second place, because she knows already that Stukalova's got to take another one. This is great parallel racing between the two, and Stukalova, she puts her hand in the air as if to say sorry, but you know, you're racing each other. If one's got
she needs to go a long lap, though.
She does need to take the long lap going into the last lap, so it takes the pressure off Zuborova. But that shows you Sada's fighting spirit. She still wants to be the first person to get out of the slalom. She's got that hunger. So Sada Zuborova works her way back into the lead by virtue of the fact that she's taken all 3 of her long laps. This will be a nice check out to the victory for Sada Zuborova, and a very nice style in the manner in which she's done it. Stukalova just keeps it nice and tidy, doesn't need to push herself too hard here. Second position will bank the points that she needs to keep herself in the hunt for the victory later in the weekend. But certainly for the race leader up front, Sada Zuborova, very good work indeed from the 16-year-old from Kostivjarska in Slovakia, out through the final turn, and it's 2 out of 2 for Sada Zuborova as well. Stukalova has to settle for second place on this occasion, but it really is indicative of the fact that Sada Zuborova has stepped up the game for 2026. She could be a real threat for Eliska Matuskova.
I can say that it will be a great competition this year. It's very interesting to see this.
Yeah, good to see all of the ladies putting on such a good show. Zuborova in front of Stukalova. It is going to be Ostrolova, I think, who's managing to get in front of Laura Marakova and finish off the job in the battle for third position. But, well, this is going to be such a tough mission over the course of the season between Matuskova, Stukalova and Sada Zuborova. They're going to be so evenly matched. And don't forget Barbara Kolarova as well. She's making big impacts as well.
She's improving so much lately.
So we finish off with the elite women's, and we will take the focus then into the next category. That is going to be the juniors. They will get 5 laps and 2 long laps. And then, of course, we'll head through to the masters in both the men's and women's category. And then, Mike, you'll need to get yourself ready for the elite men's. So I'll let you get yourself into position ready for that. Thanks for joining us on the mic, though. It's been good to get your insight, Mike, and we're looking forward to seeing what you can do out on the water.
Yep, that was a pleasure.
Good job, Mike. So 2 out of 2 then from Sada Zuborova. Back in for the juniors we will go, and it's the superstar talent from the Czech Republic, Nela Poznikova, who has suddenly surged forward. She's found great pace in the early part of this 2026 season, and she is now the force to beat in the junior girl category at the moment, eclipsing the pace that we've seen from Ellen Berdova last year. So the Jet Surf Party Beach rider for 13 years of age, Nela Poznikova, leading the way. There is last year's champion, Ellen Berdova, for the Apex pilots. Good to see her putting in such a great run. But she now knows that not only has she got Poznikova to deal with, but this one as well, Bibiana Bubnikova for the FG Forest Racing team. Keep an eye on her. She's got big opportunities coming. In the junior boys, we've got Max Rushka getting himself ready for another push for the victory. He didn't quite get the #1 spot in the last heat. That went the way of this man, Stanislas Kohut. Did a good job so far, and certainly looking forward to another good run for Stanislav Kohut for the Jet Surf HK squad. Takes part in all sorts of different races as well as Jet Surf. He doesn't just take part in MotoSurf UAM, but he also races in motocross. He's done a bit of karting as well. So anything that's fast and races around courses, he's interested in it as far as he's concerned. He'll be in front of Leolisha Kratishvili for the starting grid for the next one. But we've also got some good opposition from the likes of Natalie Honorova, Adela Pokorova, Lucas Violet, Artur Gezer, Sani Arus and Uzey Altug. So big competition to come from the juniors, as they're definitely going to have an easier time of it, but it's certainly not going to be easy. The wind has picked up again. It's getting pretty strong out on the course here in Turkey once more. But now we've got more great race battles in the offing. Certainly going to get interesting out there. But it will be interesting to see how things are going to progress. So still more battles and more to talk about. The flex of these riders and the stamina and the energy that the competitors are going to need to explode over the course of the battles later this afternoon are certainly going to demonstrate riders on the ragged edge. So now the juniors make their way back out onto the course. It's definitely going to be a tricky one, as the wind is still very strong here in Cheshme, in the beautiful Baby Lac, as we get ourselves up to race trim again. So the front of the grid for the very talented 13-year-old Nela Poznikova for the junior girl category and racing under the Jet Surf Pardubice banner. Expect her to continue this amazing push forward. Going to see some great battles as things continue to progress. Number 4, the leader of the junior boys, Max Ruschka. He's going to be an interesting one to watch through the water as well. Certainly wants to pick up the pace after losing ground in the earlier race today. The first junior boy heat went the way of Stanislav Kohut in front of Max Ruschka and the very impressive Sani Urus, the 11-year-old from Turkey, coming through to the top 3 in junior boy. Certainly looking hungry for success. But in junior girl, the battle is a 3-way fight between the pole sitter, Nela Poznikova, the reigning champion, Ellen Bardova, and the young pretender, Bibiana Bubnikova. 3 13-year-old females all pushing to get a good run in junior girl. And of course, this year is going to be their last year in the junior girl category. They'll all want to step up into the elite women next year. So this is their chance to showcase that they're ready to do so. They go round again to put themselves back into the formation. This is also going to be the last year in the category for junior boy for the likes of Max Ruschka, Stanislav Kohut and Leolisha Kratishvili. They'll all want to put themselves into the next competition next year. You can step up in the year you turn 14, but all of them have opted to stay in the category this year because Max Ruschka doesn't turn 14 until January. Stan and Leo will both turn 14 in September of this year. So now the junior girls and junior boys line up in formation. We will get the signal from the marshal with the flag on the jet ski. It's going to be a tight one to get everybody formed up in time. We might just get there in time. I'm not sure. No, I'm not sure we're going to get there in time. I think we're going to have to wave the flag again because we've obviously passed the jet ski. And the marshal just reminding them, look, you need to form up a little bit quicker here, guys, because once you pass me, you can't see the flag waving. So you've got to make sure that you're all in formation. The marshal's obviously making sure that they look after the juniors. They will charge forward when they get themselves back into the foray once again. Great to see the battles that we've already encountered thus far. And certainly the qualification yesterday was a very exciting affair. Nela Poznikova a 46.93 compared to Ellen Bardova on a 47.21 and Bibiana Bubnikova on a 47.35. The fastest of the boys was Max Ruschka on a 47.85. Stanislav Kohut 48.3 and Leolisha Kratishvili 48.5. So with the racers ready and forming up, that's a much better starting position for the riders. The flag goes in the air. When it drops, we will be racing in junior boy and junior girl for the second time in 2026. The flag rotates. It doesn't drop. That's a shame. So it's another false start then in junior boy and junior girl. Time to send them round again. And of course, there's no warm-up start for the second heat. They got a warm-up start earlier on. And in both of those starts, Leolisha Kratishvili really charged his way forward from P6. So we're hoping he's going to continue and put on a good show. So hopefully it's going to continue in good position thus far. We'll see how it continues to transpire. But certainly, so far so good, and everybody looking forward to a really exciting run. So we'll see what happens as we continue the next port of call. Riders back into the formation again. Let's see if we can continue and put on an excellent showcase. Riders into position, we get the drop, and on to starters' orders. So the riders charge for the first turn. A good start already from Bibiana Bubnikova. She wants to take on the leader as up through the first turn already. Bardova chasing down Nela Poznikova as they work their way through the starter for the first time, and there's already a couple of fallers. 2 riders going together. Erus is one of them. The other, I think, maybe Lucas Violette. So we're just going to double check on that one, but 2 riders down early on. And it's absolute chaos as several riders are coming off then. So a crazy start. We're going to see just to the right-hand side of your picture. Oh, that was the worst possible landing. Violette just got caught there by Arus. So it ended up with 2 riders clattering into each other. As a result, it's Ellen Bardova that's come through. Oh, and that's Bubnikova. Bubnikova having an issue. So Bubnikova clattering into the side of, I think that's Stanislav Kohut. Goodness me. Two of the big names in this one. That's out of the final turn. Oh, Bubnikova clatters into the buoy and just hurtles into the side of Stan Kohut. A nasty moment for two of the big stars in junior girl and junior boy. Scary moment for both riders, but now that puts Berdova out in front from Hrushka and Nela Pozhnikova, who has recovered. A crazy start then in the juniors. It doesn't happen like that every time, but boy, when it happens, do you know about it? And so there is Max Hrushka, just a second and a half back from the reigning junior girl world champion Ellen Berdova, following in her wake onto the long lap. So both Berdova and Hrushka take the long lap on this occasion. And that's going to put Nela Pozhnikova closer towards the front. So Lucas Violet has managed to get away with what happened earlier on. It actually looked like it was Leolisha Kratishvili in trouble earlier on. So maybe it was Leolisha Kratishvili in trouble with Sania Rus. And that is the 9. So that is Natalie Ulorova, I'm afraid. So Natalie Ulorova, the 14-year-old for Rocket Racing. Unfortunate for the Audrey youngster, as she now has to recover. So Berdova going through the slalom. The waves are so choppy by comparison to everyone else. That's one of the Turkish riders in the water. I think that might be Uzey Altürk, who has gone down. So all sorts of trouble on the opening lap. It's difficult to see how everybody's made it through. But Berdova still leads the way. Leading in the junior boy is Max Hrushka, just 2.5 seconds back from Berdova. Then it's up to third for Lucas Violet. So good run from the American. But the Jet Surf Orlando racer, Lucas Violet, running well in third place now in front of Pozhnikova. Then it is Adela Pokorova in front of, I think that's got to be Stanislav Kohut, who has recovered after his incident with Bibiana Bubnikova. So a crazy start to this junior race. It's only a 5-lap race in junior. And then they've got 2 long laps. Who's that? It's in the water. It's one of the Turkish riders that seems to have gone there. I think that is Gezer. So I think Otto Gezer, the 13-year-old, has gone in. So pretty much all of the Turkish riders in this race have been in the drink at some point. So Berdova leads, Hrushka second, then it is Violet, Pozhnikova, Pokorova and Stan Kohut. But Ellen Berdova still controlling the pace. Goes on to the 5th and final lap. There is Lucas Violet. Good work from him so far, despite the early difficulties of the weekend. He's been able to work his way into third position. Leolisha Kratishvili has had an off and has retired on the first lap. So big problems then for Leolisha Kratishvili. That must have been the start line incident. And that's Bibiana Bubnikova in the water again by the finish line. Big troubles for her in this race. It's not been the race that she wanted at all. But as the riders come through, it is going to be Ellen Berdova who finishes strong, comes through the U-turn. And so now Ellen Berdova will come through to take the checkered flag. She is 3.7 in front of Max Hrushka, who is going to take the flag in junior boy. A crazy heat in the juniors this time. Certainly not what we were expecting at all. But for Ellen Berdova, it's the best way to respond to the woes of Heat 1. She bounces back and takes the win. Checkered flag for the reigning junior girl world champion. Ellen Berdova is back to her best in Heat 2. And it's a victory for Max Hrushka in junior boy. So a very different pair of races then across the categories. Well done to Lucas Violet as well. The American should come through for second place in junior boy. Amazing race battle and a crazy end to the race duel that we had there, as a lap adrift comes through Pokorova to finish off Adela Pokorova for Apex Pilots with their teammate Ellen Berdova. They get to finish off after a very tough race out there indeed for the juniors. But a very crazy race indeed. Oh, it looks as though Lucas Violet has crossed the line and finished 5 laps, but only taken 1 of the 2 long laps. So that's a shame for the American. I think he may get a penalty for that one. So Lucas Violet, I think he's going to have to take a little bit of a ticking off there, I'm afraid. Very difficult racing so far. But it's a very different pair of races then amongst the juniors. And certainly 2 very different races for the winners of both classes. Nela Pozhnikova got the win in race 1. Race 2 for Ellen Berdova in junior girl. In junior boy, it was Stan Kohut who got the first win. The second goes the way of Max Hrushka. So trying to pick a winner this weekend of the Turkish Grand Prix in the junior categories is very difficult indeed. That's the way we like it. Tough to predict, awesome to watch. So the junior heat 2, very different. Ellen Berdova comes through for the victory, the reigning junior girl champion from Mswc. Lucas Violette third, but he only took one long lap, so I think there's a penalty coming. Poznikova in fourth from Kohut, Pokorova, then Sania Rus once again in front of Otto Gezer. What a difficult race it was for Bibiana Bumnikova, only down in ninth on this occasion from Natalie Olorova, and then it is Uzey Altug with Leolisha Kratishvili out on the first lap. So now we get ourselves ready for the next encounter. No more races for the juniors for now. It's time for the Masters once again, and it's the men's race up first with Kim Down alongside Arkadiusz Janora, the top two men in the championship last year. From Petr Božník, Ted Berg, Jiří Renner, Ivan Matušek, and then the rest of the field behind. It's going to be a big challenge. But for the man up front, it's just as you did last year. It's just as you did earlier on. Kim Down, the leader of the Masters for quite some time now, and certainly the man that everybody in the category wants to beat. There is the man from Seoul, Kim Down for Rocket Racing, number 44, but he's in P1 and therefore he wears shorts number 1. And there is the Tenzi MotoSurf team getting themselves ready with Arkadiusz Janora, second position on the grid for the pole. Looking good here this weekend. Third place for Petr Božník. Good to see him getting himself dialed in, ready for a great battle. The 50-year-old still pushing strong. And there is the man from Mooresville, North Carolina, Ted Berg, the American star, fourth position on the starting grid for this one. Fifth place, just in behind, is Jiří Renner. Did such a strong lap time in yesterday's qualifying run. Kept himself right up at the sharp end, only displaced in the latter stages. Ivan Matušek for MP Sports, finding himself in sixth position on the grid. Looking forward to seeing what he can do. He's already in deep conversation with the man in P7 on the grid just alongside him there. That is going to be a tough opposition for Michel Hulard. Certainly did a good job earlier on in the day. Good to see him continuing his riding form. For the Racing Penguins alongside it is the German Sebastian Lux. He obviously represented his nation last year in the World Games, and he also now represents the whole team because sadly Jano Vangersbilk has had to pull out of the weekend with an injury. Radek Luška for Jet Surf Pardubice. Looking forward to a strong race weekend again. Solid performance in race 1, wanting to do the same in race 2. Here is Osman Sedat Orus for Turkey, racing on home water. He is very happy to be here and certainly enjoying the spectacle of being part of the action once again. 11th on the grid, Abraham Tibor in B shorts for the Intertrim Garage KFT squad. And then bringing up the rear, it is the Israeli Nikita Antonov, getting himself ready for another exciting bout. So all 12 of the Masters riders ready for another exciting competition. 19 nations represented here in the first round of the UIM MotoSurf World Championship. And definitely a very tall mission compared to what we saw yesterday. It's a very exciting bout out on the course and certainly very tricky out on the water to see everybody put in a good show. So all of the riders now gearing themselves up for another attack of the course. For the second time in the Masters Men, it is the first group that heads out onto the circuit. Do keep your messages coming, your comments as well. Always great to have you as part of the live stream. Everyone wanting to get themselves up to speed again. So we want to see everybody put on a good show so far. And now we get to see so much more from the riders. Good to see everybody getting involved in things at the moment. Great to see your comments coming in. Stuart Reed, Nadine Schmidt, they've all been there in position. Mate Kozicek is watching along. Great to hear from Mate, who sadly tore some ligaments early in the season. It's pretty much his year already over in training 2 months ago. Very sad indeed that we don't get to see Mate Kozicek. Maybe Mate, you should warm up your vocal cords and you can join me on commentary in Prague next month. We'd love to have you in the booth. Bless you to my dear friend Chloe Chu, who's up for Miss Singapore later in a couple of months' time. Where are my friends when I need them? Right where I want them to be. Bless you, Chloe. Take care, mate. So it's going to be an interesting battle for Kim Down on the front of the grid, along with Arkadiusz Janora, the pole. The two men who fought for last year's Masters World Championship title, and they're going to do exactly the same thing again in 2026. So as they rock and roll around the circuit once again, just getting themselves dialed in. Remember, Heat 2 onwards, no practice start. So they will just charge their way forward to put on another excellent spectacle. There's Sebastian Lux, the German, getting himself ready for another interesting battle on the course. He and Jennifer Beckman were the Team Germany entrants in the World Games last year at Chengdu. And Sebastian Lux now upholding the honor of the Racing Penguins here in Turkey. Back into starting position order. The riders get themselves ready for more exciting battles on the circuit. There is a more exciting challenge to come from the competitors as we get ourselves geared up once more. Third position on the grid this time is going to be Petr Poznik in front of the American Ted Berg from Mooresville, North Carolina. Great to see everyone geared up for another exciting showcase. Let's see everybody dialed in. They're just warming up the boards. 20 kilograms in weight, these boards. And the horsepower is low, but when you've only got 20 kilos under your feet, you don't need a massive amount of horsepower at all. Power to weight ratio, you're talking almost MotoGP Premier Class level. These are very fast boards indeed. And in the backdrop, check it out. Look at the horizon. There's not many racing sports that give you that as a backdrop. That's spectacular. Good to see everybody getting themselves dialed in, ready for some good action as everyone is looking forward to another exciting bout on the course. For the men's Masters race, getting themselves geared up for the first group. Kim Down versus Arkadiusz Janora. And they're going to charge for the first buoy. They're in formation. The flag is up. It's going to drop. No, it's not. It's going to oscillate. That means we're going to go for another start. Unfortunate then, because we were getting ourselves ready then for the launch forward. And obviously, when we get the flag waved rather than dropped, that is a false start. We're going to go round again. So for the Korean star, Kim Down, to put himself up to the sharp end alongside Arkadiusz Janora. That's the top two men in the championship last year, but we know how tricky it's going to be. Kim Down even had a fall during the first heat earlier on. He managed to fight his way back into victory-winning position, but it's not going to be easy. There is Ted Berg, the American star, getting himself into the mix as well. So Kim Down versus Arkadiusz Janora. It's 2025 all over again. But now the riders venturing back into position to move their way into position. Mark Andrews getting himself ready for Jet Surf Team Canada. He wants the world to know he was born to race, and he's going to go for the top spot. Watch out for the Maple Leaf. It's likely to be strong right from the outset. So the riders into position, waiting for the flag to drop from the starting buoy. The Marshal on the jet ski, waiting for the opposition. It's an oscillation of the flag again. They're not quite forming up in position here in the Masters. 2 attempts now to get this race under starters' orders, and it hasn't quite worked out. So they really need to slow this pace down big time when they come off that final turn on the approach to the jet ski. But the wind is still very strong. If anything, the rain is dissipating completely now, but the wind is still picking up. If anything, the wind could get stronger over the course of the day, so we need to be careful about how the riders will prepare for that. This is where all that fitness training, all of that stamina, and all of that pushing in the gym, that's when it really comes into play. So the riders get themselves ready and prepare for more great action around the course. They will dial in and back into the order. Kim Down, Arkadiusz Janora, Petr Poznik, Ted Berg, Jiří Denner, Ivan Matušek. Then Michel Hulard, Sebastian Lux, Radek Luška, Sedat Erus, Abraham Tibor, and Nikita Antonov. All 12 riders in formation, ready for the command. The jet ski flag waves. When it drops, we're racing. Is this going to be the moment? Yes! Now we're under starters' orders. We charge forward to the first buoy. A good run from Kim Down. He's already going to have big opportunity as the riders tuck in to the first buoy. Great start from third position for Petr Poznik. He's already got a decent launch on Arkadiusz Janora. And as we work our way through the slalom for the first time, Janora is now going to have to play catch-up to Petr Poznik. So they work their way through the slalom. Good performance thus far out in front, though, for Kim Down. No worries for the Korean, and he completes the first lap with the lead intact. Second place for Poznik. Great launch forward from Petr Poznik off the line. And then Janusz. Oh! Around the final buoy, that's Ted Berg. Berg has gone off in the final corner. So Ted Berg has come off the board, and that really puts him on the back foot. So Ted Burke losing it out of the final turn, and the Buoy manages to get back on the board again, but it's not the way he wanted to go. Oh, he's really struggling to rejoin the race. So Ted Burke in dire straits. Looks like problems already for Nikita Antonov and Osman Arus. So problems for them as well. But Kim down, taking command of things. Only Jiri Renner went for the long lap on the first wave past the long lap board. So it looks like only Jiri Renner really taking the gamble to start things off with. Kim down has the advantage. His hand is in the air. He clearly wants to go for the long lap starting out. So he will charge through onto the long lap. Goes, oh no, he doesn't go yet. So Kim down continues on. There is the Pardubice rider. Petr Bosnik still having a great ride out front. Really enjoying himself from the front end of the... Oh, he's gone! Oh, big issue for Pardubice rider. Petr Bosnik loses it completely through the right-hander on the approach out of the first part of the board. So, big issue there as Petr Bosnik drops out of the running for second place. So now it's going to be Arkadiusz Janota. Surely he'll pick up the pieces on this one as they come through the latter stages of the slalom. Kim down, just taking it nicely in his stride. Exits the slalom. Goes out through the final two buoys. He's got a bit of traffic in front of him. That's going to be Nikita Antonov in his way. So he's got to try and find his way through past Nikita Antonov, who doesn't cause him too much of a headache. He's got to be careful. He stays on the course as Antonov chops across. Here's the fall again from Petr Bosnik. Just a little bit too acute, that angle, and the board washes out from underneath him. It's so easy to get that wrong. And Petr Bosnik slips away from second place. He's back down to third now behind Arkadiusz Janota, who has gone for the long lap. Kim down has not done so yet. And these races will have 3 long laps total. So Kim down doing the first 4 laps and then doing 3 long laps in a row. He's choosing the Eliska Maruskova strategy. So Kim down, out in first position, enjoying life in the lead. Oh, and that's another faller. So who is that that's gone? It's one of the, I think that's going to be the 5. Yes, it's Jiri Renner. So Renner is the latest one to fall. Several riders really struggling under the expectation and the pressure here. So Jiri Renner, the latest rider to go into the water. Kim down, obviously had a fall in the first heat, but managed to fight his way back to the victory, only a second ahead of the Canadian Mark Andrews. So now the battle will rage again as Kim down pushes to try and find that little bit of extra pace. Really wants to find a little bit more of smooth rhythm as he works his way through the course. You can see how choppy the waves are compared to yesterday. It was practically a calm sea 24 hours ago. Now, with the wind picking up and the weather very much different compared to what it was yesterday, it's a very challenging day at the office indeed. But Kim down, the Korean superstar, 42 years of age from Seoul, really enjoying himself as he crosses the line again into the next lap. He's already taken one of his long laps. Now he's going to take the next one. He's got no choice. He's got to take long laps on every single one of these final rotations. But he pulls out of the whitewash of Sebastian Lux, kicks into the inside line and manages to get past the German without too much issue. So now Arkadiusz Janota has got to come through and take his last 2 long laps as well. But the Polish rider really enjoying himself, second and third position. Still where they were at the start. Petr Bosnik now in front of Michel Hulard. So Michel Hulard, 4th position at the moment, in front of Jiri Renner. Then it is Radek Lučka, Sebastian Lux, and Ivan Matušek. But Kim down, controlling the pace out front. No worries at all for the Korean. Keeping himself in good position out front as Arkadiusz Janota looks like he's had a fall. Arkadiusz Janota now in trouble. So pretty much everybody in this field has had a slip up somewhere. Here's Janora, the replay. It's going to be the left-hand buoy, isn't it? He takes it in. Oh, and the nose gets stuffed in. He manages to save it, though. That's really well held by Arkadiusz Janora. The front end pushes in big time, but some really good efforts from the contenders. It was very tricky out there. So Kim down, putting in another excellent showcase as he works forward. Arkadiusz Janora, good effort. Kim down still going well. And he's now taken his 3rd long lap. He's on his last lap, is Kim down. So too now is Arkadiusz Janota. He's got to take his 3rd and final long lap as he passes Ivan Matušek to put a lap on him. So it's all going to be perfectly serene in the closing stages now. Arkadiusz Janota on his long lap, and Kim down is just going to cruise back. He doesn't need to push too hard here. He'll go into the slalom for the last time. He's already put himself into the lead. He's given himself a nice gap. He doesn't have to push himself too hard here. So Kim Down just wanting to take care of himself before the stock race later on. And so Kim Down is able to keep it nice and calm in the final couple of buoys. And it's 2 out of 2 for Kim Down. No worries at all for the Korean. Job done. And so Kim Down makes it double victory here in Korea. Delighted. I'm sure he will be. A great start. Arkadiusz Janota, the Polish rider, is going to come through for second position out of the final couple of buoys. Here he is, finishing off in style. Checkered flag is 2 buoys away. In through the right, in through the left. There is the line, and that'll do nicely for Arkadiusz Janota to come through in second place. Third position, only a couple of seconds back, is going to be Petr Poznik. 4.7 behind the pole. So an excellent start for Kim Down and for Arkadiusz Janota. And then it is Michel Ular who comes through for fourth position in front of Jiri Renner. Sebastian Lukes, P6, in front of Radek Lushka, Ivan Marushek, Sani Erus, Abraham Tibor, and then Ted Burke and Nikita Antonov will be further back. But certainly if you are watching back home in Seoul, in Korea, it's a perfect start for Kim Down. No worries at all for the 42-year-old. He is still the master of the masters, and it's going to be very difficult to beat him in his current form. He is so good when he gets himself into his rhythm. A fabulous contender, an amazing guy, and certainly incredibly fast. So still, Kim Down on the top spot after a very solid run. No issues at all for him at the moment. He keeps it nice and tidy in front of Arkadiusz Janota and Petr Poznik. 29 seconds the advantage at the end. Michel Ular from Jiri Renner and Sebastian Lukes, then Radek Lushka and Ivan Matuszek rounding out the top 10 for Sedat Eros Osman. And then in P10, it is Abraham Tibor from Ted Burke and Nikita Antonov. Now we go into the second of the Masters men heats. It's going to be Jiri Stovacek versus Mark Andrews at the front end from Valtasek and David Poznik. Expect more great battles from this man. Jiri Stovacek looking forward to a big push, the 52-year-old. But this is the man he's got to watch out for. From Canada, Mark Andrews, the man from Toronto, Ontario. This is where he can really bounce back. Third place for Petr Valtasek. Very competitive weekend for him so far. Let's see what he's able to do from P3. Fourth place for David Poznik. Good opportunities for him to make big strides forward as he kicks on for another exciting push. Fifth position, good effort so far from the Chilean, Jaime Hincache for Jet Surf Orlando. He wants to put the team into a great position in this one, and P5, a good place to start from. Next up, Roman Lisha-Kratishvili, the Austrian, P7 on the grid. Looking forward to another exciting push from the Austrian. Behind him, it's going to be Jiri Blahar, number 69 for Hard Racing. He wants a very competitive race out of this one. So Jiri Blahar ready for more exciting opposition. And now for the home favourite in the Masters, Murat Yoghanchila, the Turkish rider for My Racing Team. He's definitely going to want to have a strong and solid race battle from 9th on the grid. 10th position, another interesting command of the faculties for Alan Ung. It's Joe Chung in first, in fact. So Joe Chung will line up on the grid alongside his countryman Alan Ung for aerodynamic. Going to be awesome to see what these two competitors can cook up. So the aerodynamic team, only consisting of 2 riders at the moment, namely the competitors from Korea and Macau, Lee Eun-jin of the Masters Women and the Masters Men rider Alan Ung. Good to see some good opportunities coming for the competitors in this one. But the rider's ready for another 7 laps, 3 of which have got to be long laps. But the big battle is going to be between Jiri Stovacek and Mark Andrews. The 52-year-old for the Jet Surf Pardubice team alongside Jet Surf Team Canada's Mark Andrews from Toronto in Ontario. Exciting battles expected between these two men at the sharp end of the Masters Men heat. And we are definitely going to see some great racing between these two right out of the flag drop. So as everybody wants to push their way forward, it'll be tough between Stovacek and Andrews. They're going to want to put on a big display for us in the outset. We should see some really competitive racing from them. And the riders ready for an exciting bit of drama. Once again, from now on in, every start that the riders take on is going to be the real start rather than a practice start. So they've got to make sure they get out of the hole shot in their formation line very evenly so that we can get a full start up to speed. If the officials don't like it, then the marshal with a starting flag can send them round again, and they will get their chance to move forward. There's Lee Yunjin, the other aerodynamic racer. She's going to be taking part in the Masters Women later on. She already has one win in her pocket. She would dearly love to get another one. But her teammate, Alan Ung of Macau, is going to be taking part in the tail end of the field in this one with his countryman Joe Chung alongside him. So the riders now gearing up for the second of our two Masters men heats. Good to see everybody all smiles. That's Nikita Antonov coming over and having a nice chat with Sedat Arus. Good to see the riders, all really good friends in this sport. They get to have really exciting stuff, and everybody battling away in a really solid race effort. Good to see everybody really enjoying themselves. So as everyone gets themselves ready for another exciting battle out on the course, we get ourselves ready to witness what's going to happen next. It'll be tricky to see who will make it happen. And so with everybody ready for another new push forward, we'll see some good activity. Mark Andrews taking on Jiří Stovacek at the front end of the field. We're going to see some really big action between these two. Mark Andrews is very determined indeed that he wants to be up at the sharp end. So you can expect to see some really tight racing between those two right out of the blocks. So we're just waiting for the command now for the riders to get back out onto the water here. And once we get that command, the racing can get back up to speed once again. Just a little bit of a delay. And after the second of the Masters men heats, we're going to get into the race action again for the Masters women, then the elite men, and then the two stock races. We'll get a 20-minute technical break, and then we'll push on to the end of the day's activity with some really good race battles to come. So after this second Masters men heat, we will get the Masters women and then the elite men and the two stock races. Very exciting stuff so far here in Çeşme in Turkey. But certainly a great start to the day if your name is Eliska Mariskova. 2 wins out of 2 for her. Vasada Zubarova likewise in the elite women's. And in juniors, well, it's been a very tricky day at the office so far. Neither class has seen 2 wins out of 2. We've seen a win for Nela Pozhnikova and Ellen Berdova in junior girl. And we've seen a win for Stanka Hoot and Max Rushka in junior boy. So that is going to be a very tough race battle to determine later on. And then, of course, it's been 2 wins out of 2 for Kim Down. It can't be 2 wins out of 2 for Arkadiusz Janora because he was taking part in that heat. So it's now the time to find out who is going to be the latest new winner of the Masters men. Is it going to be Jiří Stovacek? Is it going to be Mark Andrews? Or is it going to be David Poznik? We're about to find out. But Faltasek has a chance to make it happen as well from 3rd position, don't forget. We've also got to keep an eye on Jaime Hincache. A real shame that Jeno Vankersbilk doesn't get his chance to shine in this one. He would have been starting from P5. But sadly now he will have to take his vantage point from the hospital. Fortunately, he is okay. He's just a little bit hurt to the left leg, but we're now going to have to wait until at least the next round of the championship at Czech Republic for the next bit of action from Jano van Gersbilk. Racing is tough, racing is brutal, and it can take its toll at any time, and we've already seen that several times over the course of the day here at Çeşme in Turkey. So now the Masters will get their chance to head out onto the circuit with the second group. They'll get the command and then we'll head out onto the course again. The Masters women will then go out for their 7-lap race. Then the elite men and the stock Group A and Group B, followed by our technical break just after 3 p.m. and then we'll have Heat 3 in the following rotation. Elite women Group A and B, juniors, then stock Group A and B, the elite men, the Masters men Group A and B, and then the Masters women will close us out for Saturday of racing just before the finishing off at 6 p.m. Well, the My35 Club Turkish Style Grand Prix continuing on here in Çeşme in the beautiful Bilik Bay. Jake Sanson in the commentary booth here for the English-speaking audience. Of course, here at the shoreline, we also have Turkish commentary as well for all of the locals here. So great to have great support for everybody. And all of the competitors looking forward to seeing what excitement and battles there still are. We're live on YouTube as well on the UAM MotoSurf World Championship YouTube channel. Like, subscribe and hit the notification bell. You'll never miss a moment of the season, and you can go back and watch some of the best bits of the 2024 and 25 seasons as well. The Marshals just getting us into position, ready for the second group of the Masters category in the men's class. And it's going to be that battle up at the front that we'll keep an eye on. Yuri Stovacek, Mark Andrews, Peter Valdesek and David Poznik. They're going to give us plenty of drama out of the outset. And Jaime Hincache, the Chilean, is certainly going to want a decent result out of this one as well. So let's see what the Jet Surf Orlando rider can do from P5. So everyone gears themselves up again for more drama. The Marshals just making some adjustments to their safety equipment. I think they've needed to replace a buoy. That's the reason why we're currently at a delay. But that's why the built-in time is built in, so that we can make these repairs and everything can be done very quickly indeed. It's great to see everybody really soaking up the atmosphere here in Turkey. From the broadcast who bring you the broadcast to everybody in the UAM MotoSurf World Championship run. This has been fantastic so far, and it's a great event. 93 riders entered across 19 different nations. The UAM MotoSurf World Championship just growing bigger and bigger every year. Always wonderful to see just how big the championship is getting. The riders have come from far and wide, from Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Canada, Cyprus, the Czech Republic, Germany, Hungary, Chile, Japan, Korea, Kuwait, Macau, Poland, the AIN, Slovakia, Sweden, the United States of America, and of course here in the home nation of Turkey, we've got plenty of great riders as well. But the UAM World Championship for MotoSurf just continues to grow year upon year, and we can't wait to see just how much bigger it gets. I'm sure that many people watching along at home getting excited by the idea of getting involved in this fantastic sport. Well, it's only going to keep growing. Get in touch with the guys and figure out how you can get training. There's going to be plenty of opportunities once you've got onto the board to go racing. Quite a few of the riders here literally go to one of the Jet Surf academies around the world, train up for a couple of months, then they get confident and they feel, do you know what, I really want to race in this. It's exactly what's happened to Bibiana Bubnikova. She only started riding the board last May, and she's already fighting for the Junior Girl World Championship title 13 months later. Not bad going, eh? So as everybody gears up for the action, we're hoping for the command to send us out onto the water again very soon indeed. Sounds like engines are revving. So I think we're going to head out into the ocean very shortly indeed. The riders will get the command. You can see how strong the wind is as it picks up again here in Turkey. There is a danger of about 20% of the weather to increase again here. And it's starting to become a real problem for everybody again up on the shoreline. Certainly some difficulties approaching the start line again as well. It looks as though our entry gate has actually had to be deflated and taken down, such as the strength and severity of the wind. But now to the water we go. The riders are ready, and so is the course. The buoy has been replaced, and so we can send our competitors out onto the course. Not all of them by the look of it. So who is that that's ventured out onto the water on his own? I'm not entirely sure what the situation is here, but we've got somebody out on the course, I think just to test out the circuit actually. I think that's the reason why we've got a MotoSurf rider out there at the moment. The marshals just adjusting the buoy position, and then once that's been replaced we can go racing again. So the marshal currently in the water, making sure that the buoy is attached correctly and the weight is put down in the correct position. That's just on the slalom section. I think it's on the exit of the slalom section is where the buoy is being adjusted. So now the contenders getting themselves geared up and ready for more excitement and more great racing here at the My35 Club Turkish Style Grand Prix of Turkey in Beylikbey in Çeşme in Turkey. About an hour's flight away, an hour's drive away is Izmir, and then a further hour's flight away is Istanbul. Fabulous country and a fabulous part of the nation. It's just beautiful hills and mountains in the horizon with the ocean opening up from Beylikbey. Wonderful part of the world, this. Good luck from all of the riders. Handed over there to Better Bosnik, who was number 3 in the previous running of the race in the Masters. Now he gives a fist bump to all of his fellow competitors taking on Group B. The thing I love the most about UAM MotoSurf in the World Championship is just how strong the bond is between all of the racers. When they're on the water, yes, you race each other, but the second you get out of the water, you are friends with everybody again. You leave all of that animosity and all of that intensity and adrenaline behind, and everyone is such great friends with each other. The competitors that you see as implacable rivals, like for example in the elite women's, we've known the battle between Eliska Maruskova and Aneta Stukulova has been ongoing for a couple of years now, but they're such good friends when they get out of the water. It's the same in the elite category for the men's. You know, they have such respect for each other. You get to see the likes of Lukas Zahorski, Matis Novotny and Alex Lukesheider. They're all hanging out with each other, swapping information and data, and they just want to go racing. They just want to be at the high end. Always good to see that the battle and the rivalry is always very intense on the water, but once they get back in to the shoreline, it's all very friendly and amiable. The wind is causing the biggest issue for the riders heading into the second half of the day as we get ourselves close to 2 p.m. at local time here in Çeşme for the My35 Club Turkish Style Grand Prix. Fabulous venue and location for the first round of the 2026 UAM MotoSurf World Championship from the My Team Racing MotoSurf House. And we get ourselves ready for more great action in the continuing stages of the race battle. Certainly can continue to be a tough race day for all of the riders, particularly those who are hoping for a rather smooth ocean. You're not going to get much of that, I'm afraid, because it's proper intense out there, and the wind is going to be very strong indeed for what looks like the rest of the day. We're hoping tomorrow it's going to calm down a bit and it's not going to be quite as intense, but with storm patterns in and around the area, it's tough to know from one race to the next how it's going to affect the situations out there on the course. So an unusual pause in proceedings while we're waiting for those buoys to be repaired. And of course we have those difficulties in weather like this because the strong winds definitely make it more likely that the buoys are going to fail. But hopefully only a couple more minutes or so and we'll be ready to get back to full race trim again. But the only thing that matters in these situations is the safety of our riders. They are the thing that is most paramount to us all, and that's the element we've got to protect and keep on top of. So the battle will continue again here in Çeşme on the shoreline outside the My Racing Team clubhouse. And with all of the riders getting themselves geared up and ready to go here for the continuation of the opening round of the UAM MotoSurf World Championship here in Turkey for the My 35 Club Turkish Style Grand Prix of Turkey. It'll be fabulous to see how things are going to continue, particularly when we get into the third heat later this afternoon. You're not going to see an awful lot of change in terms of the form, but you may see a few more thrills and spills out on the water. Roman Lishel-Kratishvili having an interesting conversation at the moment. I think he's in deep conversation there to try and figure out what the situation is with the start of this race. I think all the riders are getting itchy feet as they want to get themselves back up into starting order. So all the riders want to be really on the ball and get themselves into a competitive position again. So the riders certainly looking for a clean start, but with the buoys needing a little bit of repair out on the course, and with the competition very much being affected now by the crosswinds that we've got here in Turkey. It's not going to be the easiest of days at the races for sure. So everybody just keeping themselves into a good position. They want to finish off strong. There's Alexander Lana in conversation with Rosalia Janora, the Husky Wear rider, alongside the MotoSurf Tenzi rider. I think that's Rosalia Janora trying to teach Alexander Lana how to be cool. Sorry, Alex, I think she needs to give you a few more lessons. You'll get there eventually, my friend. You will. You will. Just takes a bit of time and practice. Rosalia knows. So all of the contenders in the Masters getting themselves geared up. This pause in proceedings certainly gives us a little bit more of an opportunity to talk about how things will go for the rest of the season. The UAM MotoSurf World Championship obviously due to kickstart in Fujairah in the UAE, but we had a little bit of a change to the schedule for obvious reasons. Now we are getting ourselves ready for the continuation of the first round of the championship. Next round of the championship taking place at the 4th and final weekend of July, and that's taking part in Prague in the Czech Republic. Then in August we head to Stockholm in Sweden, and that'll be a very exciting weekend for us all in August. Then into September we go to Marbella in Spain, lovely part of the world and a fabulous location to go racing. Then we'll have the next round of the championship at Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates, to be confirmed in October. And then we'll have back-to-back weekends, all being well, in China, in the beautiful cities of Xinhua and Shenzhen. So the competition will continue in fine style for the UAM MotoSurf World Championship as the riders gear up for more excitement. It's getting pretty tricky here on the broadcast tents as the broadcasts are having to go to work to make sure that both of the tents will actually stay in position here now. Two jobs in one. Broadcast the race, make sure your tent doesn't blow away. That's racing. So as the contenders are ready for another exciting battle out on the course, it should be really intriguing to see whether it's going to be Jiří Stavacek or Mark Andrews that gets the better of each other in this next particular bout. Certainly some interesting battles set to come for both men. There is Murat Jorgen Çiğler getting himself ready, the Turkish rider, one of the staples of the competition. We've got a few local riders trying to get themselves into the mix. Sadly, not all of the Masters were able to get themselves into the starting grid for this race because there were only 24 seats available at the table. And as a result of that, there were 5 unlucky riders that were not able to qualify for the occasion. Fuji Todohito, the Japanese rider, Vladimir Mashlenikov for hard racing, as we look at the 2 aerodynamic riders. That is Lee Eunjin for the Masters women on the right side, and on the left side that is Alan Ung for Macau. Looking forward to another steady day of race battles. But as you can see, it's a very blustery day at the office here in Cheshme. It's a tricky one for everybody, and we're all having to cope with the elements. But the onslaught and the ferocious winds that we're taking on definitely making things a little bit more intriguing here in the UAM MotoSurf World Championship than we were hoping for. But this first round of the 7 weekends in the championship certainly giving us a bit of an indication as to what we can expect over the course of 2026. Big drama so far across the categories, and certainly more to come as now the UAM MotoSurf Masters men category finally get their move into the water. And so Group B gets their opportunity to take on the course once again. Exciting race battles await us now as the competition will set us into a fine charge forward. The 5 riders that didn't get to qualify: Fuji Terehito, Vladimir Maslenikov, Georgi Mudretsov, Andrei Atanasov of Bulgaria, and Stanislav Ganichkin for the hard racing team. All of them sadly not making the cut. Only the top 24 riders get to compete in races because there are only space for 24 racers. Yeah, we got 29 entrants, but to get yourself into the race, you've got to qualify. And so rather sadly, we had the very dramatic exit from the competition in yesterday's qualifying session of Faraz Ramadan, who sadly only had 2 laps of the Turkish course and wasn't able to complete either of them. And so for the drama side of things, certainly to have someone of the talent and the credence of Faraz Ramadan not competing in stock this weekend is a big, big shock. So the riders in the Masters men now take to the water once again. Good to see everybody dialed in and getting ready after the pause to repair the circuit. It's been an interesting one. Well, sadly, not only has we got the indication from Jano Vankersbilk that he's going to miss the weekend, but he's posted on his Instagram, end of my race season. So it looks as though the injuries that he suffered in yesterday's qualifying session were just a little bit too extreme. So that's 2 big names now from the world of MotoSurf who have had big injuries at the start of the season, just in training more than anything else. Jano Vankersbilk, of course, being the first one, and the second one being the talented Matej Kozicek, who was the MotoSurf World Champion, of course, back in 2022. And we were really hoping to see a little bit more from him this year, but sadly, he had an ACL tear, and he also ruptured his meniscus in the right knee, so that's very much game over for him for the 2026 season as well. I know he's watching, because he can't get it out of his system. You can take the racer out of MotoSurf, but you can't take MotoSurf out of the racer. So the riders get ready once again to form up. It's going to be Jiří Stavicek from the front end of the field. Alongside him will be Mark Andrews of Canada. And then alongside will be Petr Faltisek and David Poznik. Then we'll see Jaime Hincache for Jet Surf Orlando in front of Roman Kratishvili and Jiří Blahar. There is the starting order. Sadly, Jano Vankersbilk absent after a season-ending injury, curtailing his battle for this weekend and probably future weekends as well. He certainly pointed out a few hours ago on his own Instagram feed, that's the end of my season, which certainly sounds pretty bad for him. But for us, it means we get to see from comfort. He gets to watch from the sidelines. The yellow flag aloft. When it drops, we'll be racing for the second time in this group for the Masters men's. Here we go! Flag drops, and now it's between Mark Andrews and Jiří Stavicek. What a start from Mark Andrews, who launches forward and jumps across on Jiří Stavicek. Mark Andrews launches into the lead, comes through to the slalom ahead of everybody else, and that might be the last you see of him in this incredible encounter. Great start for Mark Andrews. He's got to tidy it up though through the slalom. Careful, Mark. Just a little bit wayward, but he catches it, comes back onto the main race course, and he leads the way. So excellent start for Mark Andrews. Out from second on the grid, he now leads the way. So Andrews hits the front in front of Jiří Stavicek. Then it is David Poznik who's got ahead of Petr Faltisek. So an excellent start. Jiří Blahar in front of Jaime Hincache. Good starting positions already. Looks like Efe Gorsoy has also failed to start this one. I wonder if he's picked up a slight discomfort after yesterday as well, because he wasn't there in the previous race either. So there is the resurgent Jiří Stavicek trying to get back on terms after a bit of a sluggish start. Really wants to get back into the leading position again, but Mark Andrews really has caught him out there at the start. So Andrews has just got to be delicate. He said to me, you've got to be really careful where you pick your moments to go through each of these buoys, because you can really end your race just by being a little bit too eager in one or two of these laps. But the Canadian riding beautifully. Mark Andrews out in front. There is David Poznik. He's done well to get himself into third position, and up to fourth place now has come Jaime Hincache, because Peter Faltisek, Jiri Blaha and Murat Jorgenschila have all decided to take their long lap early. So they've put themselves out of the battle for the moment, but they'll come back into it when the time is right. As Mark Andrews continues to lead by example. He's got the lead, so he may as well push it while he's got a clear water in front of him. So Mark Andrews just taking things nicely in his stride at the moment, not overexerting himself. He knows that Jiri Stovacek is still right there. He's got to be patient. You've got to have stamina, but you also got to have patience in this category. It's not easy to hold the board to a comfort rhythm. So there is Andrews, still working his way through over the line and holding the lead. Mark Andrews. Fabulous run so far from the 39-year-old from Toronto, Ontario. So this is the year in which he turns 40, hence why he is eligible to compete in the Masters category. But Mark Andrews knows he's got big opposition this year, including the likes of Arkadiusz Janoda of Poland, who has already taken a heat win so far this weekend. And Kim Down is taken too. Mark Andrews drops it in the slalom, in the long lap. Mark Andrews goes for the lead. He's got to try and pick this up again without losing too much. Jiri Stovacek has overtaken him in the long lap. So Mark Andrews throwing away the lead for the time being. Let's see how he did it. It's just the wrong angle for the waves to come at him. Then he makes the turn to come through. The board washes out from underneath him. So easily done. And Mark Andrews now has to watch as Jiri Stovacek gets in front of him. So Stovacek now leads the way from Mark Andrews, with Faltisek and Poznik both taking the long lap and the lead away from the two men earlier on. So now it is Peter Faltisek who leads the way. Second place is David Poznik, third is Jiri Stovacek, and fourth place is Mark Andrews. So big mistakes already creeping in then for the two leaders. Stovacek and Andrews on the back foot. It's now to Faltisek and Poznik to really take this race by the throat. There is Mark Andrews recovering in P4, but he really wants more than what he's currently got. But the leader is obviously now Peter Faltisek. There's Jiri Stovacek, the pole sitter, currently recovering in third place. All four of the top four men have taken one long lap. Andrews now goes on to the second long lap, as does the Chilean Jaime Hincache and the Czech Jiri Blaha. So far so good, but it's going to get intense as they run their way through. Faltisek in front of Poznik, but Jiri Stovacek could take this long lap a little bit later than his rivals. So Stovacek is trying to get himself back into position. Where's Mark Andrews in relation? 14 back from Stovacek at the last timing line. So Peter Faltisek, 2 long laps completed. They need to complete 3 before the 7 laps are up. So a chance to take the win. Definitely impeded for Mark Andrews. He lost a lot of ground earlier on. So now he's got to try and find this back again. It's never as easy just getting onto the board and just going for it. You've got to feel confident on the board. Andrews decides to take his third and final long lap early. I'm out of position. The only way I can get back into it is if I can be smooth and steady and just get myself back up the order if others make mistakes. So tricky stuff at the moment. Faltisek leads by just under 6 seconds to Poznik. Then it is Stovacek, Andrews, Hincache, Blaha. Then it is Jorgenschila and Romelisha Kratishvili. But Faltisek riding beautifully. Here he is in the lead. Peter Faltisek is keeping it nice and tidy. Doesn't have to rush things. He can go into the last couple of laps with another long lap still to do. His hand is in the air, so Peter Faltisek knows he's got to take his third and final long lap here on the last lap. But so does David Poznik, so does Jiri Stovacek. So how much time can the Canadian Mark Andrews hope to make up? He comes into the last lap now. He's in 4th place, so he's got some time to make up to the riders in front of him, but it looks good for Peter Faltisek to come through for his first win of the weekend. And a very solid start to proceedings here on Saturday. After a difficult opening heat, he's able to bounce back and resurge himself into a great winning position. Peter Faltisek completes the third and final long lap, comes through the U-turn, up to the slalom for the last time. And it looks really strong for Peter Faltisek to finish this off in good position. He comes out of the slalom for the last time. And as we've already had 2 wins for Kim Down and a win for Arkadiusz Janora, now we're going to get a win for the Czech, Petr Faltisek, who's going to come through the final buoy. The checkered flag line is there, and Petr Faltisek becomes the 3rd different winner in Masters this weekend. Great start for Petr Faltisek. I don't think he was expecting that one coming in, but he's certainly taken advantage of the situation. Mark Andrews comes through now for 3rd position behind David Poznik, as Jiří Stovacek seems to have had another fall. Andrews nearly catching David Poznik before the end there as well. So a 2nd and a 3rd for Mark Andrews over the course of the day. But he so badly wanted the victory. But it's Faltisek and Poznik who come through to get the job done. A 1-2 for Team Jet Surf Pardubice. And a great ride from Faltisek. There you go, handshake between Faltisek and Poznik. 1 and 2, just 12 seconds apart from them at the flag. And for the Jet Surf Pardubice team, it is exactly what the doctor ordered. So Petr Faltisek comes through to become the 3rd different race winner in as many battles in the men's masters, because we had Arkadiusz Janora, Kim Down twice, and now Petr Faltisek. So now to make up the time, the Masters women are going straight out onto the course. We'll talk you through the lineup very shortly indeed. But the men's Masters in Group B finish up with a victory for Petr Faltisek. That'll do nicely. And there is the pole position sitter in the Masters women, Lee Yeon-jun from Korea. Jennifer Beckman for Germany, getting herself up to speed. Here is the provisional result then for the Masters men. Petr Faltisek getting a great victory in front of David Poznik, Mark Andrews and Jiří Stovacek. Then Jaime Hincachi in front of Jiří Blahar from Murat Jorgenschila, Roman Lisha-Kratishvili, then Alanong and Jo Chung. No start for Efe Gersoy or for Jano Vagersbilk. There are the Masters women, led by Lee Yeon-jun from Jennifer Beckman, Ekaterina Vengodova, Tuksha Davutoglu and Bihan Koyan Pinar. The first ever competition for Masters in the women's category. And of course for Lee Yeon-jun, a chance to make it 2 wins out of 2. She's going to be a very popular race winner if she can hold on to the lead in this one. But the conditions are so much better than they were yesterday. Visibility is so much better than it was this morning when this was the very first race of the competition. And now we're going to get to see what the Masters can make of the circuit now that it's a much better condition of water that they can race in. Big difficulties earlier on when it was wind and rain as well as the choppy waters. Now at least the sun has come out to make it a little bit easier. So the 5 riders in the women's Masters category are certainly going to give us plenty of excitement and enjoyment out there on the course. Pole position for Lee Yeon-jun, the Korean rider, 38 years of age from Seoul. Then it is the German talent for MotoSurf Team Germany, Jennifer Beckman, 2nd in the starting lineup. Then it is the Mohican, because she's got her purple Mohican on the racing helmet. That's Ekaterina Vengodova. Then for the My Racing team, we have Tuksha Davutoglu, and she is going to be lining up just in front of Bihan Koyan Pinar, the 5th and final rider in the rankings. But after the earlier race, when she worked her way up from 5th position to 3rd, expect Bihan Koyan Pinar to try and go for another top 3 finish again. She'll certainly be wanting a strong continuation of her Women Masters campaign. Well, the red flag is in the air. So the race is actually under red flag conditions now. So the race has stopped. I wonder if this is because we've got another issue out there on the course. Looks like one of the jet skis is going to be mobilized now. So I think we may have more repairs that need to be done to the course somewhere along the line. I'm going to try and look out on the water and see what it might be. But certainly for now, the red flag is aloft. So that means that the course is not safe for racing. So clearly something needs to be taken care of there. I wonder if there's a jet ski or two. I think there's a change-up of personnel, actually. I think that's the reason. Change-up of safety personnel. So the rider of the jet ski this morning is now swapping over. And When that has all been completed, we'll get ourselves back up to race trim again. So certainly a very exciting start to the day, and a very hectic start to the day in the first round of the 2026 UIM MotoSurf World Championship, the My35 Club Turkish Style Grand Prix of Turkey here in Çeşme on the beautiful Bilat Bay. And we're getting ourselves ready for the continuation of the competition in the Masters Women category, where pole position has gone to the Korean Lee Eun-jun, with a chance to continue her winning form from this morning. So as all of the riders in the women's category get themselves just onto the jetty there to wait for further instruction, and it's getting ourselves ready for the next continuation of the day's activities here in the UIM MotoSurf World Championship season opener 2026 here in Çeşme. Getting ready to get back into the action again for the 2026 UIM MotoSurf World Championship season opener here on Bilat Bay in Çeşme in Turkey. Great to see everybody enjoying themselves out on the shoreline here in fantastic, sizzling hot weather conditions, despite the strong prevailing winds that are threatening to push into the comfort zones of our race enjoyment. But we are moto surfers. We don't let a little gust of wind spoil our day. No chance. The Masters women getting themselves ready for another exciting heat out on the course. And it's going to see Lee Eun-jun from pole position in front of Jennifer Beckman, ahead of Ekaterina Vengerova, Tukce Leventoglu and behind Goyen Pinar. The 5 racers for the new era of Masters women to get out onto the course and enjoy themselves here in the beautiful Turkish sunshine. If you're just joining us on the YouTube live stream for the UAE MotoSurf World Championship, we've already had some great battles across the junior boy and junior girl categories. Not a single double winner in the rankings because both classes have seen some very exciting races. Both Nela Poshnikova and Ellen Bardova taking victories in junior girl with a win apiece for Stanislav Kohut and Max Rushka. It's double trouble for Kim Down, as well as a win apiece for Arkadia Zionora and the very talented Petr Faltuszek in the Masters men category. Already one win for the elite men competition for Lukas Zahorski's main opposition, Matthias Novotny. It was the former that took pole position, the latter that took the opening heat win. And then in the women's category, it's already 2 out of 2 for both Sara Zoborova of Slovakia and Eliska Maruskova of the Czech Republic. So big battles still to come through the course of the day as the sun comes out to bask us in the glory of the landscape here in Çeşme in Turkey, one of the most picturesque places you could ever wish to go racing. One of the most stunning backdrops in the sport. But of course, with the strong prevailing winds and the 15 to 20% chance that rain could return, there's still plenty of nervous faces before they get into the water for their second or third heats. Certainly going to be really tricky to see how everybody will put on a good showcase. Alex Lukeshide has been watching along on the live stream. He says he's warmed up already, and then a few minutes after that, I'm cold again. Alex, we keep telling you, wear a sweatshirt. The ladies in the Masters category out on the jetty waiting for the all clear. There's a couple of difficult moments in terms of logistics keeping us from going racing for the time being, but they're all out there for their second run. It's wonderful to see the camaraderie between the Masters women. They're going to race each other in a few short minutes, but they're all good mates and they're all really exciting to watch out on the circuit. Can you believe that the pole position sitter, Lee Eunjin, one of her most distinguishing characteristics is that she hates water, and yet she's a UAM MotoSurf World Championship racer. What a nutcase. Love her to pieces. So all of the contenders getting themselves ready for another exciting duel. After the competition that we'll have in the women's Masters category, the first ever weekend that we've had this competition, there's going to be more great battles galore for us to watch out for. After the Masters women comes the elite men's race, 8 laps plus 3 long laps in the mix for them, and then we'll get the 2 groups of stock racers. Then they'll get a technical break. I'm not sure we'll get that technical break now because we're kind of already having it in a way, but we'll see what it does to the schedule. Then we'll have heat 3 for all of the competitors across the competition. Starting with the elite women groups, then the juniors, then the stocks, then the elite men, then the Masters men, rounding out with these fantastic Masters women to round off the day of competition. And then, of course, there's only one thing to do after that: get ready for tomorrow. Going to be a fabulous battle here at the UAM MotoSurf World Championship 2026. Jake Sanson in the commentary booth position for the English-speaking audience, as well as all of the fans watching along on YouTube. Lee Eunjin just letting everybody on the shoreline know we're okay. We're just sat here enjoying ourselves. This is the reason, by the way, that we are delayed. There's just a couple of repairs that need to be made at the side of the course to make it safe for everybody. So we're just making sure that everybody is protected and safe. It is safety that has to come first above all else. So we're just making sure that all of the racers are protected. The weather can definitely cause a couple of issues, and even though it's glorious sunshine, it's the strong crosswinds that really give us a little bit of a headache at the moment. The Met Office tells me that the fastest north to northeasterly crosswinds we're going to get today could get up to a gust of 25 miles an hour at its most intense. It's currently at about 16 to 17 miles an hour consistently, which is quite a lot when you think about it, especially as well when you consider that these riders are going to be getting a top speed of about 20 to 22 miles an hour at various points on the course, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're doing that skipping over waves on a 20-kilogram board, that's a lot faster than you think it is, trust me. So the riders getting back up to starters' positions as soon as we get the command. There's already been plenty of great racing and great drama thus far, but obviously now just to put things together and fix the course to make sure that everybody is A-OK and ready for the start of racing. It looks as if there's an issue with one of the safety jet skis at the moment, so one of the jet skis just having some difficulties. Once we get that started again, then we're back into racing. So we'll just allow the safety teams to do their work and to put themselves back into good position again, and then when we are all set to go racing once more, we'll be able to do so. No consolation for the Masters women, who get to sit out on the jetty and chill out in the sunshine while they wait for news. But of course, if the jet ski that recovers the races in jeopardy isn't working, then we have to wait until it can. So just bear with us a few more minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Do keep your messages and your comments coming in on the YouTube stream. Like, subscribe and hit the notification bell. You won't miss a moment of the race coverage once it gets back underway again. We've only got to wait a few short minutes, I'm sure, and then we'll be able to get back into good race trim once again for the UAM MotoSurf World Championship. Still good battles ahead of us, and still great racing to come from all of the competitions across the Masters, women, men, elite, junior boy, junior girl, and of course the stock category as well. Plenty of great battles amongst the elite and Masters in men and women, junior boy, junior girl, and the stock categories as well. So much racing still to come here at Çeşme. As you can see, the officials are going to work to make sure that the conditions are safe for us. Once they are, we'll get back up to race trim. So we're going to head down to the shoreline while we're waiting for the course to get back up to race positions. We've got our beach cam ready and standing by. We're going to have a chat with a few of the riders ahead of the continuation of the first round of the 2026 UAM MotoSurf World Championship. So riders, prepare to be door-stopped. We're going to have a catch-up with some of our competitors as we gear ourselves up ready for the continuation of racing here at Çeşme in Turkey. Keep your messages coming in, and we will get up to date with you as soon as we've got a chance.
Hi, Lucas. How is your weekend going so far?
Hello, I'm not Lucas.
Sorry, how's your weekend going so far?
Perfect. After the qualifying, I finished second, and after the first heat, I finished first. I overtook Lucas on the start, and then it's only by myself, and I just win it.
Okay, and what is your hopes for this next heat that you have going?
To overtake Lucas.
Okay, and currently you have 2 second finishes, is that correct?
What?
What's your 2 finishes so far?
My it's only first place.
Okay. Perfect, thank you.
So good to hear from the reigning world champion, Matthias Novotny, down on the shoreline. And it looks as though the Masters women are warming up now, getting themselves ready for an exciting battle out on the course. It looks as though we've had the all clear from the officials that we can go racing again. So for the Masters women, all 5 of them, it is going to be an intense run once again. Leon Jin, Jennifer Beckman, Ekaterina Vengerova, Tuksha Levatoglu, and Bihan Kuyun Pinar. There she is, getting herself ready for an exciting race battle. The 37-year-old from here in Turkey, entrepreneur as well as racer in MotoSurf. And so our riders get themselves up to the line. We're waiting for the formation. One of the riders getting close together. It needs to be a little bit tighter than that before we can start racing, I think. But the flag is up. Will it drop? Yes, it does. Away we go. And Lee Eun-jin gets a great start on Jennifer Beckman. So the Korean launches forward and gets a terrific launch, already putting herself into a strong position in front of Beckman. Then it is going to be Vengodova, Leventoglu and Koyen Pienaar into the slalom for the first time. And Lee Eun-jin really attacking each slalom. Boy, with a good amount of determination at the moment. Certainly keeping it very feisty on the first run as Lee Eun-jin works her way through, enjoying a decent advantage out in front, and she's already holding quite a solid gap over Jennifer Beckman, who there she goes across the line, the German rider in second position, just keeping it nice and tidy. She's going to go onto the long lap first of all, so she's going to get her long laps out of the way very quickly by the look of things. Heat 2 for the Masters women, 7 laps total, and 3 of those need to be long laps. So Katarina Vengodova not putting herself too far forward for that one, but into third position for Katarina Vengodova. Up to fourth now comes Koyen Pienaar, and then Tuksha Leventoglu coming through in fifth position as Lee Eun-jin works her way through the slalom once again. Unfortunate that we've had so many riders who were hoping to be part of the Masters race this weekend, unable to attend for various different logistical reasons. Elizaveta Faitova, Dinara Ibragimova, Lauren Tellin, all hoping to be there, but for various different reasons, not able to be. In Dinara Ibragimova's case, there were some logistical challenges and obstacles to take on, as of course was similar for the Belgian Lauren Tellin. Elizaveta Faitova was going to be competing in this campaign, but she's pregnant, so I'm not entirely sure that's going to be the best way for her to go through her pregnancy, is to go through racing in MotoSurf. She would if she could. Oh, and into the water goes Katarina Vengodova. So Vengodova goes through and pushes it a little bit too far. And certainly that is the last of the Mohicans at the sharp end of the field. Katarina Vengodova dropping her way through there, unfortunately, as through comes Lee Eun-jin to put a lap on Tuksha Leventoglu, and is now going to do the same thing for Koyen Pienaar in the slalom. Works her way through, keeping it nice and tidy. Problems already then, I think, for Koyen Pienaar. I think she's missed one of the buoys in the slalom there, so already some difficulties. In fact, I think she may have missed a couple of buoys there. So difficulties there from Koyen Pienaar, and she may well get a penalty for that. But Lee Eun-jin is just doing what she does best. She goes onto the long lap, continuing her charge to lead the way. So as the riders continue in good stead, Lee Eun-jin is just keeping it nice and tidy. Look at the focus on the eyes of Tuksha Leventoglu. Really working hard to try and stay in the best possible position. She goes onto the long lap for the second time. 7 laps for the Masters women, as Lee Eun-jin currently holds station in the first position. The German Jennifer Beckman now to about half a minute or so away from Lee Eun-jin. But good to see her enjoying herself at the sharp end of the field, and certainly looking good for a flamboyant victory at the front end of the field. Very much indicative of what we saw from Kim Down as well earlier in the weekend in the Masters men. Well, the Masters women is certainly being dominated at the moment from Lee Eun-jin. She can afford to give herself a little bit of a breather as she comes out of the slalom, having done 2 of the 3 long laps. She will complete lap 4, 3 laps to go, 1 of which needs to be a long lap, and she is really taking her time for the aerodynamic squad that she runs with in 2026. Last year she ran under the Apex Pilots banner. Now she races for Team Aerodynamic. That's the team that she shares with Alan Ung, the Macanese rider in Masters of Macau. And still Lee Eun-jin just controlling the pace up front. No issues for her at the moment. There's Jennifer Beckman, second place at the moment for MotoSurf Team Germany, and looking good to continue her charge forward, hoping for a full-time campaign in 2026, all being well, as Lee Eun-jin works her way through the slalom, looking to put another lap on Tuksha Leventoglu, I think that is. Failing that, it's going to be Koyen Pienaar. Both Turkish racers still learning the craft of MotoSurf. But still very proud to be here on home soil. Across the line, Lee Eun-jin, 2 laps to go for her. One of those needs to be the long lap. Will she do it first or will she do it last? She comes off the buoy and we'll find out shortly. Jennifer Beckman completing lap number 4. So that tells you just how fast the pace is for Lee Eun-jin. She's been able to lap the entire field on her way to the victory. So she goes on to the long lap for the 3rd time, Lee Eun-jin. Just enjoying herself. The 38-year-old, she works in radio production when she's not racing in MotoSurf. She's afraid of water. Can you believe it? Ekaterina Vengodova, 3rd place in front of Bianca Pinar, the Turkish rider, and then it is Tuğçe Löventoglu in 5th place. So still great racing all the way as Lee Eun-jin works her way past Bianca Pinar to put a 3rd lap on her. But Lee Eun-jin, all she has to do now is just continue to navigate the final laps of the course. Just keep it nice and tidy, doesn't need to overexert. Just keep it nice and balanced. And even Jennifer Beckman is about to feel the wrath of Lee Eun-jin for the 2nd time as the Korean closes up on the German rider. Oh, bit of an issue there, unfortunately, for Tuğçe Löventoglu. I think she missed the buoy there. White flag is in the air, though, for Lee Eun-jin as Jennifer Beckman goes on to the long lap for the 3rd and final time. And Lee Eun-jin is able to put the lap on her for the 2nd time. And so Jennifer Beckman, sorry, that is now lapping the entire field. She was going to be a lap ahead, and now she is a lap ahead. So Lee Eun-jin doing well as she comes through. Jennifer Beckman will finish 6 laps of the course rather than 5. And Ekaterina Vengodova, well, if she wants to complete the course in the full 6 laps, the 3rd and final long lap has gone her way now as well. She's done that. Bianca Pinar will be P4, Tuğçe Löventoglu will be P5. But from 2 races, it is a perfect start to the season for Lee Eun-jin, who just takes her time in the final couple of buoys. She doesn't need to overexert herself here. She's got over a lap on the rest of the field. Looks like she may have an issue with her throttle cable there, but she doesn't have to panic too much. All she's got to do is get it over the line, which she does. Lee Eun-jin makes it 2 wins out of 2. The racer from Seoul, Korea. It's job done for Lee Eun-jin. No panic, no drama, and 7 laps done. So Jennifer Beckman will come through for 2nd position. Does Lee Eun-jin know the checkered flag's gone out? I'm not sure she does. She's still keeping resolutely to the course as Jennifer Beckman is trying to cruise across the line to finish off in 2nd place. Last couple of buoys for her. And so Jennifer Beckman takes the checkered flag. And that's good enough for 2nd place in front of Ekaterina Vengodova. And no, indeed, Lee Eun-jin does not know the checkered flag is out. She's nursing what looks like it could be an ailing throttle cable as Ekaterina Vengodova comes out of the slalom, and it looks like she's just going to finish the race in 3rd position in front of Tuğçe Löventoglu and Bianca Pinar. But Lee Eun-jin slows the pace right down. She doesn't need to push. She's already taken the victory. And so the 38-year-old Korean comes through and finishes the job. So a great start to the season then in the Masters Women for Lee Eun-jin. 2 wins out of 2. And I've got a feeling her fellow Asian compatriots, Park In-hee, Yuen Ni-jin and Miki Tori, will be hoping to return to the fray of the Masters Women category. Hopefully there's a few more coming for the 2nd round of the championship in Prague and the Czech Republic as well. Expect a few more faces to emerge in the Masters category, as Jennifer Beckman also takes an additional lap that she didn't need to do. So now we wait to see what the action is going to be like from the elite men. We've already seen the elite women for their 2nd run. Now we're going to see the elite men and the stock categories. They will head out onto the circuit very shortly. Sadly, we've lost about 20 minutes in our schedule. I wonder if we'll use that 20 minutes that was going to be a technical break in order to catch up. But now the 8 riders that make up the elite of our sport head out onto the circuit. The best riders in the world in the elite category. Let's go through the provisional results then of the Masters Women. Lee Eun-jin for the 2nd time gets the win in front of Jennifer Beckman. Then Ekaterina Vengodova, Tuğçe Löventoglu and Bianca Pinar. But now come the elite men. Lukasz Jaworski world champion many times over. Pole position in front of Mattis Novotny, Alex Lukscheider, Adam Ficek, Anthony Squire, Mike Michailidis, Miroslav Kurp and Jiri Wolf. The fastest category in the world in UAM MotoSurf's World Championship. And these are the boys that really push it to the ragged edge. Lukas Jaworski, pole position. This man, the reigning world champion and the Heat 1 winner earlier, Mattias Novotny. It's going to be a very tough battle for the title in 2026. And there is Jiri Wolf, continuing to add his incredible experience to the table. Looking forward to another exciting competition. And so as the riders bear themselves under the strain, it's going to be a tricky one for Jiri Wolf. He knows how much pace he's got to try and find. Miroslav Kurp, only a fraction of a second slower than Mike Michailidis in the qualifying session. We heard from Mike a short while ago, of course, as he made his way into our commentary booth position. But Lukas Jaworski, Mattias Novotny and Alex Lukscheider, the three big names at the sharp end of the elite battle. But don't count out Adam Ficek. He's been very close in the FG Forest Racing machine, only a couple of tenths of a second slower than Alex Lukscheider in the qualifying yesterday, and he feels that he could have gone anywhere between 0.2 of a second to half a second faster. So that doesn't mean Adam Ficek is done yet by any means at all. Then Anthony Squire, the American rider, ahead of Mike Michailidis of Cyprus. Both men that were in the stock category last year, now stepping up to elite. And then we've got Miroslav Kurp and Jiri Wolf. So Lukas Jaworski leads the field down towards the starting position. We wait for the flag to come up in the air and then drop as the riders are ready for another exciting push. They go round again, so it's a little bit too eager on the start from Lukas Jaworski. No practice starts anymore, of course. Once we start, we go straight into race trim. Fingers crossed for Mattias Novotny from Valentin Ecker, watching along. And after taking the win earlier on, there's certainly a possibility that we're going to see a second big charge. Expect some big battles still to come. It's going to get interesting out there, that's for sure. So we'll see what dramas befall the competitors as we get ourselves back up to race trim. They will rise the engine revs, the flag will go up, and when it drops, the elite category will get underway for the second time this weekend in Turkey. Great start from Mattias Novotny, who again draws level with Lukas Jaworski, but they're both going to drift wide. Alex Lukscheider could storm up the inside line. Fantastic launch forward from Mattias Novotny, who has already caught out Lukas Jaworski. Lukscheider up at a second place. So now what can Lukas Jaworski do in response as we go into the slalom for the first time of the second heat? Mattias Novotny trying to get out first. Look at how close Lukscheider is behind him. And so we've got Novotny versus Lukscheider for the second heat of the weekend. So Jaworski has to be content for third. Then it's Squire in front of Ficek. Great start from him. Mike Michailidis following along behind Miroslav Kurp. And it looks like Jiri Wolf is already in trouble. So Novotny leads Lukscheider. Lukas Jaworski's decided enough of this. I'm not going to want it in the whitewash. I am going to go straight to the long lap, which Adam Ficek, Miroslav Kurp and Mike Michailidis all do as well. So there is Adam Ficek. The 7 and the 6 of Kurp and Michailidis, they all go on to the long lap. They decide they're not going to get caught out behind the whitewash of Novotny and Lukscheider. Squire goes long as well. So as we finish off the lap, it is Mattias Novotny who's got himself into a prime position in front of Alex Lukscheider. Lukscheider really wanted to get further forward. So for the time being, still very close indeed up front between Mattias Novotny and Alex Lukscheider. And Lukscheider on the Team Husky board really wants to close up on the reigning world champion for Rocket Racing, the 17-year-old Mattias Novotny. This is just the start of a big, big push forward from Mattias Novotny as far as he's concerned. He just wants to keep flying. Alex Lukscheider second. Still following in the white water of Matthias Novotny. Alex Lukescheider going well. For Team Husky, staying within 2 seconds. That'll do for the moment. He can gain a lot of time in the long lap, so he's got to be focusing on when he's going to make that push. Novotny does make the move to the long lap. Lukescheider does not. So Lukescheider is going to take the lead now. And Matthias Novotny has to cope with the fact that he's going to take the long lap. But who's that he's rejoined almost directly into the path of there? It looks like it might have been either Miroslav Kurb or Lukas Zahorski, who's taken 2 long laps. So there is Lukescheider leading the race. Works his way out of the slalom in the final 2 buoys and now still holds the advantage up front. Lukescheider goes into lap number 5. All 3 of his long laps are going to be taken in the second half of the race then, as Novotny comes through in 2nd place ahead of Anthony Squire and Lukas Zahorski. Zahorski down in 4th place because he's taken both of his long laps of the 3 so far, or 2 of the long laps I should say. Then it is Adam Ficek from Maki Michailidis, Miroslav Kurb and Jiri Wolf, who has only completed 1 lap. I think Wolf's got a mechanical issue and he's going to have to retire from this one. So Lukescheider leads the way. He's also taken his long lap, so that's going to put Matthias Novotny back in front, which indeed it does. So Novotny goes back into the lead once again. Watching to see if there's going to be another charge from Alex Lukescheider. I wouldn't count out Lukas Zahorski yet either. He's back in a 3rd position, having taken 1 more long lap than Novotny and Lukescheider, but the clear water is what gives him a chance to move further forward. He might get his shot as they work their way on the far side of the course once again. Matthias Novotny going very strong as he comes up on the far side. 2nd long lap for Novotny now, but Lukescheider has also gone with him. So now we'll see where Lukas Zahorski filters out in the run as they come through out of the white water. It's going to be a tricky one. Novotny trying to join back in. Where is Zahorski? Where is the world champion many times over? Lukas Zahorski, has he jumped Alex Lukescheider? Need to wait and see how he's come off the UE. But certainly Novotny going strong. There's Lukescheider. Now where is Zahorski in relation to him? Is he in front or behind? Well, he's behind because, well, no, he's in front for the moment, sorry, because Lukas Zahorski has done the 3rd and final long lap. So for the last 2 flying laps, it's going to be 1 apiece for Novotny and Lukescheider to take their long lap. But Novotny has gone on to the 3rd and final long lap now, and he's pulled 5 seconds on Alex Lukescheider. So it's certainly gone very well indeed for the reigning world champion Matthias Novotny. He has managed to take over from Lukas Zahorski, who got it right in qualifying. But Novotny has been super strong in race trim, and so Novotny knows exactly how to get the job done. Here's Lukescheider. But where is Lukas Zahorski in relation to Alex Lukescheider? That's where we really need to pick things up. Has Lukas Zahorski been able to jump ahead of Alex Lukescheider? There's not much in this at all. Here's Novotny. And Zahorski is only 1.9 behind him now. So he's jumped ahead of Lukescheider. Zahorski in a 2nd place. So it's Novotny, Zahorski, Lukescheider, and there's only 1 lap to go. Look at Zahorski really pushing in on Novotny now as he charges after him. He's only 1 buoy back, not even that much. Zahorski pushing, trying to get Matthias Novotny to make the mistake. Zahorski really coming at him. Out through the far side, through the white water. Lukas Zahorski pushing hard. He's got so much more experience than Matthias Novotny, but Novotny has got raw, rapid pace out through the UE. It's only going to need to be a change of direction in the slalom. That's all it's going to be. One goes right, the other goes left. Can Zahorski find that little bit of extra pace to take on Matthias Novotny? This is only the 2nd heat of the weekend, and the 2 fastest men in elite are absolutely at it. It's nothing in it, and it's a big push, but Novotny just gets ahead of Zahorski, who pushes right to the final buoy, just in case there's a relent from Matthias Novotny, but it never came. The world champion makes 0 mistakes out there, and Zahorski has to settle for 2nd. Lukescheider is 3rd. 4th position is going to be Anthony Squire, I believe. The American will once again get a top 5 finish. But yet again, the best 3 men in the elite category of UAM MotoSurf go absolutely at each other's throats. And there's nothing Lukas Zahorski can do to vanquish Matthias Novotny at the moment. What an extraordinary duel yet again between Matthias Novotny and Lukas Zahorski. So close all the way. This is how close it was on the replay on the exit. This is where Zahorski had 1 final push. He went face first in the final buoy. He tried everything he could to close up on Matthias Novotny. He stayed on the board, but he lost that little chunk of time. That's what it takes to win in Elite. You've got to bring your A game to the table, and you've got to be 100% perfect if you want to win these heats. But certainly for Matthias Novotny, it's business as usual. Win number 2 in as many races for the reigning world champion. Matthias Novotny stays strong up on the top. Second for Lukas Zahorski. Third for Alex Lukscheider. Then Anthony Squire, Mike Michailidis, Adam Ficek, Miroslav Kerp, and sadly a retirement for Jiri Wolf. But Matthias Novotny is going to be such a tough man to beat in 2026 in his current form. 17 years of age, reigning world champion, and getting better all the time. So now we go to the stock battle for Heat 2A. We're going to see 2 Czechs on the front of the grid. Adam Kolar versus Dominik Kadlic. Then Travnicek, Maroška, Pokora, Wolf, Zaplatilek, and the rest of the chasing pack. So after a stunning opening race in the stock category, can Adam Kolar convert this into win number 2 in as many starts? He certainly had a lot of pressure to put him under fire. But the 15-year-old with big opportunity now knows that there's even more to do, and he's certainly got big pressure on his shoulders, but he knows that there's so much that he can bring out of himself to go for the top spot. So Adam Kolar will go side by side on the front of the field with Damian Kadlic. Then Jan Travnicek and Jan Matoška. It'll be a really seriously close competition between the two men. And they're going to give us plenty of excitement and enthusiasm in the start of this one. There is Josef Pokora. He wants to be part of the upper end of the race battle for the Workout Land team. But there is the 15-year-old megastar, Adam Kolar for La Cucina Nera. He wants to fight for the victory. Just getting himself dialed in and warmed up. They want the adrenaline pumping through the veins. They want to make sure that they're at high energy, high adrenaline. That's how you go racing in the stock category. So once more, the competitors getting themselves lined up and dialed in. They want another big race ahead of them. It's certainly going to be tricky. So still the riders go close to each other in close proximity. They want to go for a very strong race run. A really exciting run. So the contenders still give us plenty to get excited about as we go back up to close proximity. So Adam Kolar will line them up from Kadlic, Travnicek, Matoška and Pokora. And the 12 riders in the stock category for the second heat, looking forward to another big charge forward. They line up. 15-year-old Adam Kolar leading the stock riders around. Let's see what they make of the situation, bringing the field to formation. We don't want to be waiting around for many false starts now. We want the races to get underway straight away. The flag is in the air. It's going to rotate, though. It's not going to drop. So the back end of the field not quite up to speed. We really want to make sure that we've got some very good battles all the way here, and we don't want to have too many false starts because we really want to catch up to the 20 minutes or so that we lost waiting for the race to get under starters' orders again. So the grid formation for this one, Adam Kolar from Damian Kadlic, then Jan Travnicek in front of Jan Matoška, Josef Pokora lining up in 5th position, and then we've got Oliver Wolf and David Zaplatilek, Maxim Gavranov and Adam Milovchik, and then we have Vladimir Andel, Ali Nagis and Alp Alhat. So the contenders gearing up and ready for a very tough restart mission. Adam Kolar waiting for the command to drop down. Now we get the start, and Adam Kolar gets an absolute rocket ship of a launch, but it's going to be very tight for 4th position as the riders are already squabbling away for position. Adam Kolar gets a good launch though, and he will have a perfect, serene run into the slalom for the first time. Good start from Adam Kolar, really looking hungry to pull clear. And he's got himself a decent advantage as they run through in the first couple of corners of this run out of the final turn. And so far so good for the 15-year-old Adam Kolar. He leads the way here from Jan Travnicek, who's got the jump on Dominik Kadlic. So Damian Kadlic now having to go. Oh, who's that in the water down there? Someone has come off in the final turn, trying to get back into the starting positions. I think that might well be the A rider. Yes, it is. It is Vladimir Andel who went down. So Vladimir Andel coming off there in the final buoy before the finish line. But Kolar leads Travnicek. It's Damian Kadlic who decides to take the first long lap amongst the leaders. So Kadlic is the one who's trying to make some progress now. Damian Kadlic comes in along with Josef Pokora, sorry. So Josef Pokora decides he's going to make the bid to move forward. Great battles already in the stock category, but Adam Kolar riding beautifully. There is the number 3, Jan Travnicek, running in second place at the moment. Oliver Wolf has come up into third position as well now because he hasn't taken any of his 3 long laps yet. 7 laps of racing, 3 of which have got to be long laps, and already it's Damian Kadlic, Oliver Wolf, Josef Pokora and David Zaplatilek amongst the leaders that have already taken their long lap. But Adam Kolar just wants to build the gap out front. The 15-year-old enjoying the fact that he's got no white water to run through. He can just keep himself nice and tidy. He's lapped one of the riders already. I think that might have been Alpalhat, the Turkish rider. So already a fabulous run from Adam Kolar, who's having an amazing time out there. Actually, no, I think it might have been Adam Milovcik. So Adam Milovcik already in trouble, the Slovakian. Who's that that's cruising? Bit of an issue there coming off the buoy. That is indeed the number 9. So that is Adam Milovcik, really struggling, the Slovakian, not getting the pace he wanted at all. And he could be limping to retirement here. So Adam Kolar leads the way. Good start from the 15-year-old for La Cucinera. So La Cucinera watching their rider in fine style. Travnicek just trying to stay with him at the moment, but the board is more in the water than on the water at times. So he's got to keep it nice and careful as he rides through these apexes. He's got to have a lot of balance and a lot of faith in the board. If the board goes too far down in the water, of course, it's just going to sink you, and then you're floating in position. So still the battle rages for Adam Kolar. He's already taken 1 of the long laps. Now with 3 laps to go, he's got 2 more of the 3 to be long laps. Will he take it nice and early? Yes, he does. So he goes on to the long lap fairly early. Damian Kadlic, by the way, has got back up to Jan Travnicek. So Travnicek is going to have an interesting one of trying to shake off Damian Kadlic in the closing 3 laps. But certainly for Adam Kolar, this is his race to lose. He doesn't have too much to worry about here. Meanwhile, on the long lap, close proximity battling between Travnicek and Kadlic. They've both gone on to their second long lap. They rejoin on the course. Travnicek hasn't really lost his ground here. But look who's right behind him. That is Damian Kadlic. Kadlic really wants to go for it. He's going to try and make his work cut out on Travnicek here. Meanwhile, up at the front, 5 laps completed for the 15-year-old Adam Kolar, and he will want to continue pushing on in fine style. Into the water, who's that? Who's that that's gone? It's Kadlic! Kadlic is gone! Damian Kadlic in the fight for second place with Jan Travnicek. Kadlic is the one that falls into the water. And there goes any chance of second place for Damian Kadlic. Big drama then. So Damian Kadlic, the 21-year-old, has gone down into the drink. And that's unfortunate for him. He was looking good at one point for second place. Now he's down behind Oliver Wolf in 4th place. As for Adam Kolar, no dangers, no concerns. Jan Travnicek has taken it easy as well, currently in 2nd place. So Travnicek, 2nd place. He, Oliver Wolf, and Damian Kadlic, that's the leader! That's Adam Kolar! Adam Kolar has made the mistake! Adam Kolar drops it, manages to get it back again. That shows you that there's not a single rider in this class who is free of mistakes. So Kolar drops it, coming out of lap number 6, going into the final tour, and now he can take the long lap, but how much time will he have lost to Travnicek, Wolf and Kadlic? So even the leader, Adam Kolar, is not immune to mistakes. So we'll see if the La Cucinera rider is able to finish off in good stead here. He's on the long lap for the last time, but how much time has he actually lost in that fall? Is that Travnicek in front of him? We need to see who it is that's going to emerge in front of Adam Kolar. Where is Travnicek? That's the B in front of him. That's Ali Nagis. So I think Kolar has got away with this. Oh my word. Adam Kolar is a very fortuitous rider. He's been able to come through without too much drama here. Travnicek, Wolf and Kadlec are close, but even with a fall, Adam Kolar has built up enough of an advantage that he's able to secure the victory. It was a close run thing for Adam Kolar. He had to break a sweat to do it and certainly make a mistake when it wasn't needed. But Adam Kolar is going to come through victorious in front of Jan Travnicek and Oliver Wolf. Oh my word, Travnicek only a second and a half back from the 15-year-old, and that's a fall on the final lap for one of the Turkish riders, I'm afraid. So I believe that is Ali Nagis who has a bit of an issue there in the closing stages. So Ali Nagis does come through to finish off the race battle, but it's victory for Adam Kolar by only a second and a half. Third place behind Jan Travnicek is going to be Oliver Wolf. So here is that incident again in the closing stages. There's the fall. It's very dramatic, but it's Adam Kolar. That shows you nobody is immune to errors. He saved the first one, and then there's the angle. He just goes back too far, and the weight transfer is too much for Adam Kolar. He falls, but he was able to get back on the board, and he saved his bacon. So Adam Kolar able to come through for the victory. He was a very lucky boy indeed. He was able to pull out enough of a gap over Jan Travnicek that he was only a second and a half in front of him despite the fall. So Adam Kolar survives the slip up and takes the victory in front of Jan Travnicek and Oliver Wolf and Damian Kadlec. Josip Pokora from Vladimir Andel, Maxim Gavranov, David Zaplatilek from Jan Matoshka. Then it is Adam Milovchik, Ali Nagis and Alp Alhat. Now for the second rotation, Adam Janusek versus Kim Down. This is going to be interesting. Matthias Barvik and Hassan Boabas from Suguru Ikeda, Alex Lana, Stepan Šimek, Enda Yogachila, Ismail Kaptanoglu, Kuzey Altug, Fahad Tunkai and the Swede Ringo Rimer. So the riders venture out onto the water. No time to wait around because obviously we've got that 20-minute delay to make up for. So now it's time to see if Adam Janusek can take on the 42-year-old from Korea, Kim Down. Still a superstar rider and at the peak of his physical condition. He's like the Rocky Balboa of MotoSurf. He just doesn't age and still having an amazing time and a relentless run at the sharp end of either the Masters or the stock category. Certainly going to be a tough contender to beat. But at the moment, from the first two races, Adam Kolar has been invincible. So really solid effort from Adam Kolar so far. The 15-year-old has kept himself very much in dominant position across his two heats. So are we going to see another big push forward in the elite, in the stock competition? I think there's a lot more still to come. So close run thing and a very tough battle. Everyone's still showcasing big intensity here. It was always going to be very tricky as the riders showcase big intensity around the course here in MotoSurf. So we go back into the action once again, and after a great performance in the earlier stock races, we obviously saw victory in the stock class for Adam Kolar and Adam Janusek earlier on. Can Adam Janusek make it 2 out of 2 in his battle against Kim Down? It's certainly going to be tough to figure out. We'll see some very intense battles over the course of this race. Expect to see some very tough missions ahead. And we'll certainly see the riders in exceptional style and speed. So the riders get back into position, ready for the start of the second heat of this rotation for the stock category. Adam Janusek and Kim Down, front row of the grid. Expect to see some really impressive racing in the middle of the pack here. We're going to see Matthias Barvik and Hassan Boabas go side to side. And then Jan Matoska, in front of Hassan Bouabas, Matis Bardvik. Then we're going to see Suguru Ikeda and Alexander Lana. Then Stepan Šimek and Ender Jorgenschila, Ismail Kaptanoglu and Kuzey Altug. And then it'll be Ferhat Tuncay and Ringo Rimer. So Adam Janusek guiding the pack around. Where is everybody? Come on, I want to start this race. Where is everybody? He's only got about 4 or 5 riders with him there. He wants to form up the field. Come on, guys. We want to start this race. We're already behind the schedule. Let's go racing. So Adam Janusek forming up the pack. He'll have Kim Down alongside him, but he'll also have the big charge forward from the man in 3rd position on the start line, Matis Bardvik, along with Hassan Bouabas. And so the riders get ready for another exciting duel to the first buoy. Adam Janusek, Kim Down, Matis Bardvik, and Hassan Bouabas will lead the charge. Then it will be Suguru Ikeda of Japan and Alexander Lana of Sweden. From Šimek, Jorgenschila, Kaptanoglu, Altug, Tuncay and Rimer. We wait for the start, we go down and into position. Goes the charge from Janusek. Kim Down's going to try and get level with him. Bardvik's trying to hold off from Hassan Bouabas. Couple of wobbles further back as well, but as they come through the UE, watch out as it looks as though a bit of a sluggish start for Matis Bardvik. Kim Down's already taking on Adam Janusek in the slalom. They've gone opposing ways, and it's hard to know which of the riders is going to get out of the slalom first. It's Kim Down! Kim Down's jumped over Janusek in the first lap of racing. So Kim Down hits the front. Great start from the Korean. So Kim Down has jumped past Adam Janusek. Bouabas in front of Bardvik. And then Suguru Ikeda from Alex Lana, Ender Jorgenschila and Ismail Kaptanoglu. Problems for Stepan Šimek. He's dropped down behind Keza Altug. So already a very tough race battle in the offing, and you can see that there's already a bit of a transfer issue, bit of a balance problem there for Adam Janusek, who's really trying to get back on terms over the sharp end of the dais. Kim Down holds the advantage out front. 2nd place, Adam Janusek. But here comes the hard-charging Hassan Bouabas. What's happened to Kim Down? Kim Down's had a moment, I think. Did Kim Down drop it? He did indeed! Kim Down making the mistake. Oh my goodness, Kim Down throws away the lead. And so Adam Janusek in front of Hassan Bouabas, with Kim Down 3rd, and Suguru Ikeda, the Japanese rider, now into 4th position thanks to Bardvik, Lana and Jorgenschila all taking the long lap early. So yet again, Kim Down dominates the Masters, then drops it in stock. So now it's Janusek in front of Bouabas and Kim. So Adam Janusek leads to the moment. Kim Down trying to get back into a rhythm behind Hassan Bouabas. But Janusek wants to make this 2 wins out of 2. Careful on the balance. Working hard here to keep it nice and tidy. So far so good for Adam Janusek. Really wants to continue his pace. There is Hassan Bouabas. Good race from him so far. 4th initially. Now working his way forward. There's Janusek on the long lap. So Adam Janusek on the long lap, and he will drop behind Hassan Bouabas now. What about Kim Down? What's he going to do? He also goes onto the long lap with Suguru Ikeda now in front of Alexander Lana. And I don't think Ikeda's taken the long lap yet either. So Hassan Bouabas, the Kuwaiti, now leads the way. 29 years of age for the Sea Sport Club back home in Kuwait. There is your leader, Hassan Bouabas. Having a great race at the moment. The sun has gone down behind the clouds a little bit, so it's a little bit cooler out there on the water. Certainly not going to be easy to balance things out, and that is Kuzey Altug in front of Hassan Bouabas. He doesn't want to get held up too much by the Turkish rider. So Hassan Bouabas just keeping things nice and tidy. There is Adam Janusek trying to close up. He's lost about 8 seconds in the first long lap, but he took his. Hassan Bouabas is just taking his long lap now. And so too does Adam Janusek. So Janusek is actually matching him for long laps at the moment. And Kim Down is going to get level and get ahead of Adam Janusek. But don't forget that Janusek has taken 2 long laps. Oh, a little bit of confusion there as Bouabas tries to work his way through the traffic. So Bouabas almost getting held up there. I think that was the Turkish rider in the mix there. That was either Jorgen Schiele or Ismail Kaptanoglu, perhaps running in close proximity. So Adam Janusek now finds himself in third. Not far away from Kim Down, but he's taken both long laps. So too has Alexander Lanner in fourth place. Bardvik has taken all three, so has Jorgen Schiele. And Ferhat Tuncay has done the same as well. So now it really is a question of keeping your calm. Hassan Bouabas manages to get past two riders, one who is up and one who is down. So Hassan Bouabas going well in the lead. He goes on to the long lap again. So where is Bouabas going to filter out in relation to Adam Janusek? Janusek has taken 2 long laps as well. Here is Janusek. Does he get out in front of Bouabas? He does. So Janusek has taken the provisional lead of this one. There is Hassan Bouabas. He now exits the long lap and rejoins. So where is Bouabas in relation to Janusek? Well, that is Kim Down managing to overtake Ismail Kaptanoglu in his pursuit of the race victory. But he's got a bit of ground to make up to Hassan Bouabas. Meanwhile, Adam Janusek, as you can see, is in the slalom. So Janusek is leading again for the Apex pilots, and he's got himself into a good, neat rhythm. Out through the final buoys comes Janusek. There is Kim Down trying to put pressure on the Q80. Hassan Bouabas. Last lap begins for Janusek. He's got to take one more long lap. White flag in the air, and Janusek will take the last long lap. So too should Hassan Bouabas. And Kim Down. Hassan Bouabas has missed it. Hassan Bouabas has missed the long lap. Hassan Bouabas is only going to take 2 long laps. That's a disaster for the Q80. He's miscounted. He'll take the lead, but Janusek and Kim Down have both taken 3. Hassan Bouabas has only taken 2. He'll take the lead, but he's going to take a penalty for that. Hassan Bouabas has calculated wrong. Disaster for Hassan Bouabas. He's going to lead, but Janusek is going to be behind him in second, and he's going to take the win away from Hassan Bouabas. He only took 2 long laps. Bouabas makes the error, and so Hassan Bouabas will cross the line in first place. I think he thought there was 1 more lap to go. So Bouabas will cross the line, and he has done so, and he knows what he's done. He knows exactly what he's done. I can't believe I only took 2. He's furious with himself. He knows he crossed the line first. I only took 2 long laps. Hassan Bouabas is enraged at himself. He can't believe what he did. Adam Janusek got through 3, and he has to concede defeat to Adam Janusek. Hassan Bouabas absolutely furious with himself. He can't believe he got that wrong. Bashes his own helmet. How did I mistake that? How did I miscalculate? It's very easy to do. You've got so many things to think about when you're at full chat on the limit. You can sit there and think, well, how hard is it to count to 3? But think about it. You are pushing all the way through. You've got waves to negotiate. You've got wind to negotiate. You've got other riders around you. You've got to focus on your objectives. You've got to be split second in your thinking. And Hassan Bouabas makes the error. He miscounts how many long laps he's done. And he is absolutely furious with himself. You can see the emotion on Hassan Bouabas. Hitting his own helmet, hitting his own board. He can't believe he's thrown away a victory. Cruel fate for Hassan Bouabas. He crosses the line first, but I'm afraid he has miscalculated how many long laps, and he knows he's done it. He can't get away from it. So Adam Janusek, Kim Down and Matthias Bardvik will all move up. Alexander Lanner and Jorgen Schiele in front of Suguru Ikeda, Ismail Kaptanoglu, then Kazuro Tug, Ferhat Tuncay, Stepan Šimek and Ringo Rimer. And there are so many things to focus in on when you are at the limit of adhesion, and it is so easy to miscalculate how many long laps you've taken. Hassan Bouabas finds out the hard way. He miscalculates, he knows what he's done, and it's cruel, cruel fate for the Q80. Bashes his helmet, bashes his board, he knows exactly what he's done, but it's too late. And unfortunately, Hassan Bouabas does not get away with that one, and so the Q80 will have to settle for the penalty that comes his way. He's got one more chance later this afternoon to bounce back from the adversity, and the wind is definitely picking up again. You can not only hear it on your headset, but you can also hear it in the air. A perfect time to take a break, a technical break, to make sure that everything's a-okay. When we come back, it'll be Heat 3 across all of the contests in the UAM MotoSurf World Championship here in Turkey.
This is the Turkish style. This is the Turkish style.
Back to the water we go again for the third and final heat rotation of the first round of the 2026 UIM MotoSurf World Championship here in Çeşme in Turkey. And it's time to get this third rotation, I apologize, for this next heat battle under starters orders. Great to see you all back once again. The riders taking to the water once more as we get ourselves geared up for another exciting battle out on the course. Jake Sanson in the commentary box position once again, with the Turkish broadcast language commentary at the side of the circuit here at Çeşme in Bilich Bay from the My Racing Clubhouse. And we're going to see some great battles, starting with the elite women's category for Group A. And that's going to put Eliška Matušková along with Aneta Štukalova on the front row of the starting grid, along with Nora Markova, Linda Lukscheider, Rosalia Janona and Sara Wolfova to go to battle out on the course for Heat 3 in Group A. Eliška Matušková with a chance to make it 3 heat wins out of 3, putting her into the best possible position ahead of tomorrow's action. Rosalia Janona amongst the riders in this battle, who are going to want to charge their way forward and put on another excellent display and a great showcase. as all of the contenders are looking forward to another exciting run around the course. The wind is picking up. There are some rather nasty looking grey clouds off to the west side of the circuit that could well come this way. We're hoping that's not going to be the case at all, because we have strong enough winds without having rain to add to the spectacle as well. But certainly the battle is going to be an intense one from the outset here, as the elite women get back up to speed once again. And it's tough to know if anyone really has what it takes to go up against Eliska Maruskova in the heat-to-heat head of the battle and go for another victory. It's going to be tricky for Aneta Stukalova, but she certainly has a good opportunity for the Jordak Racing squad, having started in a good position early doors, now with a chance to continue it on. But there's certainly a lot still to come, and the elite women certainly giving us a lot to focus in on after what's already been a very intense battle over the course of the weekend. But for Eliska Maruskova versus Aneta Stukalova, the first time they get to do so over the course of the weekend. Maruskova has had Sara Zuborova and Barbara Kolarova to go up against over the course of the weekend thus far. Now it's the chance to go head-to-head once more with Aneta Stukalova. It's not going to be easy to see who's going to get the best of it on this rotation, but certainly everybody knows how tricky things are going to get. Maruskova once again leading the field around, and there's certainly going to be some tough pressure on the riders as they go forward in behind them. Laura Markova and Linda Lukscheider. The drop down, the flag drops, and we are under starters orders for the third and final time in Group A of the elite women's here at MotoSurf. And a fantastic run up on the inside for Eliska Maruskova. And Aneta Stukalova trying to go with her and decides to go right side on the slalom. But it's the perfect launch for Eliska Maruskova. No issues at all for her to charge away and extend a strong advantage in the early part of the lap. So the 18-year-old world champion, gold medalist in Chengdu, completes the first lap, and it's already the perfect start to her continuation of this run. Eliska Maruskova in front of Aneta Stukalova, then Laura Markova now behind Linda Lukscheider, who has come through in third position. Good run from Linda Lukscheider thus far then, as Rosalia Janora comes through in fourth in front of Laura Markova in P5, and then it's Sara Wolfova who is in P6. Straight away, good run already from Eliska Maruskova. No problems at all to continue her decent pace, and Aneta Stukalova going with her on this first lap. She has one quick check over her left shoulder to see how close her rival and opponent Aneta Stukalova is. The gap is 3 seconds at this point. So Stukalova just needing to keep it nice and tidy as they come out of the U-turn and then onto the slalom section. But Eliska Maruskova really controlling the pace of things as Aneta Stukalova goes with her, completing the lap, and it's a very steady run that Eliska Maruskova finds herself on. Stukalova 3 seconds back, doesn't need to do too much here, just keeps herself in the hunt for position. But Eliska Maruskova is really, really strong on the uptake and continues to make such light work of these heats, just picking them off one by one like raisins these laps, and certainly looking very comfortable in control. Lukscheider third, Janora in fourth, then it is Laura Markova in front of Sara Wolfova. But the wind is still pretty strong here, and it was always going to be a pretty tricky conversation for the riders to push on in the latter stages of the day. These are very strong winds indeed now around the Cheshme Bilecik Bay circuit. And as they come through at the end of the lap, Eliska Maruskova still going very strong indeed out in front. Stukalova and Lukscheider going on the long lap. Maruskova looking likely to do what she's already done several times over, which is leave her long laps to the end. So she counts 4 laps. She'll do them all in rotation, and then she'll rejoin when she keeps herself to herself at the front end of the field. And then Stukalova trying to go for the undercut maneuver. It takes an additional 10 seconds or so to go through the long lap. So Aneta Stukalova taking the second long lap already as well. So she's decided, I'm just going to drop back behind Eliska Maruskova, mind my own race, and I'll hope to catch her on the undercut. Because of course, when she rejoins, she's going to have quite a big deficit to Eliska Maruskova. There is Eliska coming out of the slalom once again and dropping into these final 2 buoys, and then working herself to the line once again. Great run for Eliska Maruskova out in front, still very strong. 4 laps completed, 3 long laps to take, 7-lap race. So every single lap from here on in for Eliska Matuskova is going to be a long lap. She's already built up a decent advantage over Aneta Shtukalova, who's already taken 2 of the long laps. The gap will be about 24 seconds or so, I imagine, as Aneta Shtukalova comes through and out of the slalom, unless she's lost even more time than that. So Aneta Shtukalova comes through. We'll see what the lap time is doing at the moment as she crosses the line to finish off the run, and the gap is 27.95, so she's probably lost about 4 seconds or so, looking likely to be losing about 2 seconds a lap or so to Eliska Matuskova, the way things currently stack up. But of course, Eliska Matuskova now taking her first long lap, so that's going to drop things back in order. Shtukalova's taken 2. There's Linda Lukscheider, currently running in 3rd, looking fairly calm and composed at the moment, just trying to keep it together. And so Linda Lukscheider finds herself in 3rd position at present in front of Rosalia Janora, the Polish rider. There is Janora, and it looks as though she's about to be lapped by the race leader, Eliska Matuskova, who goes for another long lap. Rosalia Janora's doing the same thing, so that could hold up Eliska Matuskova, trying to find the way on the inside of Janora, and she's made it work. So Eliska Matuskova not even held up in the end by Rosalia Janora. So she works her way out of the long lap to rejoin the course in the right part of the circuit. And so here comes Eliska Matuskova, matching for pace. Onto the last lap she goes. Aneta Shtukalova's taken the 3rd and final long lap. So too is Lukscheider, Janora, Markova and Volfova. So now it's all going to come down to Eliska Matuskova completing the last long lap on the very last lap. But she'll have a decent cushion in her pocket. She won't have to worry too much about the time difference. She'll just focus on the individual buoys to bring her around to the end of the lap. Here's the final chicane. She's got Linda Lukscheider in front of her. She's got to be careful here. How much time does she want to lose? She's got to take one more long lap. So she follows in the wake of Linda Lukscheider, cuts right across her. Lukscheider continues on because she's already done all 3 long laps. And so Eliska Matuskova doesn't find herself tripping up over Linda Lukscheider in the end, because she could take her final long lap. And she's going to exit the long lap as Aneta Shtukalova crosses the line to start the final lap. So it's all gone beautifully for Eliska Matuskova. There is Aneta Shtukalova. The gap between them is 27 seconds. But of course, the gap will be less than that once the long lap is taken off in terms of the advantage. So it's still going to be Eliska Matuskova's race to lose. Aneta Shtukalova riding well in 2nd place, but now in the slalom once again, it is all about Eliska Matuskova. She has just controlled every single corner of every single lap thus far. She can slow the pace right down behind Rosalia Janora. She doesn't have to push here. She's got herself the advantage. She knows she's got the lead. She doesn't have to break a sweat. She can just control her rhythm in the closing stages. She does so masterfully, and it's 3 out of 3 for Eliska Matuskova, the reigning world champion in the elite women's category, still the top rider in the class, unbeatable in Turkey thus far. Aneta Shtukalova comes through to get home in 2nd position, 14 seconds the deficit after 7 laps of racing. Eliska Matuskova, job done on Saturday. She can just keep it nice and tidy now and focus on her objectives for tomorrow. Eat well, get a good night's sleep, rest up, and then she can go for the title of Turkish Grand Prix winner 2026 in tomorrow's finals. Good effort from Linda Lukscheider. She's going to come through for 3rd position, her best result of the weekend so far. And she will come through the final few buoys of the slalom. So Linda Lukscheider will come through in 3rd place. Rosalia Janora has already come through to finish 4th, a lap down. Oh no, there wasn't much between the two of them in the end. Rosalia Janora really putting Lukscheider under pressure till the bitter end. A 2nd in it. But Lukscheider hanging on for 3rd place in front of the Polish rider Rosalia Janora. Laura Markova P5, Sara Volfova P6. So a great duel and a fantastic battle all the way. And certainly an exciting rhythm of a race for Eliska Matuskova, who makes it 3 out of 3. The hat-trick for the world champion. Aneta Shtukalova 2nd, from Linda Lukscheider, Rosalia Janora, Laura Markova and Sara Volfova. The 2nd of the 2 groups of heats. The 3rd heat, Group B, Sara Zuborova versus Barbara Korodova on the front end of the field. It's going to be a really exciting one for Sada Zubarova. The Slovakian will push her way forward to the front. Good effort so far from the 16-year-old from Slovakia. And she will take on the 15-year-old La Cucinanera rider, Barbara Konorova. Second on the lineup. Then Emma Struchalova for Jet Surf Slovakia. Spoke to her in between the breaks. She said, I could do with a second place finish here to really round things off in style. Adela Ostrolova with a good chance for the aerodynamic team. Then Natalie Kashnikova for Rocket Racing. Good to see her continuing to make steady progress. Then it's Anna Burke for the LKN Bananas. The American rider continuing on in great stead. In front of Victoria Kagatai, who flies the flag for Turkey for my team. So as the riders all get themselves into a good position, it's 3 out of 3 for Eliska Maruskova, exactly the way she wanted it to go. But will it be 3 out of 3 for Sada Zubarova? That's the main question to be asked here. Because for all of the domination of Eliska Maruskova, it could be the same story for the Slovakian 16-year-old Sada Zubarova, who is definitely going to be the next big challenger to Eliska Maruskova's crown. So as the remaining 7 contenders make their way back into the ocean waves here at Cheshme for the 3rd and final heat for Group B, it's going to be a very exciting challenge once again. All of the contenders know just how intense it's going to be. It started raining again here very, very gently here in Turkey. But of course that means that the conditions will be very tricky for our riders to cope with. And so everybody now fully aware of how intense things could get. With the rain starting to return, it's not going to be a particularly heavy shower, but it's still going to be quite an intense afternoon for everybody. And we head our way back to the water once again for all of the elite women. And how about that, including the technical break and the delay we lost earlier on, we have managed to gain back all of the time that was lost, and we are back on schedule again. How about that? Incredible work from the UIM MotoSurf team. We had a 20-minute delay earlier on in the day, but the way that the timetable works, it allows for these delays to really change things up in course of the run across the world, run across the program. So it's great to see that the UIM MotoSurf organisation team have been able to take us back into race trim. So now for Sada Zubarova, let's see what she's capable of in this 3rd and final heat for her in Group B. Will it be the same call as Eliska Maruskova? 3 wins out of 3 for Sada Zubarova. She's going to have tough opposition here in Barbara Konorova and Emma Struchalova. She will find it very difficult. But now we wait for the flag to drop. And is the flag going to rotate? It does indeed oscillate. We're not starting. And that's because the field have got too close to the flag to actually watch it safely, because they'll be craning their heads to the right to look at the drop rather than keeping an eye on it out of the corner of their eye. That's how you know the difference between a well-formed start and one that needs a little bit more work. So it's time now again for the Slovakian Sada Zubarova to head up the field and put us into a good position. Sada Zubarova from Barbara Konorova, Emma Struchalova and Adela Ostrolova, then Natalie Kashnikova, Anna Burke and Victoria Kagatai. We wait for the flag to drop from the jet ski. On the far side it's going to be an oscillation because the field is not formed up again. And so we'll go around for another false start. But if you are Sada Zubarova, as far as you are concerned, this is just the case of doing what she's already done twice over. She really doesn't want to have to break a sweat, and certainly will want to finish things off in as smooth a style as physically possible. She doesn't want to overexert herself here. Just get into a rhythm, get the job done, focus on tomorrow. But it's definitely going to be a case of the Czech Republic versus Slovakia tomorrow. As Sada Zubarova controls the pace one more time. Are we going to see a clean start here? The flag marshal getting ready. Well, no, we've not quite formed up yet. And as a result, we're going to go around again. It's the last couple of stragglers at the back of the queue, I think, that are struggling to form up. I think that's a combination of Anna Burke, Natalie Kashnikova and Victoria Kagatai just trying to stay with the top four. So now all the riders run together, and we're waiting for Victoria Kagatai to get back in amongst the sextet of riders. So Sada Zubarova slows us up, controls the pace. We can't afford to drop too low in speed, otherwise we're never going to stay upright. But the flag is in the air. Now we drop and we're racing once again in the elite women's category for Group B, Heat 3. Zubarova already under big scrutiny from Barbara Kolarova at the start. Kolarova trying to come around the outside and get the jump on Sada Zubarova, but the Slovakian is well and truly poised, looking good for it. Emma Struchalova trying to jump past at least one, maybe both of the riders in front of her at the start. And as they work their way through the slalom for the first time, Emma Struchalova looking confident out of the slalom. She's going to get second, I think, here. Has she been able to drop ahead of Barbara Kolarova? Yes! Emma Struchalova jumps Barbara Kolarova, who clatters into the post on the way past the line. Barbara Kolarova really stretching herself there and pushing the limit. She goes to the long lap to resettle herself, but that was too close, really, between Emma Struchalova and Barbara Kolarova. The 15-year-old really got close there, Kolarova. And she manages to get away with that one. That was a scary moment. Oh, and she nearly drops it on the long lap. The waves really starting to pick up. When the crosswinds accelerate, the waves get bigger and choppier. And so for all the riders out there, this is going to be tricky. But Sada Zubarova knows the form by now. And the 16-year-old looking good for win number 3 out of 3, the elite women's category. So Zubarova controls the pace at the end of the second lap. Emma Struchalova currently in second position. The one who went on the long lap was Barbara Kolarova, and she's gone down. Barbara Kolarova on the exit of the slalom. It all goes wrong for her. So Kolarova has lost big time, and that's any chance she might have had of overhauling Sada Zubarova gone. Makes the big pirouette off the slalom, and it's just too big a correction. She tries to tuck it back in for the next right-hander, but she gets loose on the wave, and that's enough. Falls in. Big disaster for Barbara Kolarova. That's going to drop her to 4th position, I think, behind Adela Ostrolova. So Adela Ostrolova has come forward into 3rd place. Good consistency so far from Adela Ostrolova. Hasn't really got herself into too many headaches out there. Zubarova has gone 3 laps in without a long lap. All the others have taken at least one. So there is Barbara Kolarova working her way forward, trying to get back on pace, and she's frustrated there. I think she knows she may have missed a buoy. So Barbara Kolarova, this is a messy heat for her, and certainly not the way that she wanted to go about it. Into the slalom again. So tricky for Barbara Kolarova, a very difficult race for her. 2 long laps. She's got to try and find her way back in. She took them early to try and get herself back into the rhythm, but now that the wind has picked up and the rain has come back, it is not easy to pick up the rhythm and get into the flow. Sada Zubarova, though, coming through to finish off 4 laps of racing. So she's gone through 4 laps without a long lap at all. Struchalova going well in second. That's what she was hoping for, and it's certainly going the way of the Slovak at the moment. Good effort from the 17-year-old. It looks like it could be a Slovak 1-2 as Barbara Kolarova now finds herself down in 4th position behind Adela Ostrolova. So there is the leader, Sada Zubarova, trying to get well clear now of her opponents out there. She's gone onto the long lap for the first time. Only Natalie Kashnikova has taken all 3 so far. The others have balanced it out. But the race leader, Sada Zubarova, trying the same tactic as Eliska Maruskova. She waited until the last 3 laps to take her long laps. So it looks like it's going to be a fairly similar story for Sada Zubarova. There is Emma Struchalova, going very well indeed in 2nd position for the Jet Surf Slovak team. And it looks like it's going to be Slovakia 1 and 2 here. That'll be some recompense, at least, after having to come away from the MotoSurf World Championship. They were scheduled to have round 2 of the championship in 2 weeks' time, but sadly, logistical challenges have prevented that from happening until 2027. So that's a headache as far as they're concerned. But we are still going to have ourselves plenty of squabbles out there on the course as Sada Zubarova runs out in the front end of the field. looking very good to tidy this up in perfect style. Emma Struchalova, second place in front of Adela Ostrolova, and then fourth place for the very talented Barbara Kolarova, who's having a really difficult race by her standards. Kashnikova fifth, Anna Berg sixth, and Victoria Gagatai in seventh place. Sada Zuborova comes through the slalom, finishes off the lap, and when she comes through this time, she will only have one more lap of racing to go. It'll have to be a long lap because everybody else has taken all three. So here is Zuborova through the final turn and across the line. She goes into lap number 7, and she will have to take the long lap. She puts her hand in the air. She knows she's going to do it. And so the long lap comes to the fore for Sada Zuborova. All 3 long laps completed by all 7 riders in the field then, and they will all complete the full race distance legally. So Sada Zuborova working her way forward as she rejoins the course. She'll still have the advantage that she has built up over Emma Struchalova, who now comes through to start the final lap. So that's the advantage Sada Zuborova has been able to gain on Emma Struchalova through the race. So it's very much Sada Zuborova domination in the same way it was for Eliska Matuskova. What's going to be fascinating tomorrow is when they finally cross swords for the first time. Who will have the upper hand? Will it be Eliska Matuskova or Sada Zuborova? For the moment, it doesn't matter because Zuborova has made it 3 out of 3 the same way Eliska Matuskova did. She'll come out of the slalom and out of the final turn, and it's a hat-trick of wins again, this time for Sada Zuborova. Excellent run from the 16-year-old who has ridden so beautifully here. Sada Zuborova for Kostiviaska in Slovakia. Excellent race and a fantastic run. Natalie Kashnikova comes through a lap adrift. That's where she will finish in P5 in front of Anna Berg and Victoria Gagatai. And here is Emma Struchalova. She really wanted second place. Well, she's dug deep and she's got it. Ahead of Barbara Kolarova, who has worked her way back to 3rd position in front of Adela Ostrolova. Kashnikova 5th, Anna Berg in 6th, and Victoria Gagatai in P7. So Struchalova gets the second place she was really hoping for. But for Sada Zuborova, it's 3 out of 3, the same as it was for Eliska Matuskova. So now the 2 superstar elite women of this category will meet for the first time in race competition tomorrow. And so to the juniors, Wandela Pozhnikova and Ellen Berdova have been watching on very closely to see how their elite women counterparts are going to go to battle. Bibiana Bimnikova gets a nice hug before the start of the race there as well. Those are the ladies who 12 months from now are likely to be racing in the elite women's category. Nela Pozhnikova, Ellen Berdova and Bibiana Bubnikova getting ready for the junior girl heat 3. But they've just been watching and witnessing in fantastic fashion the elite women going to battle, as both Eliska Matuskova and now Sada Zuborova make it a hat-trick of victories from their heats. Fantastic run from the Slovak, Sada Zuborova in majestic fashion out in front. But what will happen when Eliska Matuskova and Sada Zuborova finally meet in race trim for the first time? That's going to be really exciting. So Sada Zuborova makes it 3 from 3, the same way Eliska Matuskova did. Emma Struchalova from Barbara Kolarova, who fought back beautifully to 3rd in the end there in front of Adela Ostrolova. Then Natalie Kashnikova in front of Anna Berg and Victoria Gagatai flying the flag for Turkey. So with the elite women done and dusted for the day, it's time now for the juniors to finish up. Nela Pozhnikova will start from the front, and the 13-year-old will face the junior girl champion once again, Ellen Berdova, with the new kid on the block, Bibiana Bubnikova in 3rd. In the boys category, Max Sorushka, Stan Kohut and Leolisha Kratishvili will battle for the boys' honour in the top 6. So a great race in the offing again to start in the junior category. Nela Pozhnikova ready from the front end of the field, excited about the prospect of trying to go for another race victory. Ellen Berdova 2nd position. These 2 riders have a win apiece. Will it stay that way, or will one of them get the 2nd victory of the day? If there's going to be a 3rd different winner, well, you may as well look at this one. Bibiana Bubnikova for the FG Forest Racing team. If we're going to get 3 different winners from the 3 heats, she's a dead cert to challenge for it. In the boys category, Max Sorushka. He came through for the victory in Heat 2 earlier on. He's definitely got the opportunity to fight for the victory again in this one, as does the man who took the victory in Heat 1, Stanislav Kohut. Slight discomfort to his foot after the incident in race 2, but his win in race 1 will be what he's channeling once again. Then it is going to be, well, it looks like Leolishel Kratishvili is out of the competition by the look of it, because that is not Leolishel Kratishvili. That is the 7th place rider. Next up in position, so that is Lucas Violet. So 7th position in the mix there, of course, is going to be Adela Pokorova for the Apex pilots. We're looking at Lucas Violet. Now in 9th position, that is Natalie Udorova. Still rising in stature for the Rocket Racing team. Next up, it's the trio of Turkish riders. Sani Erus is the first up, 11 years of age only, and yet he managed to score a brilliant top 3 in the opening heat of the day, and I think he managed to do it a second time as well. Then it's Arto Gezer, another of the great Turkish riders for the My Team squad. It'll be interesting to see where he can finish up his day in Junior Boy. And then last but by no means least, it is Uzay Altug, the number 25, getting ready for another great charge. He'll be in the C position of the grid. So it sadly looks as though both Leo and Roman Lichel-Kratishvili have been battered and bruised over the course of the day. I'm not sure Roman Lichel-Kratishvili is going to be taking the start of Masters Heat number 3 from what I spoke to him earlier about. And it looks as though Leo Lichel-Kratishvili is in the same boat. Turkey really has taken its toll on the Austrian pair. But the riders in Junior Boy and Junior Girl now take to the Ocean Blue here in Bike Bay. So Bilak Bay has given these riders a lot of questions to answer. And now for the 3rd and final time in the junior category of Junior Boy and Junior Girl, they take to the ocean here in Çeşme in Turkey. And we've had 2 different winners across Junior Boy and Junior Girl thus far. Stanislav Kohut and Max Orushka taking the win in Junior Boy, with Nela Pozhnikova and Ellen Berdova taking the win in Junior Girl. Are we going to see a 3rd different winner across the 2 categories? Well, it's unlikely, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. Certainly for Bibiana Bubnikova in Junior Girl and for Lucas Violet of the United States in Junior Boy, they will be hoping that there is going to be a 3rd different winner. It's certainly been a very busy day at the office so far here in Turkey. Different winners across the Junior Boy and Junior Girl races across both heats earlier. So whoever gets the bragging rights in the 3rd will certainly carry the confidence into tomorrow. There is Bibiana Bubnikova, only 13 months of riding before stepping up to the plate in the UAM MotoSurf World Championship. Certainly the next big starlet of the UAM MotoSurf World. She's only going to get 1 year of competition in the junior category before she really gets the chance to step up and go for the elite women's category next year. So enjoy the education while it lasts, Bibiana, because next year it's going to be fever pitch. So the riders are warming up and dialing themselves up again, hoping for more great challenges and more great battles as the race continues. And there is the pole sitter, Nela Pozhnikova, 13 years of age, the Jet Surf Pardubice rider, looking for some more great action, hopefully in a good way. Bibiana Bubnikova just trying to dial herself into the slalom. Every bit of practice you can give yourself is always going to be helpful and beneficial. So now the riders work their way back into position again as the My 35 Club Turkish style Grand Prix of Turkey continues here on the beach of Bilek Bay in Çeşme in Turkey. And everybody very excited indeed to see how the junior girl and junior boy races continue. The junior boy and junior girl categories race together until the finals, where they will finally be separated. Junior girl will get their own final, junior boy will get their own final. But that will not happen until tomorrow. We've got a grand total of just 7 races remaining here today, including this one. We have the juniors, 2 races for the stocks, the elite men, 2 races for the masters men, and then 1 race for the masters women. So as all the riders get themselves into position, we wait for the charge forward. They're going to pirouette around and come back along the stretch towards the first buoy. led away by Nela Poznikova. Good performances all of last year from the contenders, but certainly across both junior boy and junior girl, it's a tiny bit of a changing of the guard here. Nela Poznikova, the fastest in qualifying, 46.9 from her. 0.3 of a second almost quicker than Ellen Berdova. And then the new girl on the block, Bibiana Bubnikova, third. Then Max Sorushka, Stan Kohut, and Leo Lichel-Kratishvili. But sadly, the Austrian Leo Lichel-Kratishvili is not going to be taking the start of this last heat. Flag is in the air. It drops now. Off we go to race conditions, and Ellen Berdova trying to come around the outside of Nela Poznikova. Max Sorushka's got a perfectly decent start, but unfortunately Stan Kohut has got a difficult one, as now Adela Pokorova is trying to get her way into the junior girl fight. Into the slalom for the first time, and the juniors mix it up. Very solid race start up at the sharp end of the field then, but it looks good for Ellen Berdova. I think she may have done enough to leapfrog past Poznikova as they come out of the slalom. Oh, it was so close, but Poznikova still holds it from Berdova for the moment. And it looks like Bubnikova has been able to come through in fourth position, allowing Stan Kohut to come through. Well, Berdova decides I'm going for the long lap first. They only get 5 laps of racing in junior and 2 long laps. Poznikova still working hard in the lead, doesn't want to push too hard, but knows that with Berdova taking the long lap, she can build a little bit of an advantage. Kohut doesn't take the long lap, nor does Bubnikova, but Lucas Violette does. So the American who's got ahead of Max Sorushka, good start from the American rider, Lucas Violette. But now, of course, Sorushka gets in front by courtesy of the fact that the American has taken the long lap on the first opportunity. So now we'll see how it all progresses. There is Stanislav Kohut following in the white water of Nela Poznikova. Berdova took her long lap early. They only have to take 2 in the juniors because there's only 5 laps of racing. But Poznikova wanting to build a bit of an advantage now. Stan Kohut in front of Max Sorushka. There's only 1 second between the 2 junior boy riders. So Poznikova is going to go 3 laps long and then do the long laps on the last 2 laps. That's very much what we saw from both Eliska Mariskova and Sara Zuburova in the elite women's. So Nela Poznikova clearly taking a leaf out of their book. But she runs comfortably. Stan Kohut goes on the long lap. Hrushka going to do the same as the elite women's and leave it to the last minute. So Hrushka goes over to second place, 5 seconds back from Poznikova. And it looks as though Bubnikova has got ahead of Ellen Berdova. What's happened to Berdova? Berdova's had a problem. Berdova's struggling, and so is Bibiana Bubnikova. They're taking a little bit too long to come through there. So Bubnikova's dropped back, so has Berdova. 2 big names dropping through the mire in the junior girl category, and Berdova's got back ahead of Bubnikova. So this is now Nela Pozhnikova's race to lose. She takes the first long lap on lap 4, and Nela Poznikova really doesn't have to break a sweat here. She's 1.9 ahead of Max Sorushka. Max Sorushka really looking confident now as he goes on to the long lap behind Nela Poznikova. So Hrushka just keeping it nice and tidy. Careful. Don't overexert. Just keep it tidy. There's Nela Poznikova looking for win number 2 out of 3. It's certainly going well, but there's been issues for both Berdova and Bibiana Bubnikova. Bubnikova, I'm not sure she's completed the 3rd lap, you know. I think Bibiana Bubnikova has come to a stop. Erus is in trouble, Altug is in trouble, and Natalie Olorova in trouble as well. Several riders having difficult races here. Bibiana Bubnikova now finishing the 3rd lap as Poznikova passes the scene of someone in the water. Is that one of the Turkish riders? I think that might be Altug who's gone off. Natalie Olorova has had a problem as well, Olorova. So it's a difficult race out there for the juniors, certainly now with the rain coming back. But Nela Poznikova is hungry for this victory. And it looks as though Erus has actually taken all 5 laps and taken the checkered flag early. I wonder if that is a mistake on the timing screen, because certainly Erus has gone from nowhere to 5 laps completed. I think that's going to be corrected soon. But certainly for Nela Poznikova, She is in front of Max Hruška by 2.5 seconds. Stan Cahoot is working hard to try and close up on Hruška. And Adela Pokorova, great race from her thus far. But it looks like it's going to be Nela Poznikova all the way. Fantastic ride from the 13-year-old for Jet Surf Pardubice, and she will come out of the final turn. It's Nela Poznikova, 2 wins out of 2. 2 wins out of 3, I should say, my apologies. Stan Cahoot makes it 2 wins out of 3 as well. So it's back to the business of Heat 1 all over again, as Max Hruška misses out on the junior boy victory in Heat 3 by just 1 second. Pokorova is fourth and therefore second in the junior girl. That's a great result for Adela Pokorova, ahead of Ellen Berdova and Bibiana Bubnikova. And third in the junior boy is going to go the way of the American Lucas Violette for Jet Surf Orlando. So junior girl very much going the way of the number 1, Nela Poznikova, fastest in qualifying and 2 wins out of 3 now. So she certainly sets herself up for a good charge on Sunday. Good effort from the junior race, and certainly good entertainment that we always knew we were expecting to see from the juniors. So it goes according to plan for both Nela Poznikova and for Max Hruška, the original fastest riders in junior girl and junior boy, and they come through for 2 wins out of 3. So for Ellen Berdova and Max Hruška, Stanislav Kohut coming away with 2 victories in front of Max Hruška, the original pole sitter. But certainly for Ellen Berdova and Max Hruška, it's back to the drawing board for tomorrow, because they will want to fight and get themselves into a good position again. But it's a double victory for Nela Poznikova in junior girl and Stanislav Kohut in junior boy. They emerge as the victors of the Saturday qualification heats, and now they will race for the glory in tomorrow's finals. So as we gear up for an exciting day tomorrow, it's certainly the junior boy and junior girl battles that have kept us entertained in the last few minutes here in Çeşme in Turkey. But it's all gone the way of Nela Poznikova. Now we're going to get ready for the start of the action once again in the stock category. And it's going to be that man, Kim Down, from the front end of the field. He'll be very happy indeed to battle in collaboration with Adam Kolar. So Nela Poznikova taking the win for the 2nd time today in the juniors girl category. Stanislav Kohut comes home 2nd and gets the junior boy win for the 2nd time. Max Hruška 2nd in junior boy, Adela Pokorova 2nd in junior girl, in front of Berdova and Violette, who round out the podium in their classes. Then Bubnikova and Gezer, Udorova, Erus and Altug. Leolisha Kratishvili not taking the start. So the juniors ride in very tight proximity to each other, but now it's time for 2 of the big guns in the stock category to go toe-to-toe for the first beauty. Adam Kolar versus Kim Down, with Matis Barvik, Jan Matoška, Josip Pokora and Alex Lana giving chase. So for the 15-year-old Adam Kolar, he will run from the front of the field, and it's a big opportunity for him. He knows just how tricky things could get. But the La Cucina Nera rider is determined. He is going to take on the 42-year-old from Seoul, Korea, Kim Down. 27 years the junior, Adam Kolar. But Kim Down has all the experience. Will that count in his favour? Then it's a pair of riders for the FG Forest Racing team. And they're both a little cold down there. Matis Barvik, 3rd position on the grid. Looking forward to things, having been the junior boy champion last year. Now he's fighting for supremacy in the stock category this year. And his teammate Jan Matoška lining up alongside in 4th place of the grid. We'll see what they can do from the 3rd and 4th positions. Then it's Rexy himself, 5th place on the grid for Josip Pokora. Looks very strong indeed from P5 on the grid. It's definitely going to be an interesting one for the Workout Land rider. And then comes the Super Swede, Alex Lana. Let's see what he can do. The Sweden national rider in Team Husky colours. We'll see what he's capable of from P6 of the grid. Then it is Stepan Šimek for ACV MS Pneu. We'll see what he's able to do as he gets himself up to starters orders once again. But behind Stepan Šimek, the strength and the might of the Slovak, Adam Milovčík. Interesting to see what he's capable of. And it's going to be an interesting one too for Kuzey Al-Turk, the Turk in the A shorts position. He'll be in front of the hard-charging Ferhat Tuncay, who's going to be pushing hard. He doesn't want the rain, he doesn't want the wind, but that's what he's got. So that's what he's got to face. Well, as you can see for yourself, the rain has come back to the shoreline here in Bilak Bay, and it's got heavier and heavier as the minutes have crept on. And so it's definitely going to be a tricky one for the continuation of the stock category. I'm actually getting rained on myself because it's coming in sideways here, thanks to the northeasterly winds. This is not going to be an easy challenge for anybody. And so the competitors certainly know how tough it's going to get. The riders take their way to the waves though. Racing we will continue with in the stock category. This is, if you like, the Formula 2 of UIM MotoSurf. All of the competitors with identical boards that have come fresh out of the box. And now they've got to go racing toe to toe to go for the battle. But what a battle this is going to be. Adam Kolar, Kim Down, Matis Barvik and Jan Matoshka in the top 4 places. That is going to be tough to call. And with this tight and twisty circuit, in these increasing winds and now increased rain to hit the circuit, everything is unpredictable again. So now with everybody trying to find their feet around the circuit, things are going to get tricky. You can see for yourself, oh my goodness, that's the engineering tent. So that's taken a real panel beating. This is going to be a delay to the start. I hope everybody's okay down there, but those are the officials in the tent on that side, and that's taken a bit of a panel beating. Okay, so for safety reasons, we have been told that there is a delay to the start of the stock race. I am not in the slightest bit surprised at that call. It's not really the rain that's causing the issue, it's the wind that's causing the big problem. And so for safety reasons, we are not going to the water just yet. So the riders will come back to the shoreline. And now it's time to take shelter. The rain is getting heavier, the wind is getting stronger. Well, this was only meant to be a 20% chance of rain. How unlucky are we? It's a 100% chance of discomfort. So we will now wait for the weather to subside a little bit, and we'll give the officials the chance to get themselves into position. We've obviously got to batten down the hatches here in the broadcast tents as well. It's not an easy situation for anybody in UIM MotoSurf as the weather has deteriorated here in Turkey. We will do our best to continue to bring you the coverage. We've still got some races to go, but of course at the moment we cannot go onto the water because for safety reasons the conditions are too treacherous, both in rain and in wind. So we will take a pause here in Turkey and we'll get back into the action for UIM MotoSurf as soon as possible.
This is the Turkish style. Turkish style.
Welcome back to the shoreline here at Beylik in Çeşme in Turkey as we continue with the 2026 UAM MotoSurf World Championship season opener here for the My Club 35 Turkish style Grand Prix of Turkey. We've had a bit of a delay due to adverse weather conditions. We are now going to go back into race action again. Slight delay to the proceedings means that the third heat for the Masters men and Masters women will now be run tomorrow. The fourth heat tomorrow for Masters men and women will be cancelled, and so Heat 3 will run in its place. That means we've only got time today for the Stock men Heat 3A and Heat 3B and the Elite men's race. Unfortunately, now the conditions have eased, and so we are able to run those three races. Adam Kolar and Kim Down on the front end of the field for this one with Matthias Bardovic, Jan Matoska, Josep Pokora and Alexander Lana from Stepan Šimek, Maxim Gavdanov, Adam Milovcik, and then it is going to be the hard-talented Turkish riders Kuzey Altug, Ferhat Tuncay and Alp Alhat that will take to the water. So the races will run to their full distance for stock men in 3A and 3B, as well as for the elite men, but they will be the last three races we run today, as the Masters men, both of those heats will take place tomorrow in place of Heat 4. It will just be Heat 3 that they get, and also the same for the Masters women. They will only get Heat 3 tomorrow as opposed to Heat 3 today and Heat 4 tomorrow. Just Heat 3 tomorrow then for the Masters men and Masters women. So for Adam Kolar, it's the chance for the 15-year-old to get straight back into the action from the front end of the stock field alongside Kim Down, the South Korean superstar, ready for more battles from the sharp end of the field. It's a cold one out there, but Matthias Bardovic, the junior boy champion from 2025, is ready to flex his muscles in the stock category alongside his teammate Jan Matoska for the FG Forest Racing team, going off fourth position of the grid. He's lining up alongside the superstar Josep Pokora for the Workout Land squad in his Rexy Dinosaur t-shirt. And then it is Alexander Lana, the Swedish national rider in the Team Husky colours, as he gets ready for more great drama and banter out on the course. Next up, 7th position on the grid for Stepan Šimek. He's very cold. He doesn't really want to be in these cold conditions heading into the next race of his weekend. Next up, Maxim Gavdanov for Jetpoint Moscow. He really wants a decent run, but it's not going to be easy to determine who is going to be alongside him on the sharp end by the end of the race. By the current position, it is Adam Milovcik, the Slovakian, who will be P9. Then in the A position, it is Kuzey Altug, the Turkish rider, as he continues his journey on home water. Alongside him, his countryman, Ferhat Tuncay, for the My Team squad. Good to see him continuing his great banter and badinage, going out onto the water once again. And at the tail of the field, it will be Alp Alhat that comes through in the C position. But one thing we cannot deny is the fact that the Turkish home fans are really getting behind their racers and supporting them in World Championship mode. It's one thing to race in the national and regional categories, but when you race in the World Championship, that's a big deal. And the UAM MotoSurf World Championship continues to grow in stature and in excitement. More and more riders coming to the World Championships this weekend. 93 riders from 19 different nations participating. Thank you so much for your patience, and thank you so much for bearing with us under the strain of the delay. But we are now ready to continue the Saturday activity and conclude with the last three races. It will just be the stock categories, to reiterate, and the elite category. That's it. We're not going to have the Masters for the rest of today. They will have their fourth race tomorrow cancelled, and in the place of that race, it will be the Heat 3 from today. So they will still get a heat tomorrow morning before the finals, but it will be their third and final heat as opposed to 4 heats. They will only get 3 now. And for a few of the Masters, I have to say, they're quite happy about it, because there's quite a lot of flotsam and jetsam in the Masters categories, it has to be said, after the earlier running. So quite a few of them will be quite relieved to not have to race again until tomorrow morning, when hopefully the conditions will be much stronger and much better. But we're just getting through the last phase of today. The rain has gone. The sun is trying to push back through the clouds over the mountains here, but the wind is still quite strong, and that is the biggest issue that we currently have at the moment, is actually nothing to do with the rain. The rain was never really the biggest problem. It's actually to do with the wind that's causing the issue. But when the rain disappears, it just becomes easier to cope with the pressures that the wind provides for us. So we will have these last 3 heats for Heat 3A and 3B of the stock category, and then the 3rd heat of the elites, and then we will pack up and get ready for more great action tomorrow. But for Adam Kolar, the 15-year-old from Lekucinena team, it's going to be a very difficult one for the Czech as he pushes his way to the front. But again, he has already dealt with Kim Down on one occasion, and interestingly, Kim Down has been dominant in the Masters races, but when it comes to the battle in the stock category, well, he has already fallen twice, which is fascinating because he's had plenty of composure when it's his Masters races, but in the stock category, he's got a lot more work to do, it seems. There is the Korean rider, Kim Down, 42 years of age, although he rides with the prowess of a 24-year-old, really doing a grand job out there. And he's going up against a man who's fractionally in front of him on the start, 27 years his junior. Astonishing that he is able to be as competitive. But the Masters World Champion from 2025, continuing his journey, having had an excellent run up to this point, and certainly enjoying the banter and the badinage that the competitors continue to give us over the course of racing here in Turkey for the first round of the UAM MotoSurf World Championship. Busy calendar this year in 2026. The second round will be in the Czech Republic in Prague. Then in August we'll go to Stockholm in Sweden. Then in September we'll be in Marbella in Spain before a return visit to Fujairah, we hope in October, all being well. And then back-to-back weekends at Jinhua and Shenzhen for a double header in China to finish the season. So Adam Kolar leads the field. We get the yellow flag in the air from the marshal on the jet ski. When it drops, we'll go racing. Hopefully it should be fairly quick. The flag drops. Does it? No, it oscillates. We weren't quite in position at the back, unfortunately. So we'll go around again. But again, on the shoreline, wonderful to see so much passion and enthusiasm for this sport from everybody here in Cheshme. Everyone really getting into the party atmosphere and soaking up all of the enjoyment factor that this fantastic category of racing can provide. And it is wonderful to see everybody really enjoying the amazing spectacle that this sport continues to offer week in, week out. Always really exciting to see everybody really enjoy the action and the atmosphere that this fantastic sport continues to provide. And so we're back into the action once again as all of the riders prepare for another big push to the sharp end of the field. We're in the rotation, we're in the formation, and now it's time to see who's going to get the job done. Adam Kolar versus Kim Down. We wait for the flag to drop, and we're going to go racing for the 3rd time. This time, oh, it's a oscillation of the flag. It's not a drop of the flag again. 2nd false start then for the stock category. I really thought we were going to go racing that time, but it's yet another delay to the proceedings, and so the riders will go around again. So Adam Kolar from Kim Down, then Matthias Bardvik. Jan Matoska, I should say, in there, trying to push the issue to force his way further forward along with Matthias Bardvik. And then it is Josef Pokora and Alexander Lana with the absent Oliver Wolf, I believe. We have Stepan Šimek in the mix getting ready for this one. It's going to be a very tall order for the racers as we get ourselves into the formation, but it's going to be the hard-charging Adam Kolar, 15 years of age for Lekucinena, to run from the front from Kim Down. The flag is in the air. This time it should drop and we'll be under starters' orders. Ready for the 3rd heat of the stock category. Not yet. Not yet again. Another false start. That's the 3rd in a row for the stock category. It looks like there's a few riders at the back that are just not quite forming up in the correct position. So that's 3 in a row now. That's not the position that anybody of them wants to be in. So certainly a tricky start to proceedings then. So the riders ready to get themselves under starters' orders again, led by Adam Kolar. Hopefully this time it's all going to go according to plan, and the riders will get ready for the start of the penultimate stock heat of the day. There'll be another one straight after this one for Group B, of course. So now it's time to push for the victory for Adam Kolar versus Kim Down, with the battle cooking between Matthias Barvik and Jan Matoska. Then Josef Pokora and Alexander Lana, with Stepan Šimek and Maxim Gavranov in the mix. Adam Milovcik and Kuzey Altürk, and then Ferhat Tuncay and Alp Alhat. The flag is in the air. Now we drop and we're racing here in Turkey. And it's a terrific start for Kim Down as he draws level and comes around the outside of Adam Kolar. Is it going to be enough to work his way through to the lead? Yes, it is. Fantastic start from Kim Down. He's launched in front of the 15-year-old Adam Kolar, and the Korean has launched into the lead through the slaloms. Fantastic kickoff for Adam Kolar as he takes full command of the situation in the slaloms. So he exits and puts himself into the lead with Adam Kolar chasing him down, and the two men are going to be pushing all the way for the victory. So they come out of the slalom for the first time to end the lap, and it is Matthias Barvik in front of Josef Pokora. Jan Matoska has dropped back into 5th position. Who's going to take the first long lap? It's going to be Matthias Barvik. So the junior boy champion from 2025 has already gone on to the first long lap as the riders push away for the victory. Matthias Barvik and Josef Pokora both on the long lap. So is Alexander Lana and Kuzey Altürk. But so far so good for Kim Down. He's got himself into the position ahead of Adam Kolar, looking really strong on the start. But the 15-year-old is going to have to try and push hard here to get back on terms with the Korean, who is looking in fine form again. In both of his Masters races he dominated. In both of the previous stock races, Kim Down fell. Where is Adam Kolar? He has just dropped. I think we're going to see a replay. Adam Kolar is going to be the one to make the mistake, is he? As Adam Kolar fights for position with Kim Down. And it's the same place he fell earlier today, when he manages to kick out past the buoy. But into the next right-hander. Is that where he goes? We tried to see it, but unfortunately, we didn't quite see where it all came apart. So I don't know whether it was just a fall or whether he's been particularly cautious in this part. He's now 5.8 seconds back, so he is still there in 2nd position. It just took him a long time to come through in terms of the timer. But Matthias Barvik has gone on 1 long lap, 2 long laps already for Josef Pokora. And so now it is Kim Down leading the first 3 laps. 7 laps of racing total in the stockmen's category, 3 of which have got to be long laps. And Adam Kolar is only 5 seconds back, so he hasn't fallen yet. Hopefully he won't at all, but he's 3 laps completed. He decides to go on the long lap first. That just takes the pressure off him. And Matthias Barvik, having already gone on to 1 long lap, up to 4th place now has come Adam Milovcik. So Milovcik has now come through into 4th position in front of Lana and Jan Matoska. Kim Down controlling the pace out front. He hasn't gone for a single long lap yet, so he's going to take the first 4 laps very much by the throat in his own manner. He's coming up to lap Kuzey Altürk, the Turk, and he just nips in the bud on his way through the traffic. Very nicely handled by Kim Down. He'll come across the line. The first 4 laps completed without a long lap, which means that the last 3 laps have all got to be long laps. There is Matthias Barvik, the former junior boy champion, last year in fact. But he's getting himself into the mix in the stock category very well indeed. Gets out of the slalom. He's going to be comfortably in 3rd position here. 2 long laps taken already as well, so that really bodes well for Matthias Barvik. He's only 9 seconds back from Adam Kolar after 2 long laps, so Barvik's not out of the win here yet. Jan Matoska coming through onto his 2nd long lap. Alexander Lana's already done 2. Adam Milovcik has done 1. And Kim Down has taken his first. At the end of the 5th lap, he will be the leader with 2 long laps to go. Matthias Barvik has done all 3. So Matthias Barvik could well be the secret pretender to the crown in this one. He's just got to follow in behind Kim Down, who's got a bit of traffic to deal with now. In front of him, he's got the A rider, that is Kuzey Altürk. So Kim Down has to be careful he doesn't get held up here by the Turkish rider, but he's got to take the long lap as well. So Kuzey Altürk is taking the long lap. Kim Down's got to do the same thing. This could hold up the Korean, but he zips up the inside line nicely, but he's still got more traffic in front of him. That is the B rider, so that is going to be Ferhat Tuncay, but he does move aside. So how much time is Kim Down going to lose on that 2nd long lap? We won't find out now until the last lap, because Adam Kolar and Matthias Barvik have both taken their 3 long laps. So Kim Down has got to take another one before the end of this race. So the gap between Kolar and Barvik is only 9 seconds. So Barvik has done the best he can, but has Adam Kolar. He's only 8 seconds back from Kim Down. I think Adam Kolar might have done enough to fight back in this. The traffic for Kim Down could have held him up enough, so there could still be a change for the lead. Kim Down's got to pull out the stops here on the final long lap. He goes into the last lap. It's got to be a long lap. But 8 seconds is not going to be a lot for Kim Down. He's got to push like crazy on this last long lap and hope that Adam Kolar makes a mistake. 10.5, that's not much at all. So Kim Down goes into the final long lap. And it's Matthias Barvik who's now in front of Adam Kolar. So Barvik is pushing. Barvik could come through and get the win here. Barvik is in front of Kolar. Kim Down exits the slalom. And there is Barvik, he's right with him. There is nothing in it between these three now. Barvik has just failed to get out in front of Kim Down, so now it's going to come down to the slalom. Kim Down goes right, Barvik goes left. Here we go. It's going to be tight between the two. Who's going to be the faster through the slalom? Both have got to go. Oh, Barvik's gone! Matthias Barvik collapses on the left side, and his chance to take on Kim Down extinguishes. Kim Down gets the win. Matthias Barvik pushed it all the way to the finish, but he couldn't quite get there, and Matthias Barvik is enraged with himself. Absolutely fuming. He still comes through in third place, but he knows that there was a golden opportunity to beat the king of the Masters. Kim Down so nearly vanquished by Matthias Barvik, and the Czech is absolutely enraged with his own mistake. He still finishes a fantastic third behind Adam Kolar, but he knows that that was a win in his pocket that he could have grasped there. He came so close, and that is going to sting for the next hour and a half at least. So Kim Down finally bounces back with a win in the stock category, and Adam Kolar is finally vanquished in stock. So now, this is how close it got. We're going to see it again. This is the closing stages of the race here. Kim Down just clipping the buoy as he came through. Very tight indeed at the end there. That could have been Kim Down falling at the very last corner as well. He just clipped it on the way through. He was lucky he stayed upright for that. So Adam Kolar 3 seconds back from Kim Down. Matthias Barvik 2 seconds back from Adam Kolar. 5 seconds between the top three. That could have gone anybody's way, that race. So difficult. Here's the fall from Barvik. Parallel to Kim Down at this point. He just attacks the right far too aggressively, and he just catches the wave at the wrong angle, and the front of the board goes in, sucks him under. Too late. Game over. You've got to feel for Matthias Barvik. That was such a good opportunity to take on Kim Down in a straight fight, and he almost got him. They were parallel at the buoys at the time of Barvik's fall, but Kim Down gets it from Kolar and Barvik. Alexander Lanner P4 from Jan Matoshko. Great ride from the Swede. 6th place for Josef Bokara in front of Maxim Gavranov, Adam Milovcik, Kazayo Turk, Stepan Šimek, and Ferhat Tuncay, with Alp Hat not taking the start. And so to the final stockmen heat of the day. It is Janosek and Kadlec side to side. Jan Travnicek and the impressive Hassan Boabas, along with Suguru Ikeda and Oliver Wolf, and then David Placelek and Ender Jorgen Schiele for Turkey. So one more bout for Adam Janosek. This is his chance to take the lead in the stock category. 2 wins for Kolar, 1 for Kim Down. Adam Janosek has a pair of wins as well. If he gets the win this time, he's the leader in the stock category going into tomorrow. But for Damian Kadlec, he's the real thorn in the side now for the man on top. Is Adam Janosek going to be able to handle Damian Kadlec? And what about Jan Travnicek? Don't count him out either. Very quick indeed in qualifying yesterday. Held the top spot for so long until the leaders came back to take it away from him. Hassan Boabas, you cannot count this man out. He threw away the win in Heat 2. He crossed the line first, but he realized he had miscounted his long laps. So now he'll want recompense. Suguru Ikeda for Jet Surf Japan. He'll want to put the team right up at the sharp end in this one. And for P5, that's more than doable. Oliver Wolf continuing his charge forward. Junior boy last year, 3rd in the championship. Now he wants to showcase that he is in stock to stay. David Zaplatilek Good performance from him so far this week. Nice and solid and consistent. He'll want to keep things going. And he'll be alongside the Turkish superstar, Ender Yorganshila, the top-rated rider in stock for his home nation. But there's more than one Turkish rider in the field. Alongside him is going to be Ismail Kaptanoglu, another of the staples of this competition in stock, no matter where we go. Alongside him on the grid, Vladimir Andel for the Jet Surf HK squad. Good to see him making real progress here this weekend and really stepping up his ante. Alongside him will be Ali Nagis, really making good progress here on the world stage. Good to see him in the closing stages of the heats. And alongside him, the new pretender to the crown from Sweden, the 16-year-old Ringo Rimér. So good effort from all of the riders leading up to this point as we now go into the water for the final stock heat of the day. Alexander Lanner giving big boost to his teammate. Alexander Lanner having just come off the water, of course, finishing in the top 5 of his last heat. Now it's time to see what his new teammate and his protege, Ringo Rimér, can come up with in this one. Team Husky heads back to the waves to try and take on all of these superstar riders who have really established themselves in the men's stock category. So now we'll get to see what the opposition can do about the top men up front. Damian Kadlic trying to take on Adam Janusek. But after the races we've seen so far, there's definitely going to be some more good banter out there on the course. And if you take into consideration just how intense it's been so far, there are some really great battles still to come. The MotoSurf World Championship is still going to be very strong and very competitive indeed from the outset. Adam Kolar, 2 wins. Adam Janusek, is that him in the water? It is indeed. Before the race has even begun, the pole said to Adam Janusek, definitely in trouble. Let's see how he did it. Just warming himself up. Whoops! Oh my goodness. Well, that's a big hit for Adam Janusek before the race has even started. And that's quite careful, quite a careless moment, because you've got to remember that in this shallow water, the ocean bed is only about 1.5 to 2 feet down. There is not much in that. And we've already seen a few riders come off the board and actually hurt their ankles, hurt their heels when they land on the rocks, when it's only about 2 feet down. You've only got to think about Ellen Berdova in the last elite women's race. She landed rather awkwardly on her foot when she came off, and she had to finish the race with a very sore foot indeed, and now it's bandaged up. So hopefully tomorrow she's going to be at full strength again. So Ellen Berdova having problems, of course, in the junior girl race, and it landed rather awkwardly. And several riders have had similar problems over the course of the day because the shallow water means that when you hit the water at top velocity, and you've got to remember these guys are going to get to anywhere between 35 and 45 kilometers an hour top speed when they go in. If you land the wrong way, then there's a good chance you're losing teeth. Very nasty indeed if you get the wrong angle when you go in. But Adam Janusek has got himself back together again. The number 74 rider for the Apex pilots, alongside Damian Kadlic when they go back into the charge forward. But this is going to be a tough one to predict. Jan Trevnicek and Hassan Boabas really want to take a scalp off these two as well. So expect an unpredictable heat ahead. And of course, we've still got the 4th heat tomorrow for these guys. That's where things are really going to start to get tricky. But for Adam Janusek, he knows that he's got big pressure on his shoulders now. He wants to finish this strong, and a fall like that in preparation for the 3rd heat, it can rest in the mind, it can fester and really bubble and brew, and that's the when you've really got to dig deep and find that confidence back again. The last thing you want is to start doubting yourself going into the start when you've got big people like Kadlic, Travnicek, Boabas, Suguru Ikeda and Oliver Wolf really trying to charge after you. The last thing you want is to start doubting yourself. So the flag will rise And if it drops straight away, we're going to get into the start. It's a good start, and off we go. Adam Janusek launching forward from Damian Kadlec. He's going to have big opposition from Jan Travnicek nice and early. Not a great start for Hassan Bouabas. He's going to get caught up behind them, but he decides to chop across and change his line. He could get a decent run through the slalom if he changes tack and goes for the other direction. So it's going to be a very strong start for Janusek, but I think Damian Kadlec has actually got a stronger start through the slalom. Is he going to come out first of the slalom? That was very close indeed between the two, but Kadlec has managed to gain a little bit of momentum. Now he's going to be in the white water, so that's going to cost him about 2 seconds on this lap, unless he decides to go for the long lap early. Janusek holds and controls the pace. There is Travnicek, and he's going onto the main course itself. Hassan Bouabas. Wow, that was quick reactions from the Kuwaiti. Wow. He suddenly realised there in a split second that he was going to have to shift his entire body weight to counteract that twitch. And that was really impressive reactions there from Hassan Bouabas. You don't get away with that very often. Adam Janusek in the slalom again. And there is Kadlec, about one buoy behind him to counter-attack. One error from Janusek, and Kadlec is right there to steal the lead from him. And look at Hassan Bouabas. He really has got them down. He's the one who's now in third position. Look at Bouabas really attacking these final buoys. Travnicek there in fourth position from Wolf. And then Ismail Kaptanoglu is up to sixth place. We've had several riders take their long laps early. Suguru Ikeda's had a problem. Jorgen Schiele is now in front of him. And so too we've got Ali Nagis and Ringo Remer. But Janusek is trying the Maduskova approach to things. He's trying to go through the first 4 laps without having to take a long lap at all to keep his lead intact. He wants his first long lap to be taken on lap 5. That's a problem for Ali Nagis. So Adam Janusek is able to work his way through him, past the slalom without issue. He gets out the far side, and he still has only a fraction of a lead over Damian Kadlec. Kadlec is hustling his every move, and Hassan Bouabas is still there with a face full of water in the final buoy. But now it's the long lap for both men. Kadlec is shadowing Janusek's every move. This is a very big risk. Kadlec knows that if he can just stay away from the white water and put him under some pressure, there could be a little bit of a crack of the whip at some point in the course. Hassan Bouabas has gone with them as well. So they've all taken the long lap at the same time. Where's Oliver Wolf going to filter out in relation to Hassan Bouabas? He's elevated himself into fourth place now. But Damian Kadlec is shadowing Janusek's every move here. It's a bold strategy. He goes left while... Janusek goes right while Kadlec goes left. So now they work their way through the slalom. Janusek can still sense that Kadlec is close. Works his way out through the final 2 buoys, but now Kadlec is even closer than he was. He's taken about half a second out of him on that last lap. Kadlec goes for the long lap again. But Janusek is also in the same tactic. Nothing in it between these two. This is fascinating to watch. Hassan Bouabas goes with them as well. So all 3 of the leaders in unison. Oh, and down goes Kadlec. That was the risk of following in the white water of the leader Janusek. When you follow in pursuit, you are always going to have a bigger risk of falling, and it is Kadlec that makes the error. He pursues Janusek, follows him in the white water, the wave kicks out in front of him, and the board buries itself. Nothing that Kadlec could do, and so pursuing him was a big gamble. He knew that it was always going to be fight or flight, and on this occasion, it is a mistake from Damian Kadlec, and that leaves Hassan Bouabas in second position, hoping not to get too held up by Vladimir Andel. Bouabas trying to pursue Andel. Janusek goes for the long lap. So does Bouabas, and that's a good decision because Andel keeps on the circuit. Only 3 seconds between them now. Janusek, he has the golden opportunity to take the lead at the provisional standings because Collard has 2 wins to Kim Downs 1. Janusek has 2 wins. If he seals this one, then it's 3 from 3, and Janusek takes the provisional lead in stock. This is going to have so many twists and turns in this tale. But Janusek just needs to keep it planted. He's now done all 3, so he can do the last lap nice and comfortably. He's got 5 seconds on Hassan Bouabas. That will be more than enough to maintain his advantage. So Janusek takes it nice and calmly through the final few buoys, and now into the last lap. He doesn't need to take a long lap, nor does Hassan Bouabas. It's now about who can push the other into an error. Bouabas is 5 seconds back. He wants to keep up the tempo. Travnicek now into third, Kadlec down into fourth place in front of Oliver Wulff and Ender Jorgenschila. But as they re-emerge from the long lap, that is, I think, Ender Jorgenschila just being lapped there by Adam Janusek. And so it is going to be 3 out of 3 thus far for Adam Janusek. They get a fourth heat tomorrow, and he has the chance to make it an absolute quartet of domination. But for Adam Janusek, when Adam Kolar slipped behind Kim Down, Adam Janusek did not crumble under the weight of the pressure from Damian Kadlec. And so it's going to be Janusek who makes it a hat-trick today in Turkey. 3 out of 3 for Adam Janusek. Domination thus far in Turkey. Easily Janusek's best performance so far. Bouabas is satisfied with second place. That's more than enough to keep him happy and competitive into tomorrow. And third place with a fall comes Jan Travnicek. That'll do nicely for him as well. But Adam Janusek finishing the job with 3 out of 3. Fabulous result. Hassan Bouabas and Jan Travnicek embrace. Well, we finished off in the water, but we came through top 3. Oh no, that's Ali Nagis, my apologies. So Ali Nagis embraces with Hassan Bouabas at the end of a tough old race. We made it. We survived it. And Hassan Bouabas more than survived it. He put himself right into the vanguard of the fight for the victory in tomorrow's final. Good effort from Hassan Bouabas. P2 will be a very satisfactory result indeed. But there is still more to do. And we have got ourselves a tough mission ahead, as the riders are in for an exciting showcase. But the battle is going to be very tough indeed, as the riders now know what they will face tomorrow. Hopefully, it will not be quite as intensive in terms of weather conditions as today was. We are predicted to have slower winds tomorrow. Jan Travnicek, where did you finish? Third. Well, that's not bad, bruv. Amazing what hand gestures can turn into conversations as they make their way in. But now we get ready for the Formula One of MotoSurf, the Elite. And the men's category is going to see the 2 top riders in the sport right now go at it hammer and tongs again. Lukas Zahorski, Chengdu gold medalist in 2025 in the World Games, against the reigning world champion Matis Novotny. So here's the provisional result of Heat 3B for the stock. Janusek in front of Hassan Bouabas by 4 seconds. Jan Travnicek P3 from Dominic Kadlec, who just let it slip away in the whitewash behind Janusek. Wulff, Jorgenschila, Kaptanoglu and Ikeda in front of Vladimir Andel and David Zaplitalek in front of Ali Nagis and Ringo Rimer. And now for the elite men's category. Lukas Zahorski versus Matis Novotny again. Alex Lukscheider and Adam Ficek trying to get into their blind spots. And it's going to be a tough battle once more. Lukas Zahorski, world champion several times over, gold medalist in 2025 at the World Games. What can he do against this man, his protege, the apprentice, and the reigning world champion? 2 wins already for Matis Novotny, the reigning world champion. Can he make it 3? Alex Lukscheider for Team Husky, continuing to put on a big showcase. And let's see if he can get into the dark zone of the 2 men up front. And don't forget about this man either, Adam Ficek for the new FG Forest Racing team. They want to be up at the sharp end as well. For all the fans back home in the United States, in Charlotte, North Carolina, the Dirty Banana is ready to go for it. Anthony Squire from P5, ready to rock and roll. And the reigning stock champion from Limassol in Cyprus, Mike Michailidis, P6 on the launch. Let's see what he can do to get in amongst the top 5 again. Next up, Miroslav Kup for the Jet Surf HK squad. He's definitely going to be hungry for more success. Let's see if he can get there. And his rival is going to be Jiří Wolf for Autozentrum Vyškov. Let's see what the man can do from the tail of the field. The 8 fastest riders in UIM MotoSurf. Everyone wants to race in Elite one day. That's the target, that's the goal. But to get there, you need more than just talent. You need determination, you need gut, you need strength, you need stamina, and you need commitment. You need to eat, sleep, and breathe MotoSurf. That's the only way to make it a strong challenge at the sharp end of the elite category. It's where we all want to compete. It's where we all want to win. Win that, and you are the king of MotoSurf as an entire sport. In the stock category, you buy the board out of the box and you race it. You do nothing to it at all. In elite, you can really push it to the ragged edge. You can find more power. You can find a little bit more extremity from the board. And of course, in terms of the riding talent, these are the guys we all want to learn from. Zahorski versus Novotny. It really is the sorcerer versus the apprentice. Wonderful to see these two riders go at it hammer and tongs. Teammates and the protege against the master. There isn't really much else that Lukas Zahorski, however, can teach Matthias Novotny. At 17 years of age, at a world champion, in the peak of his physical condition, there's nothing left really for Matthias Novotny to learn. But he'll keep pushing Lukas Zahorski all the way. When Zahorski retired and then decided to return, it was to see just how far he could continue to push it. There's still life in Lukas Zahorski left. We know that from qualifying yesterday. A 42.9, demonstrating that Zahorski has lost none of his speed or his flair. So now the battle royale continues in the elite category. This is the last heat of the day in the My 35 Club Turkish style Grand Prix of Turkey, the first round of the 2026 UIM MotoSurf World Championship in Heats Day on the Saturday, day 2 of the competition. Tomorrow is going to see the 4th and final heat for all of the categories except for the Masters in the men's and women's. That will see their 3rd and final heat, and then the finals. 8 races that will decide the winners of the Turkish Grand Prix. The anticipation and the build-up for this class is a bit like waiting for the start of a Formula One Grand Prix. You know that the greatest competitors in our sport are going to go tooth and nail all the way. And wanting to join us on the mic for this one, we're going to have a second commentator for this final race of the day in the junior boy category. Leo Kratishvili has joined in. Hello, Leo.
Hello, how are you?
Very good indeed. Now, I noticed that you've got a little bit of a sore foot. Is everything okay after the last one?
Yeah, it's okay now.
So what exactly was the issue? What held you up?
Someone go behind me and hit me from the back, and then I fall into the water, and I said to the jet ski they need to take me out, please.
And of course, the difficulty you had, of course, was with only being like 1.5 feet to 2 feet down, you really didn't have any chance to avoid the rocks on the bed.
Yeah, this is very not, water is very low, and when you fall into the water, you can break something.
Now, you're still building up your stamina and your energy. You know, you're still only 13 years of age, Leo, but this is the class you want to be in one day. As the elites, these are the gods of the sport that you want to emulate one day. So, as far as the knowledge and the wisdom that you get, what is it that you see in your own riding? And then when you watch these guys, what kind of knowledge are you picking up? What are you trying to gain from them just watching?
They do only full gas. They don't know to brake, and we in our class we can't do it because it's not so fast like that boards, and it's a very hard class to come in.
And what's the real difference as a competitor in the junior category? What's the real difference between these guys and what you do? Is it just experience or is it confidence as well?
Yeah, it's confidence as well, and the difference is they know how the board works, and their board are faster and they're older, they have more experience.
Now, you're obviously having to try and keep fit to get to that sort of level. So in terms of your training, how much of your time in working to get to the front of the field in junior boy is in the fitness? How much of it is building up your stamina?
Many times you need to train a lot and do some muscle ups and push-ups, and so that you can be on the first.
So compared to some of the mates in the same class as you, you're spending like 20,000 times more hours in the gym than they are.
Yes, of course.
Goodness me, very tough life, but when you want to win in MotoSurf, you commit all the way. This is always fascinating to watch. I mean, you're a competitor in the paddock and you get to watch these guys week in, week out. Is are you like me? Does this really stun you to watch these guys at the peak when you know that there's only like a buoy between them
Yes.
most of the time?
Yeah, of course. It's like different to us because this is like only 20 half seconds away from together. They are very close together.
So now we're getting ourselves ready then in the whole shot. Matthias Novotny trying to get one over on the man in first position. Lukas Zahorski, 42.9 in qualifying, and the 8 fastest riders in the world. We wait for the flag to drop, off we go, and it's a cracking start again from Matthias Novotny, who manages to draw level and go right round the outer perimeter of Zahorski. He's just so strong off the start. Matthias Novotny so quick off the launch. Now he goes left on the slalom while Zahorski goes right. Zahorski's got to hope that Matthias Novotny is going to be weak in the slalom, but he's not been weak in any way today. Zahorski nearly drops it on the right side of the slalom. So Matthias Novotny comes out in front of Luke Scheider. Alex Luke Scheider jumps ahead of Alex Zahorski. What an opportunistic launch from Novotny. Leo, he's just so good off the launch, Matthias Novotny. It's like he doesn't have an off day.
Yes, this is crazy what they are doing. There's only so short time, and this is coming on the luck when you're riding outside.
So Luke Scheider making the jump into second position, and there's only one tactic left open to Lukas Zahorski. He goes straight for the long lap. He knows he's lost some time. He knows he's lost some momentum, so he decides, right, I need to go on the long lap. That's the only way I'm going to get them. I need to get into clear water, get away from the whitewash, and try and take on Novotny and Luke Scheider at their own game. If you're the rider in that situation, you're in third position, you've got the guys right in front of you, do you do the same or do you pursue?
I will try to make it faster and will give my best to make the Joker lap faster and waiting how was the luck is.
So Novotny's gone to the long lap. Luke Scheider stays on the course. So now it's going to be the Team Husky rider, Alex Luke Scheider, who goes into the lead. There he is, the 19-year-old who won the final in UAE last year. So he started his campaign in magnificent fashion. But it's so difficult to take on Matthias Novotny when the man just doesn't seem to make mistakes. But the wind is going to be up-tempo. It's closer to the end of the day. And so if there's ever going to be a mistake to creep in, it's going to be now. And Lukas Zahorski was the first one to make one. So for Matthias Novotny, all the pressure's on him, but he's just lapping it up. He's just enjoying life out there on the board. Meanwhile, up to third place now has come Anthony Squire. The American is really acquitting himself well in the elite category, having been in the stock category last year. He's taking to it almost more naturally than the champion of last year, Mike Michailidis. But you could see that Novotny is really on the limit. We saw there, Leo, he's really struggling to stay upright. He's got a lot of pressure to keep on the toe of it. And now Mike Michailidis is going to rejoin directly parallel to him. So Michailidis is going to rejoin at about the same point as Matthias Novotny, but he's already taken 2 of his long laps, so that's because he's a lap down. Luke Scheider! Oh, that was so tight for Alex Luke Scheider. And so now we've had Zahorski and Luke Scheider run the ragged edge, but Novotny, he's come close, but he seems to have so much more poise.
Of course, and you see how fast he is. He is the number 1, you see on the back, and he gave his best. He trains in Radec, and there is a nice place to train.
So he's working very hard indeed here, Matthias Novotny. Every time a wave comes out to kick him, he always seems to have the right angle to lean the body in. And that's a big part of it as well, Leo. If the board comes out from underneath you, as long as your body is in the right position to counter the shift in the weight, you can stay on the board.
Yeah, of course you need balance. When you don't have it, then it's like a miss point for you. And when you go behind someone, it is very hard because the waves coming out of the topella and you're sucking air.
So difficult to get right. I can't imagine how much physicality comes through. Through comes Matthias Novotny, leading the way, back in front again. So he's got back ahead of Alex Luke Scheider. Luke Scheider taking his first long lap. Zahorski's already taken all 3, so he's decided, right, I'm going to push for this now. I don't need to take any more long laps. I'm just going to attack every single corner of every single long lap. Luke Scheider goes on to the second. So Luke Scheider will fall back a little from Matthias Novotny, but he's got to stay upright. This is so tricky, and the waves are so choppy today, even compared to yesterday, Leo. Yesterday the sea was calm. Today it's rocky all over the place.
Yeah, the waves are maybe 1 meter high or a half meter, and it's you jump to waves, and the problem is when you're jumping wave to wave, the air sucking in and then you're slowly up.
So Matthias Novotny, 2 laps remaining for him and 1 more long lap remaining for him. He's done 2 of them. So he now needs, oh no, he's only done one actually. So both of these laps now for Matthias Novotny need to be long laps. He's taken one of them. There's Luke Scheider trying to shake off the attentions of the riders directly behind him. And one of those men is Lukas Jaworski. But Luke Scheider's got to go on one more long lap. So does he wait for the last lap? No, he takes it straight away. So Jaworski is going to jump back in front of Luke Scheider. That's why Jaworski took all 3 long laps first. He wants the pressure off to just push.
Yeah, this is a good idea to make all the, when you're last or something by the start, you go all the jokers and then you have maybe luck and will be go more in front because the other ones need to go for that.
So Luke Scheider's done the very best he can. He's got Adam Ficek breathing down his neck now. They're going to be dueling for 3rd position in the closing stages, but Ficek does need to take one more long lap, so that's going to count against him. Meanwhile, Anthony Squire, P5, he's not that far away from Ficek. When Ficek takes his last long lap, he may get a shot. Meanwhile, Novotny is on the last long lap, and Jaworski comes through across the line. So Matthias Novotny, how much of a ground has he gained? He's got to work his way through. He'll exit the slalom now of the last part of the long lap. Is he still in front of Jaworski? Yes, he is. Excellent work from Matthias Novotny. He's just been so smooth all the way through. And even though Lukas Jaworski was the faster man in qualifying, Matthias Novotny has been so balanced all the way through the day. He can cruise through the slalom for the last time, but he doesn't know how to cruise. Matthias Novotny, final couple of beauties, and that's 3 from 3 from Matthias Novotny. He is the world champion on purpose. It was not by accident. He is the man on form. Lukas Jaworski comes through in 2nd place. He is only 8 seconds back after his little trip up earlier on. But Matthias Novotny, he's even got time to wave to the cameras at the end of the race. 3rd position for Luke Scheider. He does come through in front of the hard-charging Adam Ficek, who beats Squire, Miroslav Kurt and Mike Michailidis to the line, with Jiri Wolf coming through in 8th place. Absolute masterclass though. Matthias Novotny is so strong, Leo. It's like he doesn't seem to have any mistakes in him.
Yes, he do it like very fast, and you see he take it easier, but very fast. And this is the style what you learned when you're a kid.
How much of that is down to talent and how much of that is down to confidence, do you think, from your own experience as a rider?
Yeah, talent is very important for this sport, because when you can't surf, or it's like other when you can't do it, then it's harder when you're have a talent in the surfing.
Amazing stuff and a great run from Matthias Novotny. Leo, thank you for giving us your insight and your expertise. Rest the foot, for goodness sake. I really want you back out there in Junior Boy tomorrow, so make sure you look after it, and hopefully you'll be there for Heat 4 tomorrow. Thanks for your help, buddy.
Bye.
Thanks to Leo Lischel-Kratishvili for helping us out then over the course of the last race of the day for the elite men's. Matthias Novotny, once again, managing to jump Lukas Jaworski at the start and then just cannon away. Alex Luke Scheider, 3rd position from Adam Ficek, Anthony Squire, P5 from Miroslav Kurt, Michael Michailidis and Jiri Wolf. And that is just a taster of what we're going to get to see from the heats tomorrow. There's 1 heat left to go for each of our contenders across the Masters men and women, Junior Boy and Girl, the stock category and the elite men and women's category. We are just getting started really in the UAM MotoSurf World Championship. There's still so much to do tomorrow. So it's hasta mañana from us as we get ourselves ready for another great day of race action. Sunday will conclude us and give us a bit of a taster as to who's going to be where in the My 35 Club Turkish Style Grand Prix of Turkey. So much to do tomorrow from me, Jake Sanson, and from everybody from the broadcasts and everyone here in the UAM MotoSurf World Championship. Thank you so much for your presence and your patronage. We'll be back again tomorrow when the Grand Prix of Turkey will be decided.
Turkish style.